pulled off this operation, and he says, and I quote him, "I would name at the top of the list Osama bin Laden." In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the Taliban rulers denied that bin Laden had any role. However, a London-based Arab newspaperman said that followers of bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that they would carry out what he called, and I quote him, "a huge and unprecedented attack on U.S. interests." For whatever that may or may not be worth, President Bush ordered a full-scale investigation to what he called hunt down the folks who committed this act. That's a direct quote. Now, American Airlines initially said the Trade Center was hit by 2 of its planes, both hijacked, carrying a total of 156 people, but the airline later said that that was unconfirmed, and now we believe that one American Airlines plane hit one of the World Trade Centers, and then a United Airlines plane hit the other World Trade Center, is what the current belief is. Now, CBS News correspondent and 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Carol Marin is downtown and has a report. Karen? Carol?
As I'm making my way toward the Trade Center, along the water line, thousands of people were walking towards me, streaming out, almost not talking, trying to get through on cell phones that didn't work. Some of them crying, all of them looking pretty agonized. All of a sudden, I heard a roar, and I saw one of the towers blow and then collapse and fill the horizon with smoke, and I yelled, "Oh my God!" And I saw from street level, as though it had exploded up, a giant rolling ball of flame, and the firefighters screamed, "Run!" And I turned to run, but I fell, and I felt someone scoop me up, tell me to throw my high heels off, and I was running in my stocking feet with him. And finally, as we ran and ran, he slammed me into a wall and covered my body with his. I could feel his heart beating against my backbone. And I think both of us were sure we were dead, because there was no way you could run fast enough, and there was no way to avoid it. But somehow we escaped the flame, which was immediately followed by a storm of debris. We were breathing, it felt like giant particles of plaster, and there was smoke, so that if you tried to put your hand out in front of you, you couldn't really see it. It was the thickest, most intense particle and smoke I've ever been in. And somewhere along the line, the firefighter handed me off to a New York police officer. The thing that struck me, though, was that I didn't see many wounded people in the street, which led me to believe, at least where I was by the Trade Center, they had never even gotten out of the building. I thought I was going to die. It is as close as I've ever come as a reporter to thinking I was going to die.
Carol Marin, who was downtown early this morning when this catastrophe hit. I mistakenly said she was down now, which is what I thought, but this was a replay of a videotape interview we did with Carol Marin earlier in the day. You know, it's impossible not to compare this coordinated air attack, this undeclared act of war, with the attack on Pearl Harbor almost 60 years ago, the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. And it's just as clear as can be that December 7th, 1941 will be forever remembered as, in President Franklin Roosevelt's phrase, a day of infamy. But so too will now September 11th, 2001, go down in American history as a day of infamy. At this moment, you may want to recall that Pearl Harbor was a disaster that brought the United States of America together and propelled it to victory. A thought to ponder as we go through this afternoon. Now, around the world, there have been some expressions of solidarity with the United States. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, made an eloquent short talk to that effect earlier in the day. Others among the United States allies in the world of freedom and democracy around the world have expressed similar sentiments. There have been some expressions of celebration Palestinians on the West Bank some were said to shoot their weapons in the air today in what was said to be a celebration. Now, what we're waiting on right now is a briefing at the U.S. Defense Department. A Pentagon briefing is expected to brief shortly, and as mentioned earlier, a senior official of the FBI is also expected to brief very shortly. Admiral Craig Quigley will be briefing at the Pentagon. Now, if you're saying to yourself, well, where is President Bush? The answer is we don't absolutely know. He was last reported to be at the air base in Nebraska getting a briefing. He had gone there from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana outside Shreveport. He had gone there from being in Florida earlier in the morning. And as we await the beginning of one of these briefings, you're looking at scenes. This is a live picture in Manhattan. Perhaps, I think the world's best-known skyline with the Empire State Building off to the mid-left in your screen with that high, looks like a stick, little known, that was supposed to be a dirigible landing place high atop the Empire State Building. That's what it was designed to be, but no dirigible was ever able to get in there. And in that place, the Empire State Building, one of the landmarks of our country, recognizable all over the world. This is what the skyline, the New York skyline, looks like today. The World Trade Center's gone, both of them. Yes, devastatingly gone, right to the ground. Both of them crumbled, each after having been hit separately by hijacked American airliners. And we may be able to show you what the New York City skyline looked like before today. You can imagine, as you've seen the postcard pictures, if not all of your life, for a long, long time, that both the World Trade Center buildings, which had become, they really had replaced the Empire State Building as the principal landmark of New York City, both of them are gone. The former foreign minister of Israel, Shimon Peres, is in Jerusalem. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Minister. I appreciate very much you doing this. Do you think this terrorist attack on the United States is because of its close friendship with Israel?
An attack on the United States. Attack civilization and bring all of us back to the jungle. And I think we have to do whatever we can not to permit another war with terrible consequences to be spread over. May I say that each of us feel today like an American. Our heart is with the families, with the victims. It's full of pain. But we know the United States is a great and a strong country, and as you've won so many wars and suffered so many agonies, again, you and us and all of us will emerge stronger and more hopeful. I want to say that we have to draw consequences, all of us. We have had, or we are having armies against enemies that practically do not exist, but we have dangers without strategies and without armies. The most important consequence today is to develop a strategy against terror. It can happen every place, everywhere, and cause untold of damage and victims and blood and tears. And the time came for all of us to get ourselves organized. By the way, we send our own rescue team, which is already on the way to the United States. We shall do whatever we can to stand on the United States, which is leading the world, defending democracy, and enabling all of us to remain as a civilized community.
Shimon Peres, you know our country, my country, well. And you know that there are any number of people in the United States who believe these bombings today are a direct result of U.S. support for Israel over the years in the Middle East. To those people who say that, what say you?
Well, you know, there were other acts of terror that has nothing to do with Israel, including in the United States itself. Terror is a terrible way of destruction and killing. And you have all over the world acts of terror that has nothing to do with Israel. Terror
Mr. Paris,
is a
if you'll
new
excuse me a
phenomenon.
moment, I know that you will understand this. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Karen Hughes, the principal assistant to President Bush, has begun to brief, and we pick her up in progress.
Evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers. Your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida, when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen Hughes, whom many people believe is one of the two most influential advisors around President Bush, briefing at FBI headquarters in Washington. Karl Rove, another Texan, transplanted Texan, but Texan being the other widely believed second most important person around President Bush. Karl Rove is believed to be with President Bush. The president was last reported at the Air Force Base in Nebraska, being debriefed there after going first to an Air Force base outside Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made a videotape short talk to the nation. He'd gone there from Florida. When these events first began unfolding this morning, the president said in Florida he was going back to Washington. He did not do that. The official reason being that the Secret Service, among others, thought that they, under the circumstances, it would not be the most advisable thing for the president to go back to Washington. But what you see, if you look at the map, at least mentally, the president's gone from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, to the air base, Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. Where he goes next is anybody's guess. But Karen Hughes just briefing at the FBI headquarters. Now, John Chester, a spokesman at the Pentagon, has a briefing underway there. Let's go to it live.
One thing I do... Right, that the military, the service secretaries...
Well, we're obviously having some audio difficulties there at the Pentagon. We'll bring you up to date on what they said there. What we know about the Pentagon already is that an apparent hijacked aircraft, again, a commercial airliner, was crashed into the Pentagon, and actually into, we're told, a helipad right next to the Pentagon. There was damage to the Pentagon itself. Flames and smoke consumed a portion of the Pentagon for a while. Mark Wells, since the Pentagon opened in 1943, this is the first time it's actually come under a direct attack. Nothing even approaching this had ever happened at the Pentagon before. After a somewhat long delay, the Defense Department confirmed that there had been fatalities. How many, we do not know, at the Pentagon, and we saw some of the injured being treated and then carried away earlier in the day. But we don't have a lot of information on what happened at the Pentagon just yet. Now, I'm told that we now have some audio from the briefing, so let's try again to go to the Defense Department to pick up on the briefing. John Chester. Well, two strikes on that. We obviously don't have the audio of Mr. John Chester. Sorry, that mistake is mine, for which I apologize, but Mr. John Chester, we couldn't pick up the audio. This is one of those days when obviously we're doing the best we can to bring you as many live reports as we can. There's no way we can do it perfectly. Now, we had talked to Shimon Peres in Israel just as we were going, just before we went to Karen Hughes. And he was pointing out, this is a paraphrase of what he was saying, that yes, the United States has stood with Israel all of these years, but that under these circumstances, the Israelis certainly understood, perhaps better than some, the enormity of what was happening this day. And we do apologize for having to interrupt that interview in progress, but of course we did so to go to the Karen Hughes briefing. Now, we're coming up to nearly the hour mark, and as the hour mark passes, we'll bring you up to date on all of the facts and details as we have them. But in the meantime, let's go back to Washington and our chief Washington correspondent, Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Well, Dan, I am here with Senator Chuck Hagel, who's a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. He has been to a series of briefings. Let me ask you quickly, Senator, because we're pressed for time, we're going to come back. Is the talk now about reopening the Capitol tomorrow?
Yes.
And why would that be?
Well, the security, we believe, is clear, will be clear by tomorrow, and we don't want to shut down our government and our country. The terrorists win here. As long as we're securing our nation and our structure and our leadership, then I think we should move on, and we intend to do that tomorrow.
And Dan, Senator Hagel, of course, is the senator from Nebraska, Offutt Air Force Base, the former home of the Strategic Air Command, is where the president is. When we come back, we can talk to Senator Hagel about why the president went there. Dan.
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Bob, on the roof of a building in the far distance, you could still see some of the smoke from the Pentagon. The fire has subsided in the Pentagon, having been put out. The smoke may go on for a number of hours, perhaps even days, depending on how much damage. We don't really know how much damage there was done to the Pentagon. Understandably, the Pentagon is not giving out a lot of information about what the situation is there, it after all being the military heart of U.S. defenses. Now, here in New York, I want to show you what it looks like in Lower Manhattan at the moment. This is now, what, 7 hours after the first aircraft, hijacked commercial airliner, hit the first of the Twin Towers. Great smoke still billowing out. There has been smoke on the water and on the land for these 7 hours. And this smoke does not show any signs of going away anytime soon. Rescue crews on the ground, this shot taken from up high. Rescue crews on the ground frantically trying to do several things. One, attend to the wounded, some of whom are still on the scene, and two, put out the fires, and then try to search for people still believed to be alive in the rubble and ruin of the World Trade Center. They're organizing efforts to find those people. Some fire and police casualties have been reported. The full extent we do not know. There have been no fatalities reported among fire and police, but make no mistake, there have been at least some wounded among the fire and police help. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather at CBS News World Headquarters in New York, where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center have been hit each individually by a hijacked airliner, 4 hijacked commercial airliners that we know of today. This is an actual photograph of one of the planes flying to one of the towers earlier this morning. The plane goes deep into the tower. Flame spits out the opposite side, followed by these incredible scenes. One of the towers begins to collapse. It looks for a few faint moments like maybe it will just be partially collapsing the tower. But then quickly the realization, it's all going. Down it went. And then the second tower, fire and smoke belching out of it. No one believed that it could happen, would happen, but then, again, incredibly, down it came. As we said at the time, it looked like a scene from the end of the world. It was the end of the World Trade Center. The most famous skyline in the world, changed in a matter of minutes by horrendous acts of terrorism. In the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, a direct attack on the freedom of every American, and indeed on the freedom of anyone who has it around the world. It is not too much to say that. Scott Pelley, CBS News correspondent, is downtown near where the World Trade Center used to be. Scott?
Dan, I have journeyed into the downtown area very near the World Trade Center building itself. I was maybe 60 yards away, and we were able to see the World Trade Center building. What was left of it, I can only describe it to you, Dan, as about 15 stories tall, with a broken top, completely shot through, a burning hulk. All around it in that neighborhood, the buildings were burning. The smoke that you see behind me is coming primarily from a 50 or 60-story tall building that was about half a block from the World Trade Center. That building is deeply involved in flame. There is flame shooting out of the windows. When we were below it just about 30 minutes ago, big panes of glass were popping out of the building and crashing below. Rescue workers really can't get into that area right now because it's much too dangerous. In the streets around the World Trade Center, Manhattan traffic stopped and was incinerated right where it stood. We saw a number of New York City police cars, obviously some of the first responders to the scene. The police cars were blown to pieces and completely burned. Some U.S. postal vehicles were actually melted onto the street just a few yards from the World Trade Center itself. I spoke to some firemen, Dan, from the Bronx, who were some of the first responders in. And they told us that after the first tower collapsed, they went in to try to save some people in the area around the second tower. And then the second tower began to come down. And these men looked over their shoulders and found an entrance to a subway and dived down the stairs into the subway as the World Trade Center tower came down around them. They told us that a police lieutenant was trying to warn them away at the time that the building was coming down. He had his arms high in the air, trying to get them to run, and they said that that lieutenant was hit by falling debris and, as best they could tell, was severely wounded. We've talked to a number of firefighters and paramedics who have been at the center of this hell and have come out covered in soot and dust and have told us amazing stories of heroism. One fireman told us that when the second tower came down, they were completely covered in black smoke and swirling dust, and the firefighters held each other's hands in kind of a human chain in order to get out of that area. Another firefighter, actually a retired firefighter who ran to the scene as soon as he knew what was happening, came out and told us that he didn't see any wounded people around the World Trade Centers. He just saw what he described as parts of bodies. I tried to get him to tell me how many he thought he saw in terms of the number of people killed, and he said it's much, much too many to be counted. Dan?
Scott Pelley in Lower Manhattan. Thomas Paine, 1894. Quote, "These are the times that try men's souls." And so is this time that try men's souls. Also, there are times that test the mettle, that test the very character of a nation. Each generation, in one way or the other, faces some kind of maximum test. Who is to say that this is not ours? Timeline: plane crashes into tower of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan shortly before 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Just after 9 a.m., second plane crashes into the second tower of the World Trade Center. It's believed that a American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew, was the first of the two planes that struck the World Trade Center just before 9 o'clock. The second plane that hit the second World Trade Center is believed to have been now United Flight 175, also Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767, 56 passengers and 9 crew aboard. Then President Bush in Sarasota, Florida, shortly after 9 o'clock, calls the crisis, quote, an apparent terrorist attack and, quote, a national tragedy. He takes off, says he's going to Washington. He does not. An aircraft crashes near the Pentagon, just outside of Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia, about an hour after the attacks in New York. Now, it's believed that the plane at the Pentagon was American Flight 77, Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles. That was a Boeing 757, 58 passengers and 6 crew. That American Flight 77 believed to be the plane that hit near the Pentagon. Continuing our timeline, just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time this morning now, that would be, of course, 7 o'clock on the Pacific Coast, government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, are evacuated, with officials citing a credible threat of a terrorist attack. Vice President Richard Cheney, for intents and purposes, has minute-by-minute command inside the White House itself, said to be in a very secure position down below ground. The Federal Aviation Administration shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. That was around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The FAA says that it does not expect to have any air traffic in the country authorized again until about noon tomorrow. Shortly after 10 a.m. Eastern Time, one World Trade Center tower in New York collapses. That was about an hour after being hit by the first plane, American Flight 11. Then senior law enforcement officials said a car bomb exploded outside the State Department in Washington, D.C. Then Federal Protective Services later denied any car bomb attack that occurred. Financial markets suspended trading in the wake of the attacks. That was sometime between 10 and 11 this morning. Then officials at Somerset County Airport, that's near Pittsburgh, said a large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. That happened at about 10 a.m. That would have been the fourth aircraft. That is believed to have been United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, with 38 passengers and 7 crew. That plane, United 93, is believed to be the one that went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, not far from Pittsburgh. Then 10:38 a.m., a fourth explosion rocked what remains of the World Trade Center. This was after the second tower collapsed at 10:28 a.m. So you had one tower go down, and within about a half hour, the second tower went down. Then authorities all across the country were in the process of going on alert, tightening security at strategic facilities, evacuating high-profile buildings. U.S. monuments and museums in Washington, D.C. and in Philadelphia were closed. Tall buildings and some other places in Chicago were shut down. The Securities and Exchange Commission said all financial markets would be closed for the day. Whether the financial markets will be open tomorrow or not remains an open question. They will have some kind of conference call tonight to decide that. We go now to Washington and Bob Schieffer with information on what President Bush has and has not been doing. Bob?
Dan, I'm with Senator Chuck Hagel. He, of course, is a senator from Nebraska and is on the Foreign Relations Committee. He can give us a little information about why it is, Senator, that the president went to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska.
Well, Bob, as you know, that's a very secure base, Strategic Command. It's the former SAC Command headquarters, and we have as secure facilities below ground as any in the world. So there's no surprise why he went there. I just spoke a half hour ago to some people from Omaha saying that there were a couple of small U.S. Air Force jets that just landed behind the president. We don't know who's on those. I suspect some rather high-ranking officials of the government to confer with the president.
Well, I had heard earlier from sources on Capitol Hill that the president was going to get some extensive face-to-face briefings. It may well be that some officials from Washington have flown out there.
That's probably right, and as I said, that's a very secure location, Strategic Command headquarters in Omaha.
Senator, what do you make of this situation?
Bob, how can one adequately express the horror, the outrage, the terror? What's happened in this country today will forever change America. I said early this morning, it is, as Dan Rather just remarked, each generation faces a challenge. This is the Pearl Harbor of our day, far worse in many respects. But I suspect whoever did this, and we will find whoever did it, has awakened a sleeping giant, to paraphrase another time 50 years ago.
You know, I was just thinking this morning as I was listening to all this unfold, we've been expecting this big partisan scrap in Washington as the president came back from his vacation. Everybody was in disagreement on every issue. Suddenly, all of that has gone by the by. It seems like it was 10 years ago. The Congress has come together. I described it earlier as kind of a mild sense of rage on Capitol Hill, because I noticed that Trent Lott, Tom Daschle have put out a joint statement saying just what you have said, that the two parties, the country, will come together to find these people and to punish whoever did it.
Well, we must. This is a great nation because we're a great people. America will not tolerate this, nor should we, nor can we. And we will come back together, and we will build back, and we'll be stronger for this. And it is testing us in terrible, horrible ways.
How much do we know right now, Senator?
Well, Bob, I don't claim to know very much, quite frankly. I don't know how much we really know. We are focusing where we must focus first. Secure this nation, secure its leadership, then at the same time take care of those who need our help, the wounded, the injured. And in the process, we are starting to gather information. We will start to unravel that and get the facts. And there will be a very high price to pay, Bob, to whoever did this.
Dan?
Bob Schieffer in Washington. Jim Ogonowski is the brother of an American Airlines pilot, John Ogonowski, who apparently died this morning in the crash of the American Airlines Flight 11. Mr. Ogonowski, first of all, thank you for being with us. Our condolences. And I'm told this is actually on videotape. That'll happen in live television. So in answer to that question, here's what the brother of the dead American Airlines pilot John Ogonowski. Jim Ogonowski had to say.
I'm Jim Ogonowski, and as you all are aware of the tragedy that's impacted our country today, it's been reported that my brother John was the captain of American Airlines Flight 11, which was hijacked out of Logan Airport this morning en route to Los Angeles, California. John leaves behind a loving family, his wife, 3 lovely daughters, his parents, brothers and sisters, numerous aunts and uncles, friends, loving community. Our family is obviously grieving, as is the whole nation, for what has happened today. I personally think I'm in shock. I'm in some type of denial. I keep looking at the cornfield behind me, hoping that my brother comes walking on out. This tragedy has not only impacted us as a family, but our whole community, and as a nation, our whole country. On a personal side, I ask that I'll come out for this last time, but please respect my parents and the rest of the family's wishes to be alone at this time. I'll give you a little personal on John. He was 52. He was born in Lowell at St. Joe's Hospital. My other brother Joe was born at St. John's Hospital. He went to St. Stanislaus School on High Street in Lowell, and then he attended Keith Academy. And after that, he attended what is now University of Lowell. It was Lowell Tech at the time. He joined ROTC in the late 60s when it was not cool to be in the military. He joined the military right after being commissioned as second lieutenant in the Air Force. He flew in the Air Force on T-37s and T-38s, and he capped his career off on C-141 transports right at the close of the Vietnam era. He then pursued his lifelong dream and left the military, become an airline pilot. In 1979, he was hired by American Airlines. He's flown for them for 22 years. The most recent years as a captain on a 767.
Jim Ogonowski, speaking of his brother, John, who was the pilot of American Airlines 11, which was the first plane to hit the first World Trade Center building this morning. Poignant moment when he said, "I keep looking at the cornfield behind me and hoping my brother will walk out of it." Now on videotape, the most recent remarks of New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani just a few moments ago.
I have to commend not only the people that I was with, but all of the people of the city. We literally escaped with them from the debris, and they handled themselves with bravery, they handled themselves with dignity, they handled themselves in a way that reduced the loss of life. We didn't have panic, we didn't have people running and hurting other people. The people of New York City really distinguished themselves, and I just want to say this once again. New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
New York City Mayor Giuliani just a few months ago, and by the way, the mayor says that so far there are confirmed 2,100 wounded in New York so far. Now, that's an early count, and one does not want to fuel any unjustified optimism. But there are many people who would believe that the early count might be higher than that. And as we piece together eyewitness information, it's clear that a lot of people got out of the World Trade Center in a hurry when they realized that something was wrong. Many of them came down the stairwells. We've had report after report of people without panic, understanding that a bad situation was developing, got out of the World Trade Center. Now, while some 50,000 people on your average day work in the World Trade Center and thousands more come there as tourists, And while throughout the day there have been, the belief has run strong that many, many people must have died, we want to pause and caution. Nobody knows how many lives have been lost. What we do know is that a lot of lives have been saved, and they were saved by people knowing what they needed to do under an emergency situation and carrying it out with some calm. We go now to Bill Plant at our Washington Bureau. Bill Plant, one of the most experienced White House correspondents anywhere in broadcast journalism. And Bill, you can give us some perspective on what the Secret Service advised the president and why.
I can indeed, Dan, but first let me show you something. We've just received this extra edition of the Washington Times, and this one-word headline, perhaps as well as anything else, sums up what has happened today. This is just the beginning of the reaction that we'll be seeing for days and weeks to come. We were told by the Secret Service that the president wants to come back to the White House. Sources tell us that they're very anxious to reestablish a presence for Mr. Bush at the White House, the seat of the nation's power. It's very symbolic, and the president and his advisors want to do it. But the Secret Service is understandably concerned. They want to be sure, before they say yes to that there is no further danger. So that decision is pending. We're also told by sources that there really was no intelligence whatsoever, no warning of what was to come. No arm of the U.S. government, either military or civilian or National Reconnaissance Agency, none of them apparently picked up any warning about what was about to happen. A short while ago, the president's counselor, Karen Hughes, conducted a briefing at the FBI. She said that she had been in the secure underground room at the White House, the Situation Room, with other White House staffers during the day. And that, by the way, is now linked, we presume, to the president at Offutt Air Force Base for a secret teleconference on the security situation. But Ms. Hughes told reporters at the FBI that the activities of the federal government continue, and this is obviously a point that the administration is very anxious to make, to say that the federal government continues to function despite what happened today. She described in great detail how the Defense Department was being run from inside the damaged DoD building, the Pentagon, and how various other government agencies were under the control of the people who are supposed to be running them. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has 8 teams of people on the ground in New York for search and rescue, 4 teams here in Washington at the Pentagon. The whole idea of this briefing was to reassure the nation that the federal government continues to function. And that, of course, as we said, Dan, is why they want to get the president back to the White House as soon as they can.
Bill Plant in our Washington Bureau. You may want to note that the president was visiting Florida today, where his brother is the governor and up for re-election. Those two things may or may not be connected, but the fact is that President Bush was in Florida this morning. When he first heard about what had happened at the World Trade Center, he said that he was breaking off his trip and would be flying back to Washington. I believe that's correct. But obviously, as events developed, the decision was made that the president would not return to Washington, and he still has not returned to Washington, so far as anybody can figure out, and as far as we can determine, that he went instead to Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana. There he videotaped another statement to the American people, somewhat longer, among other things calling for the prayers of those families most directly affected. And then, unannounced, he took off and went to destination unknown, but it became known that that was Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. Now, as Senator Chuck Hagel explained to Bob Schieffer not long ago, while these pictures were being shown on American television, the decision was being made to take President Bush to that air base in Nebraska because, said Senator Hagel, it is among the most secure U.S. military bases in the world. It was formerly the headquarters for SAC, the Strategic Air Command, which featured B-52s in the air at all times as part of our defense in the Cold War. So the president was taken there for a briefing. Obviously, there have been some discussions about the symbolism of the President of the United States being kept out of the White House, and was it a good idea for him to return immediately? The decision obviously was made no, and now a decision in progress, if indeed it has not already been made, of where the president is to spend this night. I want to go to Bob Orr in our Washington Bureau as well, as you look at videotape of what happened here in Manhattan earlier this morning. Bob?
federal authorities have to figure out over the coming days is how did this attack take place? I mean, how was it that hijackers managed to penetrate the nation's aviation system all at the same time at 3 of the busiest airports? Now, it's very important to know, as we watch the pictures, what exactly happened today in terms of a timeline. Just before 7 o'clock at Boston and at Newark and at Washington's Dulles, some number of hijackers, it's not clear yet how many, made their way through the normal checkpoints, boarded planes like everybody else, and then we know what happened from there. The timing is important. These are probably among the busiest times for any of the nation's airports. That is among the most vulnerable points during the day. The other thing to remember here is that all of these attacks apparently were suicide attacks. And it's always been a fear of the U.S. aviation experts that this is the very kind of attack that we are most vulnerable for. Very, very hard to stop. I mean, and once somebody has control of that airplane, it's going to go where whoever has their hands on the control puts it. It's a real dilemma, but whoever planned this attack chose some of the busiest airports at one of the busiest times of the day, and also I think it's worth noting, chose 2 of the largest symbols of the U.S. aviation system. United Airlines, the biggest airline in America, and American Airlines, the second biggest. And I think that all of this came together at a point in time where the system just could not handle it. Dan?
Bob Orr, true or untrue that major airlines are supposed to keep the cockpit door locked during flight? Frankly, I fly a fair amount, and it's been a long time since I've seen one of those locked doors.
Yes,
but is that supposed to be the rule?
It is the rule, and it's a weakness in the system. Oftentimes, there are things in the system where the rule is not followed to the letter. We don't know, and I think it's worth reminding people that we don't know, Dan, how these hijackers made their way into the cockpit. But perhaps the door was unlocked, perhaps there were enough hijackers on the plane that simply force was used. But it is something that I assure you the FAA is already going back to look at. There have been a number of GAO investigations, a number of oversight hearings on Capitol Hill, looking at these very issues. What do we do at the screening points to make sure that we have maximum security? And then what do we do in the air to give the pilots the best chance to save the plane and the people on board? Obviously today, something went very, very wrong. It was a very deliberate attack and one that was obviously well planned. Dan?
Bob Orr, as we continue to show pictures of what happened in Lower Manhattan during and after the collapse of the World Trade Center, and occasionally show pictures of the Pentagon being hit by a hijacked plane, let's talk about what are supposed to be security things on the ground. No one wants to be flip about this situation, but anybody who travels knows that what was supposed to be security systems on the ground at most, if not all airports, number one, are manned by people who are outsourced contractors and who are paid, if not minimum wage, something near minimum wage. I've heard airline travelers talk about this for years. Has anybody in Washington been aware of, it's hard to get an absolute first-class security system when it's low pay and nobody really seems to be paying attention. Quite frankly, at your average airport, there's been a sense, rightly or wrongly, that somebody who scored in the high 90s on a dumb test could get through what passes for security at most of our airports.
Unfortunately, you're right, Dan. It's been long known to be the weak point in the system. We have these metal detectors that are set up at the security screening points, and they're only as good as the people monitoring the equipment. In most cases, there's a split jurisdiction. Usually it's the airport authority that's in charge of security until you get into the gate area. And then once you talk about the gate area, it's up to the individual airlines to secure that tarmac spot and their airplanes. Now, this is something else that I don't know whether we've talked about it through the day, but something else that will be looked at. There is also, I suppose, a possibility this could be some kind of inside job. This could have been somebody working on the tarmac at Boston and also at Dulles and also at Newark. I don't know that. But a couple of points are worth making here. When tests have been done on these X-ray checkpoints, many, many times the testers are able to get weapons through those points, explosives, and guns. It usually leads to an uproar on Capitol Hill. It leads to all kinds of threats from Congress that a crackdown is about to happen, and it just simply hasn't happened. This is a system built largely on trust, built largely on the fact that we haven't had an episode certainly like this. We haven't even had a hijacking in this country for quite some time. The emphasis is on keeping guns off of airplanes. And the thought is if you keep a gun off an airplane, you'll stay away from the hijacking regime. But if you have, and I repeat, Dan, if you have a suicide terrorist willing to die in the attack, it could be. He could walk right through a manned checkpoint. He could fit the profile of all the normal passengers and through some kind of means on the plane take control of that airliner. A number of things, I think it's safe to say, went wrong today. And it was proven once again today that the system is not very good. And today it failed terribly.
Bob Orr in Washington with me here at CBS News World Headquarters in New York as you continue to see photographs, actual pictures of what happened here in New York this morning at the World Trade Center. Fuad Ajami, distinguished professor at Johns Hopkins University. Fuad Ajami, let's talk for a moment about the reaction. You travel the world as much as anybody I know. True or untrue that fairly recently, when U.S. intelligence said, well, we have some indication that some terrorists are up to something, the U.S. fleet in the Mediterranean was put to sea, U.S. Marines training in Jordan saddled up and were told to get out of there very quickly because we have a break coming up. What's the effect of this in geopolitical terms around the world?
Well, we stand sentry. That really is the image. We stand sentry in a world that in many ways depends on us and resents us at the same time. That is the inescapable dilemma of American power at this time. We stand sentry. We guard the sea lanes of the Persian Gulf. We are dominant there. We keep the oil flowing. We maintain the security of Western Europe. And then there is all these attacks and all these challenges to this power.
You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather with Fuad Ajami in New York. Fuad, we were talking about this symbolism is regarded by those who carry out these terrorist attacks as very important. You pointed out earlier, no coincidence that they chose a symbol of American economic power, the World Trade Center, a symbol of American military power by attacking this hijacked plane, the Pentagon. But the symbolism, and I heard myself, you confirmed that you heard, any number of people overseas, some in leadership positions saying, I'm not saying it's wrong, I am saying the United States has to think carefully when it does things like it receives an intelligence report and it puts its ships at sea, pulls out its Marines. Now I'm asking you, around the world today, this is a victory, it catches my throat to say it, but it's a victory for the terrorists today, cowardly as they are, dastardly, ghastly acted it is, a victory for them in real terms. They've killed Americans, they've damaged these symbols. What is it in symbolic terms?
Well, we're the great optimists, and the rest of the world, in a way, is tugging at us. And in a way, the relationship between success, which we represent economically and militarily, and failure is an unhappy relation. And consider as well that if someone like Osama bin Laden, let's say it's bin Laden and his freelancers who've done this, that Osama bin Laden could do this to American power and to American prestige, and that our president would have to go to some other, to some base somewhere in the heartland of the country because Washington, D.C. itself is dangerous. I think, there is a kind of a sense of glee and satisfaction that's derived in many, many societies and among many people who are poor, who are radicalized, who are resentful. And it is the fate of power to be envied, to be admired, and to be resented at the same time. This is our destiny. This is the American destiny today.
And in terms of terrorism, there is the tyranny of the weak.
Yes, of course. I mean, terrorism is the great equalizer. All our defense budget, all our great scientific power, all the systems we put in place, they were penetrated, as we know, by four, again, as to the extent that we can tell and to the extent we can read in advance, by four young people who actually were willing, as Bob Orr said, these systems were built on the premise that people don't want to die. If people want to die, these results can be obtained.
This now, President Bush, we are now told, is about to leave Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska to return to Washington, D.C. This is the second time today that they've said he'd be returning to Washington, D.C., so we shall see, but that is the unofficial word, as I get it, as we get it here at CBS, from Nebraska, that the president, having gone from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska, is now at least intending to return to Washington, D.C. David Martin, our national security correspondent, is ready to talk about what the U.S. is doing nationally and internationally as we speak. David?
Well, Dan, all these movements by the president are part of moving him around from alternate command post to alternate command post. All of this a precaution against the possibility that these attacks aren't over, that there will be additional attacks. And that's why, for instance, that the U.S. military has put all of its bases on the highest state of alert. And that is why the Pentagon has ordered aircraft carriers to New York City, amphibious ships to New York City, cruisers and destroyers to Washington. They'll be there to help in the cleanup, to serve as floating hospitals, but also to serve as air defense for these cities which have already been hit by air attack. We have a helicopter right overhead. I apologize if it's hard to hear me.
All right, David, go right ahead.
All of this is, the first order of business here is to protect yourself against further attack. The second order of business is to dig out from the last attack. And the third order of business is to find out who did it and do something about it. Obviously, we are not very far along the road of finding out who did it or in formulating a plan for retaliation. But no military officer I've spoken to today has any doubt that if a culprit can be identified, there will be a military retaliation. This is viewed quite simply as an act of war against the United States.
David Martin is our national security correspondent. I don't know of anybody in print or broadcast who has better sources among in the intelligence and defense communities. There have been conflicting reports. On the one hand, we've been told today by several people, including New York City Mayor Giuliani, and very recently, I think one of the senators said, look, we had no idea this was coming. On the other hand, there have been repeated reports in recent weeks, and I would say over, let's say, the last 6 weeks, that some terrorist somewhere was planning something because, among other things, a part of the U.S. fleet was put to sea in the Mediterranean. The Marines were withdrawn from an exercise in Jordan. And indeed, there were calls from officials in intelligence agencies, which I don't feel free to talk about the details, but to journalists even, saying, look, something is up, but if you know how we came by this information, please don't talk about it. Now, that's on the one hand. On the other hand, is contrasted with these reports today, well, we had no idea this was coming. Try to sort this out for our viewers.
Well, this is the constant problem you have of this noise level of threats all over the world of varying degrees of credibility, and you have to pay attention to all of them because, of course, the one you don't pay attention to could be the real threat. And so the U.S. for months now has been reacting to intelligence that it has picked up about the possibility of an attack here or an attack there. There was, according to the intelligence officials that we've talked to so far, no intelligence that indicated anybody was planning anything like a coordinated air attack against sites like the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. That does not mean, however, that when people go back over all the intelligence that's been collected for the past several months, they won't find little clues here and there, which if they had put them in the proper perspective at the time, might have been a tip-off to this attack. And I am sure one of the things that's going to happen as a result of today's attacks is a major increase in intelligence spending because, of course, everybody will want to know why the U.S. spends $25 billion a year on intelligence, yet cannot pick up what was obviously a well-coordinated and very large conspiracy to attack these installations.
Well, David Martin, no doubt a lot of viewers will be saying that's a pretty good question. Dateline New York City, from where we're broadcasting, there are reports now that 2 more buildings at the World Trade Center complex, 2 more buildings of the World Trade Center complex are burning and are in danger of collapsing now.
Tell them to come back.
The fire is said to be in buildings 7 and 5. Buildings 7 and 5 of the World Trade Center. This morning, Trade Center towers 1 and 2 were hit by airplanes and then collapsed. For those of you familiar with Lower Manhattan and the World Trade Center complex, a huge complex, there are a total, well, I should say there were a total of 7 buildings at the World Trade Center. 2 of those, the 2 towers, are gone, obliterated. Now, buildings 7 and 5 are said to be burning and in danger of collapsing. Mayor Giuliani referred to this a little earlier, in fact, quite a bit earlier in the day, but he did not identify the buildings. Now, for those of you who just may be joining us in progress, 2,100 people are known to have been injured in the collapse of the World Trade Center building. There are no figures available on how many people have been killed and other people wounded. The mayor of the city, Mayor Giuliani, has said that the loss of life will be, quote, in his words, tremendous, but we do not know. We don't really have any idea of the extent of loss of life, and it may be quite a while. Some people are still said to be trapped in the debris, and efforts have been made to find those people still alive and wounded in the debris of the World Trade Center. No figures available on the number of people killed and or wounded in the hijacked plane attack on the Pentagon. Now, Barbara Olson, wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, Ted Olson, is reported to have been on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. You may recall Ted Olson was prominent in the news as he helped President Bush in his secure the election effort in Florida, and is now Ted Olson was named Solicitor General of the United States as President Bush came into office. His wife, an attorney and a very well-known Washington personage, was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, we're told. She is said to have called her husband to say the plane was being hijacked. This is according to CBS News in Washington. No further information available on the fate, of course, of Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. David Martin has more at the Pentagon. David?
Dan, there has been one persistent rumor throughout the day that that fourth airliner which crashed in Pennsylvania was actually shot down by a U.S. military jet. And about a half an hour ago, a Pentagon spokesman categorically denied that, said it did not happen. So that's perhaps one rumor that we can put to rest.
David Martin at the Pentagon. Let me show you a view of the New York City skyline from just across the river, the Hudson River. This is the view from New Jersey. You know, many people go to New Jersey for a look at what was the magnificent skyline of New York City.
Yeah, well, not really.
And if you're over there today, this is what you see. This is on videotape, but this is a favorite view of Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, which had the tallest buildings in the World Trade Center, the Empire State Building being at more mid-Manhattan, if you will. One wants to pause, take a breath. What a day. What a time. Another day that will no doubt live in infamy, in history, and the story is still developing. Now, if you're at home saying, well, I'm hearing a lot, but I'm not getting a lot of facts, let me say to you that the facts are few. We don't know how many people have been killed in New York, or for that matter in Washington. Many more in New York than in Washington, and the nature of things being what they were. We don't know how many people have been injured. 2,100 was the last actual injury figure, and everybody said, you know, that's just the early figure. What we do know, we have reporters on the scene. New York hospitals in and out of the area around the World Trade Center have been inundated with casualties. Doctors, hour after hour, have been doing triage work. Triage meaning deciding who should be treated and who can afford to wait later. This is the live picture of Air Force One leaving Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. President Bush reportedly headed back to Washington. We've noted before, we note to you again that he was headed back to Washington earlier today when he left Florida, but we are told on advice of the Secret Service, among others, the decision was made to take him to Louisiana instead. From Louisiana, went to Nebraska. Now, as you see, as Air Force One heads east, the president is said to be headed back to the White House, as had been mentioned several times. In terms of symbolism, obviously it would be desirable to have the President of the United States in the White House and spend this night in the White House. But of course, national security and the President's security comes first. Bill Plant is at the White House. Bill?
Dan, actually, they won't let us near the White House just yet. We hope to get back there soon. There are a couple of ways the president could get back. He may be on that plane, and we think he is coming to Washington. He could also take one of the other many planes in the fleet. At this point, you can be certain that the Secret Service is doing all that it can to maintain maximum, if you will, flexibility so that nobody can be certain where the president is. You know, I was reminded earlier today, there is a couple of times a year an exercise at the White House which all White House staff members have to take part in. And it is an emergency evacuation exercise timed for a crisis such as the one that happened today. And in the past, and I've watched this over the years, some people take it lightly. And yet, when it happened, when something like today happens, the people were evacuated, the grounds were evacuated, and apparently the people who needed to go to the command bunker, the Situation Room beneath the White House, went there successfully. And now we expect that the president will want to spend, as you said, the night in the White House, because he doesn't want to look like he's in hiding. That's probably the last thing this administration or any other wants after an attack such as the one which happened today. And Dan, in the category of putting rumors to rest, let's just repeat that there was a rumor earlier today that there had been an aircraft which struck near the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland's mountains. That is categorically not true, we are told, and it may have been confusion with the airliner that went down in Pennsylvania. So we await the arrival of the president. We hope to get back to the White House ourselves so that we can watch the process of government and the process of getting to manage, getting their arms around this enormous tragedy. Let me just show you, if you would like, another late newspaper extra, this one from the Washington Post. The headline says, "Terror hits Pentagon and World Trade Center." Dan?
Bill Plant in our Washington bureau, not at the White House. Bill is one of the most experienced White House correspondents anywhere, but he's confined to the bureau for the moment. Now, to clear up this business about Camp David, and yes, we mentioned earlier in the morning what had been passed along to Jim Stewart from a high-ranking FBI official that was believed that a hijacked plane had crashed somewhere near the presidential retreat in Camp David, Maryland. If you look on your map, we're talking about a rather confined area of the Northeast when we talk about Washington, Maryland, Camp David, Pennsylvania. Now, to sort of straighten this out as best we can, apparently United Airlines Flight 93, bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco with 38 passengers and 7 crew. This plane was hijacked. And while it was in the process of being hijacked, the FBI, operating on evidence from the FAA, believed that the plane had gone down somewhere near Camp David. Instead, it apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. That's about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. So here's the deal on the aircraft. About 7:45 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, takes off. United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, takes off at 7:58. United Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco, all these West Coast bound flights. In fact, all of these West Coast bound flights, that took off about 8:01 a.m. American Flight 77 took off about 8:10 a.m. Dulles to Los Angeles was its schedule. Now, apparently American Flight 11 was the first to hit the World Trade Center. Then United Flight 175 was the second to hit the World Trade Center. And then that American Flight 77, this is a scene of that plane, the United Flight 175, hitting the World Trade Tower, the second to hit it. Then American Flight 77, the one from Dulles to Los Angeles, that plane hit near the Pentagon, and then the United Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania. And as Bill Plant just said, that this clears up the business about Camp David. Scratch Camp David off the list, that while it was widely believed and it was reported that a plane had crashed near Camp David, apparently that hijacked plane went down in western Pennsylvania. It's an understandable, under the circumstances, if sort of the geography got a little bit off on that report. Now, we have more pictures coming in from more places about what happened in lower Manhattan today. I want to show you a montage of pictures. In the backdrop of this, there are at least 2,100 people wounded. That was just the early count, 1,500 walking wounded. The wounded figure is bound to go up considerably as you look at the effects of the collapse of the World Trade Center. How many people are dead? No one knows. Both the mayor of New York and various police spokesmen have said we should brace for the possibility that many, many people are dead as a result of this. And frankly, it's hard to imagine that they aren't. Although, as we pointed out earlier, people inside the World Trade Center towers, many people kept their heads, and as soon as they realized something was wrong, began to get out. Heroic New York firemen and policemen and many other workaday heroic New Yorkers helped in getting people out of the building, leading people out of the building. And so many lives were saved, but unquestionably many were lost. You look at this debris. Mind you, heavy steel beams, heavy concrete, marble, as well as steel and iron crashing down from 110 stories up in a ball of fire and explosion. It will be a long time, many, many hours, if not indeed days, before any reasonable assessment of how many people were actually killed and wounded here in New York. Now, in the Pentagon, where there was one plane crashed into one section of the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., as we reported earlier, the Defense Department said there's some fatalities there. We know not how many, and some wounded, but nothing on the scale of the World Trade Center here. Let's go back to Bob Orr in our Washington Bureau. Bob?
Dan, there's one very interesting thing that we have just learned, and it's about the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. This may turn out to give investigators their best information as to who was behind these attacks and what their motive really was. This is very interesting. This plane took off, as we watch the pictures in New York, this plane took off at 8 o'clock, 8:01 to be precise, from Newark to San Francisco. But it didn't crash until 10:20. Now, this is a horrifying thing to think about if you know that that airplane was in the air more than 2 hours. The other thing is, just a short time ago, I got to take a look at the radar track of this particular airplane, and it's quite striking. As it takes off from Newark, it does exactly what you would think it would do. It heads west across Pennsylvania. It goes across northeastern Ohio. It gets all the way to Lake Erie, up off of Cleveland, when it suddenly does a U-turn and heads back towards the East Coast. Now, we don't know what led to the crash. We did hear from the Pentagon that there were rumors that the plane may have been shot down. Pentagon says that those are not true. There was no military intervention to bring any of the planes down. But the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field. Very important point here. That means the cockpit voice recorder on that plane should be readily recoverable. And that's important because the cockpit voice recorder will record the last 30 minutes of whatever was going on in the cockpit. So if the plane was commandeered, as we believe, if there were things like gunshots or screams or any kind of threats being made, that will tell investigators exactly what was going on. And I've been told by sources that it is a top priority tonight for U.S. investigators to retrieve that cockpit voice tape and try to unravel part of what happened today. Dan?
Bob Orr in our Washington Bureau. President Bush is said to be flying from Nebraska back to Washington, D.C. Whether or not he intends to actually spend the night in the White House is undetermined, unannounced. We'll keep you posted as time goes along. Sandra Hughes, our CBS News correspondent, is and has been for some time at Los Angeles International Airport at LAX. Sandra Hughes. Sandra?
Dan, we can't get back inside Los Angeles International Airport. It is being evacuated, and they've cordoned off an area, a pretty wide area around the airport. What we understand right now is that the FBI is inside right now, making sure everyone adheres to that evacuation order. Fire trucks, police cars, emergency vehicles have been flying by us with their sirens and their lights on heading into the airport. What we understand is a suspicious package was found near the international terminal, but officials say that it has been dealt with. A little while before that, another suspicious package found at a nearby power plant. It turned out to be nothing. But I think what this is saying, Dan, is that there's a heightened sense of alert here in Los Angeles. People are suspicious of things they see, and that's to be expected. Oddly enough, when I was inside the airport, some of the passengers I talked to who were not able to board their flight said that this was not going to have an impact on whether they fly again, that this was not going to give them a heightened sense of anxiety when they fly. But, Dan, even though we were not directly hit by these horrendous acts of terrorism here in California, with 4 of those flights en route to California, there are going to be many, many victims here, and the folks in this state are going to be dealing with it for a long time. Dan?
Sandra Hughes at LAX in Los Angeles. Our CBS News coverage is originating at our World News headquarters here in New York, but we have correspondents worldwide, and we've concentrated our coverage on Lower Manhattan, where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. I'm going to turn to Fuad Ajami. Before I do that, Fuad, Dateline Berlin, the United States put its forces on alert as governments worldwide held crisis meetings. Security has been tightened at embassies, airports, and public buildings and braced for more possible attacks. That a Dateline by Reuters out of Berlin. But Fuad Ajami, Johns Hopkins University, we talked, look, nobody knows. We will say another time, we can't say it too often, nobody knows who's responsible for these attacks. There have been accusations once again about Osama bin Laden. Nobody knows. But in terms of those states, which is by their deeds, not their words, deeds, have demonstrated that they are capable of aiding and abetting and hiding terrorists, let's tick them off.
Okay.
We're talking about actual states.
I think the states, I mean, you know, the famous remark, round up the usual suspects. The usual suspects, we've tended to look at Iran. Iran was involved in a trail of terror, but the Iranians have exited out of that industry a while ago. The Iraqis, I mean, we are always talking about Iraq, and the Bush administration came in talking even about unseating Saddam Hussein, that they didn't really want to live with Saddam Hussein like the Clinton administration, but they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. So is this again, is Iraq a state to worry about? I think in this case, if we really, the Taliban regime in Afghanistan must be really the one to worry about, and must be the one to, in many ways, focus on, because they are the ones who harbor Osama bin Laden and give him shelter and sanctuary. And the last time that we accused them of harboring bin Laden, they didn't really pay a terrible price for it. So obviously this is a very different question. But the states we're talking about, I mean, would the Syrians do it? Unlikely.
Libyans?
Well, the Libyans, you know, the last time we talked about the Libyans, you may recall, was like something like 15 years ago, that the Libyans were active in the world, and then they took time out after the attack on them by the Reagan administration in 1986. And after that, Gaddafi somehow dropped off the radar screen. So I'm not sure states would involve themselves in
North Korea?
That's an interesting question. And I think, again, I mean, I actually personally, just if I were to make a wild guess and just, I don't think we're really dealing with states. We're dealing with something beneath the level of states.
Some kind of worldwide terrorist network. And
yes.
That isn't to say that they pick up the phone and talk with each other every day, that you can connect the dots, but what would make something below state-sponsored terrorism very effective, maybe they get money from some state or what have you, but the less they say to one another,
yes,
the less they communicate, the more effective they can be.
Yes, absolutely.
Fuad Ajami. Now, in New York at the moment, the situations in most hospitals are beginning to stabilize somewhat. Hospitals in the immediate area of the World Trade Center were overwhelmed in the early going. It's fair to say that they're still overwhelmed, but the situation is beginning to stabilize somewhat. I want to say again that the American Red Cross has kept open in most sections of New York City, those stations where you can go to give blood, and there has been an anticipated shortage of blood. Blood supplies were already short, and on a nationwide basis, including New York. So just to note that if you're saying to yourself, what can I do? One of the things you can do is give blood, and the American Red Cross is one of those places you can contact to do that. This is a scene from outside St. Vincent's Hospital, an old hospital with a marvelous reputation in New York, and a great reputation particularly for dealing with emergency situations. But of course, no one has ever seen an emergency situation to match this one. And as you watch these photographs of the effort to help the wounded, let us say that according to the Associated Press, the United States government suspects Osama bin Laden in terrorist attacks, and the Associated Press quotes 2 U.S. officials. They don't say at what level those officials were. However, this is just more of what we've had during the day. And again, we come back to, and it's not to make light of any situation, anytime there's been a terrorist situation in the last at least 5 years, Osama bin Laden's name gets mentioned. And there's a whole other argument about whether we have elevated bin Laden to icon status through much of the Muslim world. And keep in mind, the Muslim world, quote unquote, as it's called, stretches from the outermost reaches of Indonesia all the way through Africa and on into the United States. We have a fast-growing population, Muslim population in this country. Let me pause again and say that there's been a lot of stereotyping of people of Islamic religion in this country, and it's something that, as a free people, we say to ourselves, we want to generalize about people, and nobody wants a mother in Omaha who is of Islamic religion worried about her kids going to school tomorrow. And that's very, very important for us to note as we go through yet another time when U.S. officials are talking about Osama bin Laden, an expatriate of Saudi Arabia who seeks to overthrow the government of Saudi Arabia, among others. When you go through that sort of talk, inevitably, if unthinking people may go to stereotyping some of our fellow Americans who are just as loyal to the country, find themselves just as abhorrent of violence as any of the rest of us. Now, President Bush is said to be on his way back to Washington after earlier diverting himself to first Shreveport, Louisiana, and then to Nebraska. In from the White House, President Bush is to address the nation tonight. No time has yet been set, and from where he will be addressing the nation, no one is saying, other than to say the president is headed back to Washington, D.C. That is not to say firmly, finally, and officially he's going to be in the White House, although we know that during the day that there's been a real effort by the president and those around him to get the president back to the White House for the symbolism of that. Now, in terms of the wounded at the Defense Department, we've had a number of calls, people saying, well, you haven't said how many people were killed or hurt at the Pentagon. We haven't said so because we do not know how many people have been hurt or wounded there. We'll get David Martin to bring us up to date on the best available information about that just as we go past this next hour. Now, it's been our practice all day. When we cross the top of the hour or cross a half-hour mark, we try to bring you up to date. This is part of our rolling and continuing coverage. We are aware that many people are coming home from work, many people coming to this television set for the first time in the day and saying, well, I'm not quite sure what's happened. So at the top of each hour and at the half-hour mark, generally speaking, we try then to bring you up to date on all the information we have. Now, you are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
This is a special report from WVLT, Volunteer TV News.
And then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves.
A terrorist attack on American soil of epic proportions. The World Trade Center towers in New York are in rubble. The Pentagon outside Washington, D.C. is severely damaged.
And this hour, it's too difficult to calculate the lives we've lost. I'm Liz Tadone.
And I'm Alan Williams. We're breaking away from CBS Evening News, and we'll go back to them for a portion. We want to update you on some local perspectives of today as well. In East Jerusalem, Palestinians took to the streets and celebrated today as they heard news that the U.S. was the victim of an apparent terrorist attack.
The World Trade Center towers both collapsed this morning after two hijacked airplanes crashed into them. Also, the Pentagon has been hit by another aircraft. And we're going to continue our team coverage with Gretchen Carlson in New York.
It's being called another Pearl Harbor. Two hijacked commercial airliners deliberately flown into New York's World Trade Center towers.
I basically got on all fours and I just crawled to the door, hoping that I was crawling the right way.
The well-coordinated terrorist attack left gaping holes in the skyscrapers and both towers in flames. Thousands are injured and a still untold number of people are dead. Just a short while after the planes hit, both towers crumbled.
We're watching the people fall from the building, and then you just saw the whole side of the World Trade Center just fall right off, and it caught a couple of us, and we just made a mad dash all the way down here.
Hundreds of bystanders on the streets of Lower Manhattan were covered in soot, many in a state of panic as they unexpectedly witnessed the worst terrorist attack in the history of this country.
It's war. It's declared war, and we need to now pull together as a nation.
The people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us.
FBI officials confirm 4 commercial flights were hijacked this morning, with 2 of the planes being flown directly into the World Trade Center target.
50,000 people work in the World Trade Center buildings, but it's impossible to know how many of those people may have been inside when the attack happened, or how many total people are dead. Gretchen Carlson, CBS News, New York.
And now we're going to go to Terry Okita, who is in Washington. Okay, apparently we're going to continue with our coverage back home.
Well, back home, a major concern for East Tennessee is the nuclear weapons plant in Oak Ridge.
And WVLT Volunteer TV's Bob Yarbrough continues our team coverage from there. Bob?
Liz Allen, using the words of the Department of Energy, only the critical and essential lab employees are required to be on the grounds this afternoon. Once this situation began unfolding in New York City this morning, workers at ORNL say a sense of anxiety swept across the grounds. Just before noon, the workday was called off.
All non-essential lab employees are excused to go home and be with their families.
The announcement is concise. Its message is to the point.
We've put the lab on a heightened state of alert, upgraded our security throughout the lab, and as you just heard, we have told all employees today that since this is such an extraordinary national tragedy, it would be appropriate today to go home and be with their families.
While filing through these gates, workers at Oak Ridge National Lab tried to put the day's events and their emotions into words.
Well, we're all pretty nervous, and it's just real upsetting. I feel sorry for the people that are going through this.
This is probably the worst day we've ever had in our country since Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I'm real nervous. I think I'm going to go get my little girl at school.
And even though the real sounds of destruction are thousands of miles away, there are quiet concerns for this facility and assurances that safety precautions have been in place for decades.
If you are familiar with the history of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, it was built where it is because of this concern. Y-12 and the lab were put in different valleys in Oak Ridge so as to better protect them from potential air attack. Now that's 50 years old and this is a different situation, but those concerns were present 60 years ago.
Now, the Oak Ridge National Laboratory is just a portion of the Department of Energy's facilities here in Oak Ridge. Y-12, just a few miles away, concern there has been very high as well. Lori Paranjape joins us now with more on that. Lori.
Absolutely, Bob. Just the same as it was here at ORNL, just a few miles up the road at Y-12. Employees started to leave their facility just after noon. Now, Y-12, of course, is the weapons facility here in Oak Ridge, and that facility was patrolled by armed guards. The only traffic was outbound. All other cars, except for what DOE terms essential employees, were turned around. The question of Oak Ridge as a target for terrorist attack is not, as one DOE spokesperson said, would speak to. He said he did tell us, however, about security on the Department of Energy property here in Oak Ridge. Oak Ridge School.
Yes, there have been plans in Oak Ridge for a very long time. I can't tell exactly how many years, but a joint plan between the school system and the DOE plants that calls for evacuation procedures, how that would occur, how we would be notified, and where we would go upon notification.
Now that, not Stephen White with the Department of Energy, but the principal at Oak Ridge High School speaking to a very important issue of much concern to the people of Oak Ridge, which was the school system. Now school stayed in session, students stayed in class. Our understanding, watching the networks to keep involved in this, and as the principal said, to watch this very important civics lesson unfold before then. The Department of Energy, as you said, Bob, they've been prepared for this for some time. They will not speak about concerns of terrorist attack, but say they are very well secured and prepared in the event of such thing happening here.
And of course, there are some shifts that are to report in on a normal basis later tonight. DOE is still working to make a decision about those people as well.
Absolutely. The 3 o'clock or so shift, essential employees only. There will be another shift going in around midnight, and we're told that, again, that is essential employees unless otherwise notified by the Department of Energy, and we would then pass on that information to you.
And of course, on another local basis, we're told the authorities here at DOE have been in touch with the governor's office in Nashville as well as the FBI, keeping abreast of the very latest information.
And we will continue to stay in close contact with the Department of Energy, who has contacts in Washington and, of course, all over the country, and bring the very latest to you. With Bob Yarbrough, Lori Paranjape reporting live in Oak Ridge, WVLT Volunteer TV News. Liz and Alan.
Thanks, guys. I have one question for you, and either one of you can answer this. The letting them go home today. What about tomorrow? Is this just going to be for today, or is tomorrow going to be fine?
Alan, we are waiting to hear back from the Department of Energy. Stephen Wyatt, the spokesperson here in Oak Ridge for the Department of Energy, he said he will keep us abreast of any new information. At this point, essential employees only. I believe they are waiting for more information to develop throughout the afternoon and tonight, and they will release that information to us, and we will then pass all of that along.
Earlier today, Alan, just to address that same question, we got here probably about 11:30, and they were discussing then whether or not to let the employees go home. They did finally make the decision to do that just before noon, and at that time, they stated it was only for today, that all the employees would be required to come back tomorrow. As Lori mentioned, though, they probably have taken that into consideration, have not come up with a final answer just yet, and expect to do so, we assume, sometime later on this evening.
By our scenario, I would imagine. Guys, thank you.
Well, what does all of this imply for Oak Ridge in East Tennessee?
WVLT volunteer TV journalist and military analyst, retired Lieutenant Colonel Art Powell, is live at McGee-Tyson Airport this afternoon. And Art, you've been a part of the Tennessee National Guard for years. Tell me a little bit about, we didn't think that planes would hit the Trade Center, but what about Oak Ridge, and how quickly would we be able to respond?
Well, the answer to that, very simply, Alan, is that what happened today proves that anything can happen anywhere at any time. As far as the threat to Oak Ridge goes, there's no particular military flying unit that's charged with protecting the government facilities in Oak Ridge. Should there be some kind of air threat, there are fighter aircraft, F-15s in Atlanta, there are F-16s in Charleston, South Carolina, and others in the southeast that could be here very quickly. So the cruel lesson learned today, the unthinkable could happen at any place at any time.
Frame we talking about here as far as protection?
I'm sorry?
What kind of time frame are we talking about in terms of being prepared that Oak Ridge would be informed about this and they could get somebody to handle this situation?
Well, it all depends on the given situation. Generally, some military aircraft could be generated, as they're called, or made ready for a mission fairly quickly. But again, if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it could be an entirely different story. So there's no guarantee that military assets could be brought to bear against a threat coming into Oak Ridge.
You mentioned that aircraft would perhaps come from other cities to protect us. Do we know if there's anybody staged right here now on alert status?
There's none that I know of here. It's interesting, today about midday, I was at McGee-Tyson Air National Guard Base, and a KC-135 tanker took off. Now, this happened when the entire American air transportation system had been shut down following the attacks in Washington and New York City. But this tanker took off, and it plays to the fact that there were reports that F-15s and F-16s were flying what's called combat air patrols over Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, and New York City. Should there be other suicide bombs flying in? Now, perhaps the aircraft here took off to go provide air refueling for those F-15s and F-16s that were flying up and down the East Coast today, basically protecting America.
All right. Art Powell, live from McGee-Tyson.
I've got one more thing here, if I could. Dave Conklin with the Airport Authority is here, and today a number of flights came in here that could not go on any further. Dave, how many passengers did you have find themselves ending up here today, and what's their status now?
We think there are somewhere around 1,100 passengers that came off those 12 flights that landed, and the aircraft are, of course, still here. And as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, they had all been accommodated in local hotels. Some had rented cars and driven on, and some had been accommodated by the airlines on buses.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave Conklin. Okay, Liz and Alan, back to you.
All right, Art Powell reporting. Thank you.
And with heightened security throughout the country, we headed out to the Air National Guard Base.
And that's where we caught up with Lieutenant Colonel Don Johnson from the Air National Guard.
Well, we've increased our security posture. What we've done is we've gone to Force Protection Condition Delta, which is our highest defensive posture, and basically right now we're in that situation.
We'll keep you updated.
Well, as we've said earlier and before, the FAA has closed all airports nationwide, the first time they've ever done this.
Yes, and in continuing our team coverage tonight, WVLT Volunteer TV's Rudy Cook shows us how this could leave you stranded. Rudy?
Well, the airport authorities telling us they have not been in a state of readiness like this since Desert Storm, perhaps not even then. Workers just a little while ago were installing these barricades, and they told us they've never had these here. And they might not look like much, they're plastic, but once they fill these with water, they're going to keep the cars out, and that's exactly what they're trying to do, keep people away from the airport. They're taking every precaution necessary. Earlier today for passengers, a horrific day for travelers. Passengers at McGee-Tyson get the news. Flights are canceled. Nobody goes in or out via airplane. These passengers on their way to Chicago when the call comes from the captain. There has been a terrorist attack. We're landing in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I was just heartsick, terrified myself. A very, very sad feeling in my soul.
All the people that want to go to Indianapolis.
And like so many people here today, they are stranded. No luggage and no place to go.
Just kind of sit back, be fortunate you're alive, and, you know, be sad for the unfortunate people.
As police barricade the airport, passengers change plans and reflect on what's happened.
I'm worried. I'm not worried for my safety, but I'm worried for my country.
And an airline flight attendant on her way back to New York City worries about coworkers.
All those flight attendants and pilots did a great job, and now this is what they have.
What are you going to do now? Waiting?
I'm getting out of this airport. I don't feel safe even in an airport.
Flights are expected to resume here at McGee-Tyson tomorrow at noon. Don't expect to just come in here, park as you normally would. This has all been shut down. Get here early, taking extra precautions to allow yourself plenty of time. Another thing the airport's telling us, they've been flooded with calls from people out there, good people offering to provide services to the airport, to bring things to passengers and whatnot. But they have been able to put everybody up on hotels, so there are not stranded passengers inside the airport at this time. Thank everybody out there for wanting to help, but everything's okay at this point.
Yeah, needless to say, security should be absolutely incredible the next time they open that up.
That's right.
Certainly.
All right.
All right, Rudy Cook's reporting. Thanks.
We understand today's tragic accident is affecting more than the airways.
AAA's Robert Quinn joins us from the newsroom. Thanks for being with us. What does this mean for travel now, at least for the next couple of days across the country?
Well, certainly for the next couple of days, there's a lot of chaos going on. People are not sure, even the airlines are not sure exactly how they're going to respond to this. I've talked to several of them, and they're giving me different stories, and it's changing minute to minute. They're working to try to get people taken care of and accommodated. Just all sorts of crazy stuff.
Let's in on the procedures. What does this mean tomorrow when travel could be reinstated? Okay, you've been bumped today. Flights are booked tomorrow for those who've already booked them. Who's got priority here, and how does that run?
At this point right now, the people who have tickets that are ticketed for tomorrow are going to have the priority. They are trying to reaccommodate the other passengers as quickly as they can onto standby status, or they're rebooking. Most airlines are allowing to be reticketed without any sort of penalty for the next 30 days or for travel within the next 30 days. But basically, the person that has a ticket for tomorrow is going to have the priority. The person that has a ticket for today is going to need to stand by. Just show a lot of patience.
What is happening with gas prices? We understand they're going up now.
There have been a lot of unsubstantiated rumors flying about. At this point, we have not had any confirmed reports that gas prices really have gone up. The oil companies are asking the local distributors to show restraint. There were a few pipelines that were shut down, and that put a crunch on things. But for the most part, people just need to kind of relax and realize it's an extraordinary situation going on right here, right now, and do what we can.
Okay. Robert Quinn from AAA, thank you very much.
And we understand the gas stations and the interstates are packed today.
Our eye in the sky, Pete Michaels, joins us. Pete, before getting to the roads here, you've heard from the FAA today, haven't you?
Off of the line with the FAA just a few minutes ago, and again, they confirm what you've had on the air. It's at least until noon tomorrow. Now, because of our operations and our ties with local law enforcement and emergency crews, we were able to apply for and probably get that exemption, but I saw no need in doing that at this point. But if need be, we will get that and use that from the air. But I can tell you right now on the ground, this pales in comparison to what's going on nationally. But it had a big, huge wreck on the interstate at Campbell Station Road 2 hours ago. Still backed up for miles, but it is looking better. But anybody on the interstate or heading that way is still going to be delayed. And again, looking at Hill Avenue, they've got that shut down till 6. Many of those streets downtown around government agencies are shut down. Volunteer TV, Skywatch, this is Pete Michaels.
All right, Pete, thank you. Well, earlier this morning, Bob Brunner talked to a former employee now working in New York, Charles Winters.
And here's some of that telephone interview.
We're on the phone with former WVLT reporter Charles Winters, who is now working in New York and who actually witnessed what happened. Start from the beginning, Charles. You were working in the Empire State Building. You heard that a plane had crashed into the World Trade Center, and then you went to look?
we were at work and we heard that a plane had hit the World Trade Center, and we walked into the office that the World Trade Center was visible from at that point. Now, keep in mind we're on the 65th level of the Empire State Building, so you can pretty much see the whole city. At that point, we walked in to see what was going on, and the first plane had already hit the building. Out of nowhere, another plane appeared and hit into the other tower and basically disintegrated into the air, is what it appeared to be to your eyes.
Then they evacuated you all onto the street?
That's correct. At first, the president of our company told us to leave. As we were going down, they were evacuating the rest of the building, and we all went into the streets where we dumped out onto Fifth Avenue, which is a straight shot down to down to the World Trade Centers, where you could see everything that was going on.
Then what did you see?
Well, when we got to the streets, it was like a scene from a movie is the best way to describe it. People were decked behind their cars, people were crying, others were in the windows of stores trying to see the television to find out what was going on. Some tourists were snapping pictures, but for the most part, it seemed that the people who lived in the city were trying to get out of that area and go home. A very emotional sight, to say the least.
And you actually then watched the towers collapse?
Yes. After we had stood there for a while, the police really didn't want a lot of movement going on for some reason, and so we kind of had to stay in that area. And then the first collapsed, which was probably the most emotional scene that I witnessed down there. People hit the ground, literally. It was very dramatic. People were crying. I'm sure a lot of people could sympathize with their families or even knew someone that was working in the building. You saw a lot of people on the street screaming, "My friend works there," or "My family member works there," and they were literally crying. And some people, like I said, hit the ground. Very dramatic scene.
And then the second tower collapsed.
Which even sparked it even more. The time between the two was so great that a lot of people had moved around within that block. Like I said, they were keeping us within the block, and so people were kind of starting to recover from the first collapse, and then the second one, again, sparked the emotion. People, when something like this happens, of course, you don't know how to react, and, it's very scary. So people were, for the most part, scared, and I'm sure sad for those who were down there and involved.
Reflect for just a moment. What's your state of mind now?
So I'm still shaking, I would say. I'm now back uptown a little farther, and it's not quite as emotional or scary. People don't know how to react. It's when the police are telling us all that we're on terrorist lockdown. Most people don't know what that means. It's very scary. Most people are in the streets, whether they be walking towards that or walking away. I guess they're evacuating most of the buildings, and most people are in the streets.
Charles Winters, thank you so much for sharing with us what must be the most emotional moment of your life.
Yes, definitely.
Couldn't imagine to be in a situation like that.
Fortunately, he is safe. And you're holding not to make light of this, you're holding a piece of history here.
Most of us woke up, we all woke up to a different headline this paper in the Knoxville News Sentinel. Well, this is the headline that came out later today, the first time that they have put an extra edition out since the paper changed from
night to morning.
Exactly, in 1986.
Yeah.
And so this is it, and on the back it shows this. So they were quick to get this out today, the News Sentinel. So.
Okay, as we mentioned a little earlier, the Pentagon was also severely damaged in today's round of attacks.
And we caught Congressman John Duncan on the phone just before he was evacuated from the Rayburn building, which is next to the Capitol building.
This is absolutely the craziest thing. This is one of the worst situations that I've seen in my entire life. We've known for some time, the top leadership has, that the thing we're most vulnerable to is terrorism, and now we're seeing that in a very vivid, real, unfortunate, terrible way. I'm really shaken up by all of this that's happening, as I suppose everybody all over the country is.
Okay. All right.
Of course, that was Congressman Jimmy Duncan in Washington earlier today. Well, as soon as the World Trade Centers were devastated, the shockwaves were felt in Knoxville as well. It is safe to say all cities are on a heightened state of alert.
And WVLT Volunteer TV's Ron Sproul is in downtown area where there have been several closures of some buildings. Ron.
Be aware, because Knoxville's small, but it could happen. I mean, they probably didn't think it was going to happen to them, but it's happened.
Gina Hyatt works in the Supreme Court building across the street from the John Duncan Federal Building. She, along with dozens of other downtown workers, believe today's events shocked the conscience of the city.
We are looking at primary target sites that we feel like have elevated risk.
Soon after the attacks in New York and Washington, the city's Emergency Operations Center was activated. The General Services Administration, which handles all federal buildings, went into high alert. U.S. District Court closed its gates. Federal marshals stood steadfast. Knoxville police officers on every corner. Even the police department was closed to the public and no deliveries.
We've activated all of our specialized teams, our explosive ordnance teams, our SWAT team. Our explosive teams will be made available to the federal agencies to respond.
For many of us, the fear of terrorist attack in our community was felt for the first time, and it will be remembered for a long time.
That was Ron Sproul reporting. And Ron says government agencies expect to be open and operating tomorrow.
And there are so many questions left unanswered in our region this evening, and Knoxville's television stations kind of banding together to try to get you those answers.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, we will broadcast live a community forum with Mayor Victor Ashe, Police Chief Phil Keith, County Schools Chief Dr. Charles Lindsay, County Executive Tommy Shumpert, and representatives of the State Police, FBI, and Oak Ridge National Lab to update you on various areas of concern. This public service event will be broadcast live right here at 7 o'clock on WVLT Volunteer TV. Well, there's just no way to prepare any community for what is happening today, but many people are trained to jump into action when this happens.
And WVLT Volunteer TV's Jane Joseph joins us now. And Jane, how do you professionals prepare for mass casualties that you just don't know are going to happen, that you never predict that this is going to happen in our country?
Absolutely. Well, it's just like Liz said. I mean, how do you prepare for that since our country has never experienced anything even close to what happened today? Many of us are learning together how to handle such mass destruction and injury. The world watched in shock as explosions and mayhem occur on American soil. Many who work here in East Tennessee and are trained in disaster service had several thoughts as to what was going on with their counterparts in New York and Washington, D.C.
With those two towers coming down and the area that the debris is going to cover, you also have to think about what other structures have the potential now for collapse. It is, it's very possible that more of those buildings that were around the World Trade Center may also come down from just the impact from the collapse itself.
Fred Berry is with the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team. He's also chairman of our local emergency preparedness committee.
The dead folks are taken care of after all of the injured are taken care of. So the main thrust of this whole operation right now is going to be taking care of the injured.
Jim Kundle is with our Regional Blood Center medic.
We're starting to get a lot of response from people who just feel like we got to do something. We can't just sit home.
Medic had to set up their mobile units outside of their office on Aylor Avenue to handle the hundreds of folks who aren't trained professionally to help the injured, but wanted to do something.
I was just watching the news and I saw, there was a lot of injuries and everything, and I've given blood numerous times through medic, so I got a lot of my sorority sisters and we came down here together.
Actually, I was at home when I heard about it this morning, and I also heard that what we can do is donate blood, so I decided to come out and donate some blood today at Medic.
Now, Medic is part of a cooperative of blood banks, but is not affiliated with the National Red Cross. There's no way to guarantee blood donations given here will actually go to help the disaster victims, but will certainly be used to help someone in need. And Medic is located on 17th Street in Aylor, right there on the corner. Over 500 people showed up today. Another area of interest is our Lifestar. Of course, FAA has said absolutely no flying.
Right.
In case of an emergency here in our community, on a case-by-case basis, Lifestar can fly, but they do need FAA approval to do so. So it's pretty serious out there today.
We are such a giving people out there, donating blood. They don't even know who these people are, but willing to do that.
Right, and they're open tonight as long as somebody's standing there at the building wanting to donate.
All right, Jane, thank you.
And we understand another building at the World Trade Center this hour has collapsed. This is number 7 building. It's not the landmark that the Twin Towers are that you saw earlier today.
Yeah, it was evacuated after this morning's plane attacks that brought down the towers and has been burning since then.
Well, early reports indicate at least 10,000 people are dead in New York City alone. It's the deadliest terrorist attack on U.S. soil ever, and today many are comparing this to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Then close to 2,400 people were killed and around 1,200 injured in the December 1941 attack.
Governor Don Sundquist says he is deeply shocked and saddened by what happened today.
And he also says Tennessee's emergency plan is activated. The governor is asking anyone with information regarding threats or potential threats to call the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Again, the number 1-800-TBI-FIND. Well, Tennesseans are stunned over the attack, a disaster that's just impossible to imagine.
And WVLT Volunteer TV's Lee Doolittle is looking into how such events affect us psychologically and joins us from our newsroom. Lee, what have you learned?
Knoxville's clinical psychologist Dr. Richard Driscoll today. He says that people go through stages after hearing of a catastrophe like the horrific one that we've experienced today. He says that we experience it not only emotionally but physically.
It wears you out. You don't know what to do. If we had something to do, we'd be doing it. But we don't. We don't have anything to do right now. And so we've just got to tough it out. And one response is to shut down a little bit.
And coming up a little bit later, we'll talk about how this affects us a little bit more. And
this afternoon that in June, a U.S. judge had set tomorrow as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the '98 bombing of that U.S. embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. The sentencing had been set for the federal courthouse near the World Trade Center, but the sentencing had been postponed some time ago without being rescheduled. Has anybody commented on the fact that the sentencing was scheduled for tomorrow?
Well, it is the sentencing. There are other facts. There is a case in Los Angeles right now involving a bin Laden associate who had been involved in allegedly masterminding one of the Millennium bombing plots that was foiled, and there have been intelligence successes. There was also a threat during that millennial period that bin Laden was involved in trying to organize attacks on 3 tourist locations in Jordan that are frequented by Americans, and an attack that was planned, according to the FBI, on a U.S. destroyer in the area of Yemen, all foiled around the time of the millennium. But as you well know, Katie, only 6 months later, terrorists did ram the USS Cole in October of last year, killing 17 U.S. sailors. And afterwards, recently in June, bin Laden, on a home video, a training video, a remarkable piece of tape, took credit for killing sailors. And
good evening, I'm Ted Hall.
And I'm Robin Wilhoit. We are interrupting network coverage of today's tragic terrorist events to bring you an update on the situation right here in East Tennessee.
And we're going to keep national coverage on part of your screen. We will go to them full if the need arises.
Well, with the mass devastation, it's not much of a surprise to find a connection to East Tennessee and today's tragedy.
Just a few moments ago, I spoke with a Knoxville native. His name is Darren Vandergriff, a graduate of South Doyle High School. He's now in the NYPD. He's a New York City police officer, and he's just blocks away from the devastation.
You're standing above Canal Street. If you're looking down towards the World Trade Center, they're gone. I mean, and that's, you know, it's something that you see every day, and it's not there. All you see is just smoke. It's horrible.
Has the thought hit you that once you get the clearance, go into the scene to try to find people, how many people could be there?
You hate to even think about that. I'm sure it's got to be thousands.
Darren, do you feel like right now it's kind of a bad time to be a New York City police officer?
No, I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. It's a bad time for all of America. Right?
Oddly enough, it's not safe enough near the devastation to try to save people who need it. Darren has been told, along with other police officers, don't even think about going home for quite some time.
Let's go now to Action 10's Mark Stewart. He's been at Knoxville's McGee Tyson Airport all day long. He joins us there with the very latest. Mark.
Indeed, Robin, the day's events have put air travelers in limbo for the very latest. We are joined by Dave Conklin from the Airport Authority. And Dave, any better indication when air travel will resume once again?
At this point, we're still informed it'll be noon tomorrow before any flights do take off, any commercial flights in the U.S.
And people who have tickets or planning on traveling, you are telling them what tonight?
I would say once the system resumes, that does not mean that your flight will go as scheduled. So I would suggest everyone check with the airlines to make certain that their particular flight will be running on schedule once things resume.
We have some pictures from inside the airport earlier today, some pretty large aircraft here. Have people been accommodated who have been stranded?
By 4 o'clock this afternoon, we had the last passenger out of the terminal. The airlines worked very closely with us, and a lot of cooperation among the airlines, getting folks to local motels around the airport. Some were bused to their final destination, others elected to take callers, but everyone has been taken care of.
And finally, people who are heading out here tomorrow, what should they know about parking and all the other logistics?
Obviously, security is heightened. I would suggest using the parking garage and walk from there into the terminal.
Dave Conklin, thank you very much. Again, Robin and Ted, operations on hold until 12 noon tomorrow at the earliest. Also not a bad idea to check on some of the airline websites as well as the airport's website at tys.org. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you.
Action 10's Nicole Henrich is downtown. Earlier today, evacuations occurred in downtown Knoxville. Nicole, what's the situation now?
That's right. Right now, everything's locked tight at the Howard Baker U.S. Courthouse. Earlier today, at about 11 o'clock, all non-essential employees were evacuated from the building. There was some kind of threat, but they can't confirm what kind. They said it was not a bomb threat. U.S. Marshal Service would not confirm that it was a bomb threat. So the non-essential employees were let go, and there was a high alert. There was a high security presence here, security officials at every gate. Now, just down the block at the Duncan Federal Building, that building stayed open until about 1 o'clock when the General Services Administration decided to go ahead and close all 162 federal buildings in the Southeast to the public. That building has the Social Security Office, the IRS. And we talked to an IRS employee earlier today who decided to go ahead and leave early this morning. She was not alone. She said at about 11 o'clock there was only 1 or 2 employees left of the 15 or 20 in the office. They just didn't feel comfortable being in a federal building, especially after the Pentagon was hit. They said that was really what tipped the scale for most of them. Otherwise, the investigative services that are there, the FBI, the ATF, the Secret Service, continued on in the building, at least until it closed, and are probably still there right now. Anyway, so heightened alert, high security. Things are locked down here real tight, although you don't have the visual presence of the security guards there anymore. Ironically, the post office, which sits right smack dab in the middle of them, stayed open all day long. So they felt actually pretty good. So at least that's good news. But it's pretty quiet here. I've never seen traffic dissipate in downtown Knoxville quite so quickly. So I have a feeling a few people left early today.
This is definitely, Nicole, a very different day than we're used to here in this nation of ours. Now, we will join NBC's national coverage in just a few moments, but first we are talking about the effect of today's blasts here in East Tennessee.
That's right. In response to this morning's terrorist attacks, TVA has issued a statement. It says, due to today's tragedy, TVA is on a heightened state of security for all of its facilities. We have taken additional security steps to protect nuclear plants, all other facilities, employees, and the public. We have also activated emergency operations centers. That from TVA, a statement they did release today. Now, officials at the Y-12 complex in Oak Ridge are also taking precautions during this time of uncertainty.
Action 10's Teresa Woodard has spent the whole day in Oak Ridge. She joins us now from just outside the complex with the latest there. Teresa?
For the most part, all of the DOE facilities here in Oak Ridge have been evacuated. Workers, except for essential employees, all sent home a little after noon today. But here's an interesting point to tell you about. We arrived at the Federal Building in Oak Ridge, which is across the city from where we are right now. We arrived there a little before noon, and as soon as we got out of our news car in order to interview someone, we were herded back into our news car right away, and a security officer told us we had to go to the other side of the building. Obviously, they wanted to keep a closer eye on us, but we want you to take a look at some of the security measures that are in place here. There are guards out here armed with extremely large guns, and they are keeping a tight rein on everyone. Since before noon today, no one has been allowed in except, as we said, essential employees. They shut down the campuses here and sent employees home basically because the spokesperson says it's the smart thing to do. More than 13,000 people work at these facilities, and they realize they have to protect these people and the public. Now, workers admit, many of them admit at least, they were nervous. They realized that this is a potential target for terrorism. The police presence, however, is obvious, and they want the public here to know they are protected. Tomorrow, everything will be back to normal. Tonight, only essential employees are asked to report. However, tomorrow, the complexes here will be open. But as we told you about half an hour ago, security measures will be even tighter than normal. Badges will be checked, and some parking areas will be closed. And so it may take a little bit longer than normal for some of these employees to get to work tomorrow. Ted and Robin.
Teresa, thank you.
Well, a lot of students at UT never made it to class today, and the ones who did could not keep their eyes off a TV set. Classes were not canceled at the university, but most students spent their day like this. There were large numbers of students watching television sets at the Student Center and other buildings across campus, all trying to see how today's events unfolded. There were also students outside listening from car radios.
Today's tragedy has many people seeking comfort. Many remember their religion in times like this. Knoxville Catholic High School students ended their day with a special prayer service at school. They prayed for government leaders, rescue personnel, survivors, and victims. Many churches around East Tennessee are holding special services this evening. We do have a complete list at WBIR.com.
The American Red Cross is in the process of mobilizing volunteers to head to Washington, D.C. to aid in rescue efforts there. As of right now, 10 volunteers from Tennessee are scheduled to go. 2 of those people from Knoxville. They will be headed by car to the nation's capital within the next half hour. Well, obviously, this chain of events is hitting home for everyone. If you are looking for some help to cope with your emotions, we've brought in counselors to the studio, and you can reach them by calling the number that's on your screen right now. That number, 656-1000. Again, 656-1000.
We're going to return to NBC and their national coverage. We'll be back here at 6 o'clock with the latest local developments.
A section of the Pentagon, and it seems luckily no building was hit outside Pittsburgh, but talk for a second, if you will, about the emotional target that they managed to strike this day.
Matt, everything that they did brought the war home to the United States. They struck deliberately at our financial center. They struck deliberately at our transportation network. They struck deliberately at the military apparatus of the United States. And much more critically, what they took on was the power, the prestige, and the might of the United States. So, among other things, this is going to require a response that is totally out of proportion to anything that we've seen in the counterterrorist war to this point.
Ken Allard. Ken, thanks very much.
Pleasure, Matt.
Katie?
Matt, as you well know, scores of New York hospitals and hospitals in the New York area have been mobilized to deal with the thousands of people who were injured and critically injured, some even killed in the blast. Bob Bazell spent most of the day at St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan. Bob, what can you tell us? Do you have any clear numbers at this point in time, or is that still impossible to say?
It's very difficult to say, Katie, but what's kind of frightening right now is that the numbers are fairly low, and low is a relative term in this context. But right now we know of about 1,000 casualties in all the New York area hospitals that have been taking them in. The one where I was, St. Vincent's Hospital, had us about 250. As you can see from that picture, some of them are horribly burned and mangled in other ways. In addition to the burn injuries, the hospitals have been receiving concussion injuries from people who were hit by falling stone and broken glass. But the numbers are low because probably most of the victims are still buried in the rubble, and the rescuers can't get to it because of the intense flames that we've been seeing all day. In addition to that, about 1 in 5 of the people who were brought in seriously injured or dead were either firefighters, policemen, or EMS workers. So an enormous number of the people who were injured today were rescue workers because of this timing between the crash into an explosion in the first World Trade Center tower and the second one. A lot of people were going in to put out that emergency, and then the second building exploded, and then there were the collapse. So we were seeing a lot of heroic firefighters and police and emergency service workers who were injured as well. In addition to this injury story, Katie, today has been a day, of course, like none other in New York. All day long, people were embracing each other on the street, strangers crying, people hysterically looking for their children. New York City schools kept the children all day long, but everybody wanted to know where their children were. The subway stopped running. People had relatives inside those buildings. Of course, enormous numbers of people worked in the World Trade Center. There was one nurse at St. Vincent's Hospital where I was who was on an email with her husband who was in the standing tower. He was assuring her he was okay. The email went blank. She looked out the window and the building collapsed. We're going to hear hundreds, probably thousands of stories like that in the next few days as we get more and more information out of this. But for a while today, Katie, as you also know, the New York City subway system was closed down. There was no way to get anywhere. People were just wandering around aimlessly and looking at the smoking hulks of what used to be one of the major landmarks of the city. Katie?
In fact, Bob, some of that video of people sort of wandering around in a daze, sort of aimlessly, completely covered with soot and ash, almost looking ghost-like. Did you see many of those people kind of wandering or being helped to St. Vincent's?
I did indeed, Katie, because St. Vincent's is the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center, and it's where the biggest number of trauma victims went, and a lot of family members came there looking for their loved ones. Also, downtown Manhattan, for people or southern Manhattan, for people who are familiar with the geography, was just closed off. Nobody could go in there, but people could walk out, and it was like an enormous army of dazed people covered with ash who kept walking up the major thoroughfares, going north, trying to find their way home or somewhere away from the smoke, the dust, and the death that they had seen everywhere. I saw ambulance workers today, Katie, crying These are people who have seen the most horrible things on earth that you could imagine, and yet they hadn't imagined that they would ever see anything like this today. Policemen were crying, firemen were crying. It was, I don't think anybody had ever imagined that New York City or any city in the United States would ever face a trauma, a crisis like the one we're seeing today.
I know that Cardinal Egan was on hand from the New York Archdiocese offering his prayers, even delivering last rites to some of the victims who were brought to St. Vincent's.
Yes, he was there, and he was saying religious, he had religious sentiments for people of all faiths who were brought in there. St. Vincent's happens to be a Catholic hospital, but it's not just for Catholics, of course. And the sense of death, destruction is enormous, but the most eerie thing about standing in the emergency room is that things went much slower than anticipated. There still are enormous numbers of people under that rubble, and it's going to be a long time. The people at the hospitals expect to be taking care of survivors for many days to come.
How about staffing, Bob? Are they concerned about that, or are they pretty hopeful that they'll have enough medical professionals on hand to deal with the people who continue to stream in there?
Well, the New York City Emergency Services systems had a plan for this that worked as far as we can tell, very well. They set up triage centers in 2 locations at least, maybe more, in the downtown region, and they sent people off to various hospitals so that no one hospital was swamped. And in fact, a large number of people were taken on the Staten Island ferry across the Hudson River to hospitals both on Staten Island, and even a much larger number to hospitals in New Jersey. And so as a result, the hospitals have managed to be able to deal with the load that they've had, and they're starting to get ready for the long haul. Everybody who was on the staff of every hospital showed up volunteering. At one point, in St. Vincent's Hospital, which is in Greenwich Village, they put out a call for blood donors, and so many showed up, hundreds and hundreds of people within minutes showed up, that they had to take them in buses to other hospitals where there was still a great need for blood. But nobody thinks this story, in terms of caring for the survivors, is anywhere near its end.
All right, Bob Bazell. Bob, thank you so much for that report and for talking with us this afternoon. We appreciate it. Incidentally, 2 makeshift morgues have been set up here in Manhattan, one in the borough of Manhattan Community College, the second at Greenwich Street and the corner of Northmore, and a 3rd makeshift morgue may be set up a little bit later on. Matt?
And as Bob may have mentioned, New Yorkers have been lining up at some hospitals looking to donate blood for survivors who may be in need. Ashley Banfield has been down in the area near the World Trade Center reporting all day. She joins us now. Ashley?
Hi, Matt. I'm having a tough time hearing you, but there are a number of emergency vehicles that are now coming out of the vicinity of number 7 World Trade Center that has just gone down. And I just wanted to let you know very quickly, before that, number 6 World Trade Center went down, and housed in those 2 buildings, offices of OSHA, U.S. Customs, ATF, and a number of other retail spaces as well. Not only that, but financial offices too. Those buildings had all been cleared out after the first plane hit the World Trade Center this morning. So there was some speculation that there's not a soul in those buildings at the time. Certainly, number 7 that just went down as we were live on the air earlier on with MSNBC was cleared out. Most people, they said earlier that they were just waiting for that building to go down. So they were expecting this to happen. Not only that, it is still an awesome sight when this happens. I just wanted to introduce you very quickly to Mel and his son Max, who have basically evacuated their own house. You live just down this way, just past this red building, is that right?
Yeah, Duane Street, just by Chambers Street.
You just picked up your animals and one overnight bag and gotten out of there. Were you told by anybody that you needed to get out of there quickly?
No, actually, we had a hard time getting back there because the whole area's been cut off. But we'd already left, but we didn't have any of our stuff. So now we're trying to get back because the water, the electricity's all been cut off. And, we basically have to move out of the area.
Where are you going to spend the night?
Friend's house. We have, our children or other children in Brooklyn. We can't even figure out how to get there. So.
Max, you were in school, you were in high school, not far away. You could see the actual plane crash and the fireball that ensued after that.
Well, I was in class and my friend said, "Oh my God, someone bombed the World Trade Center." And we all said, "That's not funny." And we looked out the window and there was an explosion. Then we turned on the news and we saw on the TV the smoke and the coverage. We saw another plane going. I said, "Well, is this a replay of some sort?" And we looked out the window and we saw the explosion carry through the other side of the building.
And they just kept you in the school at that point?
They kept us in the school, and I think it was a smart idea because if they kept us in the school, like that way kids wouldn't run down there and see what was happening. And then later they evacuated the school.
Thanks very much, and good luck to you. I hope you are all safe. Matt, I just wanted to tell you really quickly what happened earlier. We have been moved about 5 different times. My producer and I, early this morning, right after the first World Trade Center came down, were caught in the debris of the collapsing second World Trade Center. In fact, our clothes are still covered with all of this gray ash, and that's what you see when you see a lot of the people who are coming out of that epicenter. They're covered from head to toe in gray. Some of the emergency vehicles that have been coming through here as well, windows blown out. We saw an ambulance that was completely burned out on one side. The windows were blown out. The ambulance driver just told us as he was rolling by, this was a brand new ambulance this morning. Not only that, but we can tell you that we've been moved 5 times because there is the concern that more buildings will collapse. We are not being told now that any more buildings are in peril of collapsing, but we have heard other buildings potentially nearby are unstable. They are keeping us at this particular perimeter because there's not too much concern that the wind is going to blow northward. The wind has been blowing eastward off of the island of Manhattan and into the other boroughs east in Brooklyn. But at this point, we seem to be okay at this vantage point, and we are about, I'd say about 7 blocks from where 7 World Trade Center stood just within the half hour.
All right, Ashley Banfield reporting from downtown. Ashley, thanks very much. Just a reminder that airports across the country are closed. There's a ground hold in effect until about noon, at least noon tomorrow. For a while, the borders between the U.S. and Canada and the U.S. and Mexico were closed. We're not sure whether those have been reopened. There was a high state of alert issued for nuclear power plants across the country. Obviously, some fear that if planes had been hijacked, that one might target a nuclear facility. Again, so much of life in America as we know it has been disrupted, and that, of course, is one of the targets of terrorism.
That's right. We want to remind people also, once again, Matt, that President Bush will address the nation at some point tonight. When we find out specifically when, we will let you know. Meanwhile, there is a sports facility, a massive sports facility called Chelsea Piers here in Manhattan, which is about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center, from the Twin Towers, which we've been watching first burn and then totally collapse all day today. Apparently, a triage unit has been set up at that facility. Soledad O'Brien is on the phone now. Soledad, what can you tell us is happening there?
Well, Katie, you're absolutely right. The Chelsea Piers, which is, as you described it, a massive, sprawling athletic complex, has been set up as a triage facility, and it runs along, of course, the West Side Highway. Looking up the West Side Highway, looking down the West Side Highway, ambulances lined up one after the other. They are all on active standby because the doctors inside this triage unit, who as of yet are not treating any patients, have been told the fire is just burning too hot. They can't actually get in to rescue people and then bring them here. They are, however, on active standby. We have seen easily 100 doctors in and out. They've come from area hospitals, and by area hospitals, I mean not only here in New York City, but also Connecticut, New Jersey. Doctors have volunteered their time, nurses as well, EMTs. In addition, there's also a line for other volunteers who've come by, and a line where they are taking blood donations because, of course, as many have mentioned before me, they're looking and they need desperately blood to be donated. So they are on active standby inside the Chelsea Piers on a basketball court, in addition to some of the studios that are working studios here at Chelsea Piers. They've set up hundreds of tables. These are going to be makeshift operating tables, and as soon as those ambulances come by, they're going to bring folks in who are survivors, hopefully, and be able to work on them. Although there are many doctors that we have talked to today who said that they also could expect, because of the size and the sprawl of this facility, it could as well be turned into a morgue. They are saying at this time no one can get in there. It's too hot, and they are just on standby for whatever horrific, and they tell me they are expecting a horrific scene as soon as they can get in there to rescue some of the folks inside.
All right, Soledad O'Brien. Soledad, thank you very much.
CNBC's Ron Insana has been very close to this story throughout the day. He was actually close to the World Trade Center when one of the towers collapsed. And Ron, I know that was a close call for you personally, but I'm curious if you could just inform us a little more about the types of offices that are located at the World Trade Center and their importance to the financial markets in this country and around the world.
Well, Matt, the World Trade Center is one of the nerve centers in lower Manhattan where there are not just financial firms, Morgan Stanley being the biggest financial client or tenant in that building, but there are exchanges that trade gold and silver. We have seen other firms like Cantor Fitzgerald, which is not well known among the general public, but is a very large NASDAQ-style trading firm. So this is one of the financial nerve centers in lower Manhattan where there is a great deal of activity every day. There are trading rooms. There is, as we said, an exchange. Commodities are traded there. it's an environment where now a couple things are going to be called into question. One, the viability of some of the client firms to make good on whatever outstanding transactions they had prior to today. To the extent that financial activity is impaired, permanently impaired at the World Trade Center, that may have a feedback effect elsewhere. We should point out that the financial market response around the world today was dramatic. We saw stocks drop somewhere between 6 and 8% in Europe today. Gold prices spiked up rather dramatically in overseas markets. And then we also had oil go up more than $3 a barrel on the world oil markets as well. So the effects, not just to the financial markets themselves, but to the economy, are being questioned and analyzed all around the world this evening, Matt.
And, of course, we've heard that the markets here in this country were closed today. We've been told they'll be closed again tomorrow. I mean, how long can we expect them to be shut down until they can get up and running again?
Well, there are so many sensitive issues to be dealt with, not the least of which will be security for the participants in those marketplaces downtown, the New York Stock Exchange being the principal exchange in Lower Manhattan. It is likely, one would assume, that because of the worry that disrupting the financial markets could be worse than letting them open up and respond to the situation, that tomorrow may be the only day on which the various exchanges are closed. That remains to be seen, and there will be a decision tomorrow as to whether or not the New York Stock Exchange will remain closed beyond Wednesday. Latin American markets, for instance, will decide tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time whether or not to open as scheduled. There will be regular trading in Tokyo tonight. So financial regulators, policymakers will be deciding over the next several hours whether to allow the markets to respond to this catastrophe and let them take their course. The biggest question right now is how this event is going to affect consumer psychology in this country, and will this terrorist attack create a level of uncertainty and possibly even panic among consumers that they really curtail their spending, which could throw the U.S. economy into an official recession. That's the worry among economists this evening.
All right, CNBC's Ron Insana. Ron, thank you very much. Katie?
Skip Brandon is the former FBI counterterrorism chief. He joins us from Washington. Mr. Brandon, thank you for joining us. What will the FBI's role be in determining who was responsible for these attacks and also in protecting the United States from future attacks as well?
They'll be the lead law enforcement agency in the effort, and they'll coordinate all of the efforts of not only law enforcement but of the intelligence community in this. This will be probably the largest effort the FBI has ever undertaken.
You know, senior U.S. intelligence officials, or one senior U.S. intelligence official, says now that the U.S. is 90% certain that bin Laden was responsible for today's attack. Would you concur with that conclusion?
I think that's a very good possibility. You have to look at who has the organization and who has the capability to do something like this. And of course, bin Laden's Al-Qaeda organization has to be right at the top of the list. I agree.
But tell us, I mean, it seems that people are drawing that conclusion because this seems to be his organization's MO in the past. Can you describe other attacks that he is believed to be responsible for and why this seems to follow suit?
One of his people actually did the World Trade Center the first time it was bombed, a group that was affiliated with him. And the embassy bombings that have happened most recently are the ones that come to mind immediately. One thing that's interesting is that one of the people that did train with him, who was involved in the World Trade Center, had been almost caught in the Philippines during an explosion. The investigators, after this explosion, found evidence in his apartment which indicated large-scale attacks and the use of American airplanes blowing them out of the air, a variation on what happened today.
All right, Skip Brandon, former FBI counterterrorism chief. Again, Mr. Brandon, thanks so much.
Katie, all day long we've been hearing horrifying stories from people who were eyewitnesses to at least one portion of this attack. Harry Crosby is a managing director at Merrill Lynch, a company that has its offices in Lower Manhattan. Harry, good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me. It's been a long day.
Hi, Matt. How are you?
Tell me, I'm fine, thank you. Tell me, I know you got fairly close to the World Trade Center towers at the point before they were collapsing, and you explained something and described something to me on the phone before that stopped my heart, and that was the images you saw of people scrambling to escape the flames on one of those towers, and then some of those people actually jumping off those towers.
Yes, I think the thing that was most harrowing, we tend to ignore common sense. I was about 3 blocks away. The first building had already been hit. The second building had just been hit. and the impact of the second building of the plane coming from the second building came from the south. So to me, from where I stood, it looked like a massive explosion. I continued to see people actually go in both directions, oddly enough. I think people were evacuating all buildings. I was actually at that time trying to get to work and basically stood and watched, a bit like a deer in the headlights, the people evacuating. The fire was tremendous in the first building, the northmost tower, and people could not escape, I think, the heat. They continued to go up, it appears, and there were an enormous number of people that jumped from the building.
So you're talking about people jumping from above probably the 80th or 90th floor, and we've had reports that some people were actually leaving windows in the building holding hands.
They were jumping in pairs. They were jumping. It was raining people. It was amazing to see, and while you think you should turn away and escape, I think everybody was just frozen and watching. There was a lot of crying. I think that a lot of people were extremely disturbed, but very few people left the scene. The other thing that was quite disturbing, I think no one, including myself, questioned the integrity and the strength of both the buildings that collapsed. Most of the police were there. They responded quickly and tried to make way for EMS and paramedics and others to get close to the building. And I think a lot of people were in fact trapped when the first building collapsed. I had then moved north towards the Travelers Building, 388 Greenwich, and at that point it was spooky, and just escaped the first collapse.
All right, Harry Crosby. Harry, thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt.
I know that we're going to be hearing many harrowing stories along those lines. I know Harry said to us there were about 100 or 150 people who jumped to their deaths from the high floors of the World Trade Center. Again, it's been quite a day. We started by watching just before 9 o'clock a gaping hole that we thought was some kind of plane accident that had crashed into the World Trade Center, and we watched and saw live a second plane crash into the second Twin Tower. Later we heard about the Pentagon, and then of course that fourth terrible crash outside Pittsburgh. Some stations will be staying with us, some will be returning to local news. We will have blanket coverage on this NBC station either way. For those of you who are staying with us, now here's Brian Williams.
Today, we've had a national tragedy.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally blew itself into World Trade Center.
Just a short time ago, saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon.
I was in the building because I was driving a friend. So I'm worried for her safety.
An unbelievable day for the nation. We're breaking into the national coverage for just a few moments so we can give you the latest and how this affects East Tennessee. I'm Ted Hall.
And I'm Robin Wilhoit. Since this morning's attack in New York and Washington, Oak Ridge's Y-12 plant has been a point of concern. Action 10's Teresa Woodard joins us now with the latest there. Teresa.
Hi, Robin and Ted. It is somewhat unsettling to see this place so vacant at this hour. We're at the Y-12 complex, and it, like other DOE facilities in Oak Ridge, were evacuated just after noon today. There are such strong ties to the federal government from here to nuclear weapons and to war. Most people in this community realize that this is a potential target. Rush hour at noon. 13,000 plus workers leave the nuclear weapons plant in Oak Ridge, told to go home to their families.
And it really made me nervous, you know, working at the nuclear weapons complex, and I'm really glad that they made the decision to, you know, shut it down. Let's get the employees home, because nobody can focus right now.
History was made here, nuclear weapons manufactured. Still, highly sensitive materials are inside, so the Department of Energy shut the plant down, no one allowed in, and everyone on alert.
We have facilities that could potentially be a target, so taking these steps, ensuring that the security is maintained at a high level around our facilities is just simply the smart thing to do.
Oak Ridge Police upped patrols, keeping a close eye on the community.
Anything out of the ordinary, particularly as it might be related to any of the DOE facilities, just putting more eyes out on the road than we might normally have in that area.
Realizing the vulnerability of the nation, patriotic Americans pull together. The Chick-fil-A restaurant in Oak Ridge closed early, and workers are looking to the heavens for help.
The scripture verse we put on here was 2 Chronicles, and it tells us that if we humble ourselves and pray, He'll heal our land. And if there's ever a time we need our land healed, it's today. And we just want people.
Certainly nice to see some people pulling together at this time. We want to emphasize there was no specific threat made to any of the facilities out here. People were sent home just as a Department of Energy spokesperson told me because it was the right thing to do, a smart idea. The increased vigilance, the increased police presence will last throughout the night and then into the morning. Essential employees only are to report to their night shifts tonight. Then at 9 o'clock tomorrow or whenever the normal shift starts tomorrow morning, employees at all the facilities are asked to come back, but they should realize
Wallace Memorial Baptist Church will have a 6:15 prayer service getting underway about right now. Service is scheduled at 6:30 at Farragut Christian Church.
Several 7 o'clock prayer services at the following churches. Carson Newman will have a prayer service at First Baptist Church in Jefferson City, the Messiah Lutheran Church on Kingston Pike, West Park Baptist Church on Middlebrook Pike, and the Inskip United Methodist Church. All of those 7 o'clock prayer meetings.
Fairview Baptist Church, First Baptist Church, and River of Life Church, all in Tellico Plains, will have 7 o'clock services. West La Follette Baptist Church, Providence Baptist Church in Seymour, and Trinity Chapel on Dedrick Avenue will all hold 7 o'clock prayer services. Sacred Heart Church also has a 7 o'clock church service.
The New Beverly Baptist Church, Park West Church on Middlebrook Pike, and Valley Grove Baptist Church have 7 o'clock services as well. Calvary Baptist Church, we said Valley Grove already, and Carroll Hollow Baptist Church have 7 o'clock services. Prayer services will also be offered at Mountain View Church of Christ in Rockwood, Pleasant Hill Baptist Church in Lenoir City, and Faith United Methodist Church.
Mount Olive Baptist Church, Grace Baptist Church, Trinity Tabernacle Church of God in Christ all have services tonight at 7 o'clock. Blood-Bought Full Gospel Church, the Second Baptist Church in Clinton, and Covenant Life Worship in Lake City all have services. Smithwood Baptist in Fountain City, Arlington Baptist, and Parkway Presbyterian have services.
The New Beginning Fellowship in Powell, the Maranatha Church of the Harvest, and Martell United Methodist, both in Lenoir City, will have 7 o'clock services, and a service at Hillcrest Baptist in Morristown and Claxton Elementary Gym are also scheduled for 7 o'clock. First Comforter is also holding 2 prayer services, one at 7, another at 9. The Tennessee Valley Unitarian Universalist Church also has a 7 o'clock service, as does the Coram Road Baptist Church in Knoxville.
7 o'clock services are also scheduled at Galilee Baptist in Seymour, Marble City Baptist, First Christian Church of Pigeon Forge. And now we move on to services at 7:30 tonight. Trentville United Methodist in Strawberry Plains is holding a 7:30 prayer service, as is Our Lady Heart of Fatima Church in Alcoa. And an 8 o'clock prayer service is scheduled at Seymour First Baptist Church.
And finally, the Greater Knoxville Area House of Prayer on Alcoa Highway and the Unity Church of Knoxville will be open 24 hours until further notice. If your church is not listed, go ahead and give them a call to see if they have a special service being offered tonight.
There should be one in your area, that's for sure. We also have a recap of local event cancellations and closings in the area.
All flights out of McGee-Tyson Airport have been delays, as flights across the country as well, at least until noon tomorrow. TVA facilities have reportedly been put on a state of alert. Both Westtown Mall and Knoxville Center Mall are closed. The Knoxville Federal Building and all other buildings that house federal offices are on alert.
The Knoxville Federal Building is closed as a precaution. Repeating, the Knoxville Federal Building is closed simply as a precaution. It's expected to open tomorrow morning at 9. Classes canceled at the Tennessee Institute of Electronics. All National Guard units in the United States, including companies here in East Tennessee, are at a level 1 alert, and troops should take steps usual and customary with this alert.
Additional security measures have been taken at the Watts Bar nuclear plant. TVA has also activated additional emergency operations centers. Carson Newman College's celebration events scheduled for tonight have been canceled.
The East City Sector's MPC meeting is canceled tonight. Knox County Parks and Recreation activities are canceled. Hall's Middle School open house is canceled as well. Cross-country meet at Mountain Hill Park is canceled. This evening's Torch Night event is being postponed.
The Tennessee Valley Fair is open, but fireworks have been canceled. Foothills Mall is closed. Ribbon cutting for the Roane State Loudoun County Higher Education Center has been canceled. Clinton High PTSO meeting that was scheduled for 7 is canceled.
Dial America Marketing in West Knoxville is closed today and tomorrow. Pigeon Forge Community Chorus is canceled tonight as well. South Clinton Optimist Club Little League football and cheerleading practice scheduled for 6 o'clock has been canceled. As you probably will know if you got there and nobody was there. The Rainmaker at Clarence Brown Theater will be canceled, but tickets will be refunded or exchanged. Tennessee Credit Union League conference meeting at Fall Creek Falls is canceled. And also Oak Ridge Chamber of Commerce open house is canceled.
Classes at the Tennessee School of Travel are canceled tonight, and Tennessee Orthopedic Clinic's open house has been canceled as well. Again, if you have a cancellation to report involving more than 25 people or so, give us a call, 450-8888. We will do our best to pass on those cancellations to you.
And today's bombings could have a big effect on the sports world.
Rick Russo joins us, and you know, many people are usually getting ready to start thinking about heading down to Florida tomorrow. And
at a time like this, the sports scene seems so insignificant.
It sure does.
Yes.
You're right.
Incredible. All sporting events today, including 15 Major League Baseball games, have been canceled in this aftermath of the national tragedy. Also in question is whether this weekend's UT Florida football game will go on. With more, we send it to campus in our Nick Paranchape. Nick?
Rick, the Vols are continuing their preparations to play Florida as if the game was still going to be played on Saturday. As of now, we don't know. SEC Commissioner Roy Kramer has scheduled a conference call with all league athletic directors tomorrow afternoon, so we should have a better idea then. Here's University of Tennessee Sports Information Director Bud Ford. I know you've been meeting with Coach Dickey, Coach Fulmer for, I think, hours. You guys were meeting today. Very tough time, like I said, just to even talk about football. Just what was the mood of the meeting?
Well, we felt like we had our regular press conference scheduled today, and we felt like in the wake of what was still occurring at that time we were scheduled to go, that we would not have our press conference that's regularly scheduled with Coach Fulmer. We also have received some other data from the NCAA, a release that they have. It indicated that there is a concern of all regarding games all over the country that will be played, and hopefully as time will go on, we'll have more information that can be shared with the fans.
Now, all 12 SEC schools are scheduled to play this weekend. The NCAA has released a statement saying, quote, "Our focus is entirely on the safety of student athletes, athletic personnel, and fans." Now, if the Tennessee-Florida game were to be canceled this weekend, the next question is, when would they play again? UT officials say it's way too early to tell. Rick, back to you.
Thanks, Nick. And following up what Nick said, this is a statement released by Athletic Director Doug Dickey today. He says that Commissioner Roy Kramer has scheduled a conference for all the league athletic directors tomorrow afternoon. The conference office will be as informative as possible at the time to provide information to our fans and all concerned regarding this weekend's SEC football schedule. That's it for sports. Right now, let's check on the weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards. Craig?
Thanks, Rick. There's some big questions weather-wise for this weekend as well in Florida because of a low-pressure cell that's formed just off the west coast of Florida. This low-pressure cell is now a tropical depression, and it continues to pump a lot of moisture into Florida. It could turn into a tropical storm coming up over the next few hours or perhaps few days. That, too, could actually play into the forecast for Florida over the weekend. This is Hurricane Aaron. It's moving away from the east coast. No problem there. This is Tropical Storm Felix. Top winds at 40 miles an hour. It's making its way west and north. We'll be watching those two systems over the next couple of days. Well, once again, the tropics very active out there right now. This is the area that we're watching once again just to the west of Florida. And Aaron, once again, should move off to the northeast and weaken as it moves over colder waters. Over the country right now, we've got clear skies, few clouds and showers in parts of the Carolinas, down in parts of Georgia, and certainly into Florida where they're getting heavy rain. What you're seeing right there is the edge of Aaron. It's very close to the New England coast. It'll once again continue moving away, though, so that's not going to be a problem for us. High-pressure ridge is in place for our weather over the next couple of days. That's going to give us very nice weather with sunshine and some comfortably low humidity levels as well. For tonight, clear and comfortably cool. The overnight low in Knoxville should be about 58 degrees. For tomorrow, sunshine and pleasant with a high near 84 degrees. Once again, low humidity. And sunshine in the forecast for the next several days. A few clouds on Friday and Saturday as the next front comes in. That'll reinforce the cool air and the dry air as temperatures will drop going into the weekend as well, with highs in the 70s. Low temperatures will be in the 50s over the next few days, so it's a nice taste of fall actually coming our way. It looks like it's going to be quite comfortable here in the Tennessee Valley for the next several days. Liz, Alan, back to you.
Boy, beautiful weather, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there are so many questions left unanswered in our region this evening.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, we will broadcast a live community forum with Mayor Victor Ashe, Police Chief Phil Keith, Superintendent of Knox County Schools, Dr. Charles Lindsay, County Executive Tommy Shumper, representatives of State Police, FBI, ORNL. They're going to update you on various areas of concern. This is a public service event. It will be broadcast live right here at 7 o'clock on WVLT Volunteer TV.
And President George Bush is scheduled to address the nation tonight at 9 o'clock here on WVLT Volunteer TV. Well, our team coverage of an attack on America continues this hour.
We're going to take a look back now at the day's events. Just before 9 a.m., an American Airlines flight carrying about 80 people on its way to L.A. strikes a tower in the World Trade Center.
15 minutes later, a second American Airlines plane bound for the West Coast hits the second tower. Victims jump from their office windows. The death toll is unfathomable, an apparent terrorist attack.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Just minutes later, a United Airlines plane crashes into the Pentagon building outside Washington, D.C. The Federal Aviation Administration grounds all flights throughout the country. At 10:15, one of the World Trade Center towers collapses, sending debris blocks into the city. First response emergency workers are unaccounted for.
Minutes later, the second tower comes down, an international symbol destroyed.
Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status.
That is all of our coverage for now, but be sure to keep it right here on WVLT Volunteer TV News. We're going to join Dan Rather and the CBS team.
They will continue the coverage of the terrorist attack, and be sure to keep it here on WVLT Volunteer TV through the rest of the night for the very latest. Good night.
A stunning and cowardly strike on the United States. Terrorists send mighty skyscrapers crumbling to the ground. Many innocent people are dead. The president vows the killers will pay for this attack on America. September 11th, 2001. You will remember this day as long as you live. Good evening again. This is CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America. A series of coordinated terror strikes today at this country, its people, our freedom. Strikes that came without warning. 4 U.S. commercial jetliners were hijacked. 2 crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City and sent the giant twin towers filled with workers crumbling to the ground. A 3rd hijacked airliner slammed into the seat of American military power, the Pentagon. The 4th hijacked airliner, target unknown, but possibly a target intended in or near Washington, went down in southwestern Pennsylvania. Here's what's happening at this hour. As the evening goes on and night begins to fall in New York and Washington, brave rescue workers are searching desperately for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center towers and a 3rd building around the World Trade Center that also collapsed. 50,000 people generally work in the World Trade Center. A count of the dead still a long way off. Emergency operations are also continuing at the scene of the crisis at the Pentagon in Pennsylvania. There were well over 250 people on the 4 crashed planes. In contrast to the chaos on the ground, the skies are eerily quiet because the FAA has grounded all civilian aircraft at least until noon tomorrow. There is unprecedented security around the leadership of the U.S. government. President George W. Bush will address the nation from Washington We're now told at 9 Eastern Time this evening, and that will be roughly 2.5 hours from now, the President will address the nation. The President has put the U.S. military on high alert worldwide. President Bush vowed that the United States will find and punish whoever's behind what he described as, quote, these cowardly acts. Early speculation, underscore the word speculation, centers on Osama bin Laden. We have mobilized the full resources of CBS News to bring you clear, accurate coverage of this day that will live in infamy. CBS News correspondents and producers are deployed throughout the country and around the world. We began here in New York City, ground zero for the attack on America. This day's horrific events began with the familiar turbine whine of jet engines over New York City, but this Boeing 767 was too low and not in the regular flight pattern. It was aimed straight for the massive twin towers of the World Trade Center. CBS's Byron Pitts is on the scene tonight. Byron?
Dan, without exaggeration, this part of Manhattan looks like a battlefield. We have seen blood. We have seen body parts. We have watched people die in front of our eyes. This was terrorism like we in America have never seen before. 8:48 a.m. Mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. Come on, guys, keep moving.
I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
We hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. An explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Today, mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
By 2 o'clock this afternoon, firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecured.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We're going to do the best that we can to get people out of there, get into the hospital, get back in line, go back out there and do it again.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work. On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you helping
Not
out?
a business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
Back live, we have had little relief here. Take a look at this. About an hour ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed, a 42-story building, weakened by the devastation that had occurred earlier today. No word of any casualties in the building. It was the one calamity that was not a surprise. Police had evacuated the area hours ago. Fearful building number 7 would indeed fall down. This morning when the first tower collapsed, I was standing about 3 blocks away with CBS News correspondent Mika Brzezinski. As a fireball rolled toward us, Mika grabbed her shoes, I grabbed her hand, and we ran like hell. Thousands did. Dan, except for a few sirens, I have never heard New York City this quiet. Graveyard quiet. Dan?
Byron Pitts in Lower Manhattan. When the first World Trade Center building was hit, rescue workers rushed to it. We're now told that some of those rescue workers died as the second World Trade Center building was hit and eventually the 2 buildings collapsed. Now about today's other terrorist strike at the seat and symbol of U.S. military power, the U.S. Defense Department, the Pentagon. There were 64 people aboard American Flight 77, the jetliner hijackers used to ram into the Pentagon. CBS News' David Martin reports the deadly impact there. David?
Dan, as you can see behind me, the Pentagon is still smoldering from that direct hit it suffered this morning, but it's finally cooled down enough so that rescue workers can begin the task of recovering the dead and wounded. One early count put the number of dead at 20, but no one expects it to stop there. The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Clipped this pole over here, hit another pole and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld dashed from his office on the other side of the building.
And proceeded down towards the impact point in the building. It actually went outside the building and was helpful in getting several people that were injured onto stretchers, and then came back into the building and was in the National Military Command Center.
With smoke hanging in the air of the command center, Rumsfeld ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. Rescue efforts are a long way from over, but the FBI is already combing the debris for clues to who was behind this. The Pentagon has put all its bases on the highest state of alert, and the State Department has done the same thing with American embassies around the world. The early suspicion is that Osama bin Laden was behind this, and U.S. officials say eventually there will be military retaliation. Dan?
David Martin reporting live from the Pentagon. President Bush is just reported to have landed at Andrews Air Force Base just outside of Washington. He is said to be going to the White House itself. From there, he will address the American people tonight. We will see and hear it, of course, live on CBS News. As regards the explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan, a senior Pentagon official now says, and I quote him, "That is not a U.S. strike." Repeat, not a U.S. strike. This despite reports from the scene by at least one reporter on the scene who said that it was a missile strike. A senior Pentagon official says that it's simply not true. It wasn't a U.S. strike. Now, to punish those behind today's attacks, the United States and its people must first determine who they are. We are a country that believes in facts and the pursuit of facts. The facts are few about who's responsible for this. There has been much speculation, italicize, underscore the word speculation about that today, with Osama bin Laden, the renegade Saudi millionaire, frequently mentioned. No one knows who did this. CBS's Jim Stewart in Washington is following the investigation, checking his sources, and has this live report. Jim.
Dan, apparently we have a little bit more now than just speculation. U.S. intelligence officials and law enforcement no longer have just a theory about today's unprecedented attack. They now have some evidence, and it all points to Osama bin Laden. Sources tell CBS News that hours after the attack, intelligence agents detected what one official is calling significant indicators that the suicide planes were hijacked by members of Al-Qaeda, the terrorist group that reports to bin Laden. Sources describe the intelligence as communications intercepts, but would not provide any details. It's not definitive, said one official, but it is persuasive.
Sensing that bin Laden would quickly become a suspect, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban party, which has been giving him safe refuge, called a press conference. We do not allow Osama bin Laden to operate from our land, the Taliban said, warning the U.S. not to take any, quote, speedy actions to retaliate. Meanwhile, law enforcement sources said there had been no credible claims for the joint attacks and that intelligence had picked up no specific threats aimed at targets inside the United States before the attacks took place. Within minutes of today's attacks, officials were pointing to the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center by a group with ties to bin Laden, citing it as proof that bin Laden has never given up on his dream to destroy the symbol of America's economic power. And in recent months, analysts say bin Laden has only become more and more sophisticated in his attempts to strike at the United States. They point specifically to his simultaneous attack on 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa.
They also went directly against a U.S. destroyer, which was heavily guarded, and they did put a hole in that ship, the USS Cole. So they have a track record of conducting attacks that one would think they might not be capable of.
Late today, the U.S. intelligence community was rapidly sorting through a priority list of potential suspects within the U.S. for electronic eavesdropping, with sources saying the number may reach into the hundreds.
There is also specific physical evidence that investigators are eager to examine. First are the transcripts of communications between the suicide aircraft and ground controllers, and second are cockpit tape recordings of conversations in the doomed aircraft themselves. The working theory is that the hijackers were pilots themselves and forcefully took over the controls to dive the jets straight into their targets. Dan?
Jim Stewart, good work with getting that new information about increasing evidence, real hard evidence, nothing conclusive yet, that bin Laden is tied to this. But do U.S. intelligence officials know where bin Laden is? Still in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Baluchistan? Do they have any idea?
As recently as the beginning of the week, they had reason to believe that he was hanging out in the 2 locations that he has most frequently been at in Afghanistan, and that's the cities of Jalalabad and Kandahar. Now, he travels frequently, Dan, and he does so by SUV and caravans with sometimes as many as 100 guards. It's a safe bet that he is on the move again tonight.
United States Secretary of Defense, thank you, Jim Stewart. U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has begun a briefing at the Pentagon. We pick it up in progress live.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act, a series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all in any way that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr. Yes. Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary.
A show of bipartisan support and solidarity at the Pentagon with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld orchestrating this bipartisan appearance by members of Congress and General Hugh Shelton, the chairman of the Military Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. That'll go on for a bit, but the Secretary of Defense never noted for talking a lot under crisis circumstances, making it clear he wasn't going to say a lot about what's going on. President Bush condemned the terrorist attacks. He vowed to bring those responsible to justice when it is determined who did it. The president is now back in Washington, headed at last report for the White House itself. He intends to address the nation from Washington this evening. We expect that at 9 o'clock Eastern time. That'd be 8 Central, and of course 6 p.m. On the West Coast. CBS News Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts has the latest. John?
Dan, even as the president makes his way back to the White House, the administration is still trying to come to grips with the scope of this tragedy. Secret Service sources tell CBS News that this indeed was just like Pearl Harbor. There was nothing on their threat assessment, no warning that this was coming.
The president was in Florida when word of the attacks first broke. Reading with a group of elementary students, Mr. Bush was stopped cold when his chief of staff delivered the news.
Move everybody across the street.
Moments later, in Washington, an urgent call to evacuate the White House.
I'm told that a plane went into the Pentagon and they're chasing us off the grounds here.
It was an extraordinary scene as staff and the press corps were rushed from the grounds. If the Pentagon had been targeted, the Secret Service feared the president's home could be next.
Get everybody back. Everybody back.
Fire trucks took up positions on Pennsylvania Avenue, while SWAT teams stood vigil from the roof. Police sealed off a 2-block area around the White House.
The only ones left inside the mansion, the vice president and his national security team, coordinating a response to the crisis from the Situation Room. With a continuing threat in Washington, the Secret Service would not allow the president to return and had him fly immediately to the security of Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
The full scope of the tragedy now apparent, Mr. Bush addressed the nation and vowed these acts of terrorism will not stand.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
From Barksdale, the president headed for Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, home of the Strategic Air Command, where he conferred with his national security staff about how to proceed. Confident that the White House had been secured, he then headed back for Washington, determined to send a signal to the world that America would stand strong in the face of these horrible acts. And Dan, some more tough talk tonight from the president ahead of his address to the nation. A report just filed from aboard Air Force One. His spokesman, quoting the president, is saying, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this nation." Dan?
John Roberts in Washington Live. John, what's the security situation at the White House at this moment?
Well, Dan, the White House is still locked down. We are not allowed back in. There is a small crew that's been allowed back in to tape the president live tonight at 9 o'clock. You can see the helicopters are just starting to arrive on the south lawn of the White House. Dan, as a security precaution, Air Force One, which is always shadowed by fighter jets wherever it travels, was more than shadowed today. On its way back from Nebraska, there was an F-15 positioned on each wing. And even now, Dan, every once in a while, we hear a fighter jet flying combat air patrol, if you will, over Washington, D.C., something this nation never thought they would see happen. Again, the president just now arriving back at the White House. We'll hear from him later on tonight.
At 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks, John Roberts. One of the few things that seems certain tonight is that these hijackings and attacks were meticulously planned and carried out with great precision. It also took a lot of money to do it. All of that is strongly supported by hard facts now at hand. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr, who covers aviation for us, has pieced it together. Bob?
Well, Dan, there's no doubt at all it was a highly coordinated attack, launched with simultaneous breaches of security at three of the nation's busiest airports this morning. Under the cover of the hectic morning rush hour when airports are particularly vulnerable, hijackers boarded 4 large passenger jets, 2 each from American Airlines and United Airlines, 2 of the strongest symbols of U.S. aviation.
American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 this morning from Boston bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48 this morning. And 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still 2 hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the fourth plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the 4-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to heard a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normal. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here.
285 people died aboard the airliners today, and tonight the FAA is at a loss to explain how the security failures happened this morning. Now, you should know that numerous investigations have revealed gaping holes in this nation's aviation security system. But an important point to remember, and as I continue here, you see the President arriving in Marine One on the south lawn of the White House. It's important to remember that these were suicide attacks this morning, long acknowledged worldwide as the very hardest to stop. There is no piece of equipment, no scanner, no screener that absolutely can stop a terrorist who is willing to die. Dan?
Bob Orr live in Washington, just as you see a live photograph of President Bush stepping off Marine One, the helicopter that brought him from Andrews Air Force Base, where Air Force One took him a few moments ago. A salute to the Marine Guard, and a naturally somber-faced president strides in past the beautiful Rose Garden into the White House and into the Oval Office. The president will be addressing the nation tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That'll be 8 Central, 6 on the far west coast. President Bush has spoken twice today. On both occasions, among other things, he asked for prayers for the families of victims of today's terrorist attacks. Now, Bob Orr, as we have only a few, well, actually about a minute left in this particular section, but our CBS News coverage will continue, of course. There was this report from Barbara Olson, the wife of the U.S. Solicitor General, who by telephone from the hijacked plane that eventually hit the Pentagon described some of the hijackers as having knife-like equipment. What's that all about?
Well, Dan, I think it could be critical in understanding how the security was breached. Remember, at airport checkpoints, there are 2 main pieces of equipment. There are X-ray machines. They are designed exclusively to look for the shape of a gun. That's the weapon that aviation experts fear. Also, there are magnetometers, metal detectors, and they are designed to pick up any metal, also a gun. But imagine for a moment, we heard apparently that Barbara Olson radioed they were using knife-like devices. What if these were made of some other hard material, some kind of plastic? What if they were disguised as fountain pens or secured somewhere on the body of the person or within a briefcase? They would not automatically set off the kind of alarm bells that a gun would set off. And in order for these attacks to have been promulgated simultaneously, it might go a long way to explain how they were able to breach the system 3 different places at once. Dan?
Bob Orr in Washington. Now, you're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Back now with our special CBS Evening News live coverage of the attack on America from CBS News World Headquarters in New York. It began.
This is a special report from WVLT Volunteer TV News.
Attack is made either with missiles or aircraft, and it happened today. I think it shocks.
The city-county building in downtown. Good evening. I'm Alan Williams along with Liz Tadone. We will go back to Dan Rather in just a few minutes, but obviously it has been a day that will not be forgotten. Undoubtedly, you've been following along concerning the bombing in New York and in Washington.
And today's events have far-reaching effects right here in Tennessee. So tonight, WVLT and Fox 43 will simulcast this event for you. Bob Brunner joins us from the city-county building as host of a forum with our local officials from the government and the emergency personnel. Bob?
So it's been a wild day, but I think what we've done is we've tried, just like I'm sure New York City has tried, to activate our emergency operation plans. We have a extremely well put together emergency plan that's overseen by our Knox County Emergency Management Agency. They're currently in contact with 22 different agencies throughout the region to try to monitor what all is taking place, from overloading our airport, transportation systems, to contact with TVA and nuclear facilities, and a whole host of security issues up and down the valley. Here locally, we've, since early this morning, had discussions with hospital officials, making sure those facilities were secure, and just working through their protocols. The airport obviously has a great staff, and they got their facilities secured. and we then secured the downtown airport facility. And then we started looking at primary targets and then what we need to do from a response standpoint. And we obviously think we have to consider our children. We were in contact with Dr. Lindsay, trying to give him any information we could to help him make his decision. Very difficult decisions, I might add, that we all concur with, because most of the calls we've had since about 3 o'clock this afternoon have been from parents asking us how to explain this to their children. But most of us have been activating security plans, increasing the staffing level, trying to help federal agencies who are the primary responders to such incidents, either being the military or most likely the FBI. The only involvement that we've had to that regard is making available our explosive ordnance detail personnel to the FBI in the event they needed to deploy them or send them to a location. Other than that, we rely on our communication system through our emergency management agency, giving us information, also teletype information that we've received directly from the New York City area and up until just recently, the Emergency Operations Center in New York, which is obviously no longer there now, giving us guidance on what we need to do, what they're trying to do. They had 10,000 public safety responders, firefighters and EMS and law enforcement. So, and that's the kind of scale just the attack of New York City was. And then, of course, you had the plane attacks, and the questions will come out about air safety. The first reports we've heard have been the weapons were knives and cardboard cutters. And so questions will be raised about that. It sounds like the flight near Pittsburgh, the pilot maintained control maybe took the yoke down, took the plane down, which any responsible pilot would do rather than being used as a tool for terrorism. But I think it's something that has been talked about so much. And unfortunately, I think our society takes so many things for granted, what it takes to keep our society free. And there's clearly going to be a wake-up call. I think so many things are going to change now. Now, not only do we have a new National Day of Mourning, but I think airline security will reach an all-time new level, maybe as much as going back to the old Sky Marshals. Many people don't even remember those days, but I clearly can recall when we had armed marshals on planes, and I think things of that nature can take place. The terrorists knew what they were doing. They took planes that were West Coast bound with full capacity of fuel, which is thousands of pounds of fuel, which, according to some of the experts that we've heard talk about, led to, literally the meltdown of the building, the superstructure, which led to the implosion of both towers and the 50-story building next to it that housed the New York City Emergency Operations Center, which is now collapsed. So, in the military is how we rely on so much intelligence. I think they're even taken by this. A lot of scrambling going on. I just heard one of our senators talking about swift action and send the message out that the United States is a resilient country. And I think what we're going to see, not only are we a resilient country, but just like in Knoxville and Knox County, we don't ever say we're prepared for something like this. I don't know how you can actually be prepared for it in the real world sense. But clearly, from a public safety standpoint and taking care of the most precious resources we have, human life, in Knoxville and Knox County, I think all the public safety agencies, the schools, and all the agencies involved have made things happen today.
Also with us tonight is the Knox County Fire Chief, Gene Hamlin. Chief Hamlin, your comments tonight in this forum.
Thank you. I just a little bit about what the fire department's doing for our preparedness is we've increased our staffing level for tonight and excuse me, and tomorrow to we've added one extra person per fire station, per engine company. We have a pool of 200 firefighters that are off duty and are on call that could respond with quick notice. We have our rescue teams, our confined space and trench rescue teams phone call and could respond at a minute's notice. We have extra fire equipment that we could use if necessary. So I feel like that our fire stations are strategically located, that it's not necessary for us to move to any other locations. So I just want to say that I understand there's 50 to 100 maybe firefighters who've lost their lives in New York, and our hearts and prayers go out to them.
Thank you, Chief. Also with us tonight representing the Tennessee Department of Public Safety is Sergeant Don Baird. Sergeant Baird.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to echo many of the sentiments of Chief Keith. We worked together on many projects, and a lot of those involve security situations. And we'd like to assure all citizens of Tennessee that we are going to do our utmost to keep the highways and the citizens of Tennessee and those traveling through safe and secure as much as possible. We're doing everything that we can to make sure that our roadways do stay open and that it is safe for people to travel. I do have a prepared statement from Governor Don Sundquist that I would like to read at this time. Today is one of the darkest days in our nation's history. Though we do not know how many Tennesseans lost their lives, we know that we have lost many of our countrymen. I ask that all state flags be lowered to half-mast in respect for those victims and their families, and our prayers are with them. The American people have always stood united in the face of foreign aggression, and Tennessee stands firmly behind President Bush and will do our part to keep our country strong and Americans safe. I encourage all Tennessee citizens who are able to donate blood to help the victims of today's acts. Please call the American Red Cross at 1-800-GIVE-LIFE to learn more. I've activated the governor's domestic terrorism plan to ensure our state's safety, and all involved state agencies are on heightened alert. Tennessee Emergency Management Agency facilities are the headquarters for any needed state response. Citizens with information about credible threats should call the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND. And I have a message for those who seek to benefit from this tragedy. Any threats made upon Tennessee citizens, employees, businesses, or state and federal buildings will be swiftly and unequivocally punished. Terrorists measure their success by the fear they inspire in their victims. We will not give them their success. They will not have the satisfaction of shaking American confidence and spirit. We will live through this tragedy and see that swift and certain justice is brought to the criminals responsible. You know, we need to always remember what happened today and know that we live in a society that prides its freedom, and we need to try and preserve that as much as possible. And that's one thing that all of us up here and all the citizens in this state and this country are dedicated to.
Thank you, Sergeant Baird. Also with us tonight is the Superintendent of Public Instruction for Knox County Schools, Dr. Charles Lindsay. Dr. Lindsay.
Well, first of all, our hearts and prayers go out to the children and the families who have suffered such great loss due to terrorist activities today. We started our school day as a normal day. When we were notified that about the terrorist activities, we took immediate action. We implemented our safety security procedures. Many asked why we did not close school and send children home. We consulted with our school family, we consulted with law enforcement, and we all agreed to place 52,000 children on the streets, trying to get them to home with parents who had daycare concerns, those parents trying to get home to take care of children, especially where two parents are working and that child arriving at school with no one there. Today we did what we do best as a school family, and that's take care of children. We do owe a great debt and give the law enforcement folks a great deal of accolades. Chief Keith, our sheriff, work with us diligently. They place units around our schools. At the elementary and middle, we already have law enforcement at our high schools. And we did lock the outside doors with the exception of the entrance. And our law enforcement has had a presence in our community and around our schools all day. Tomorrow we will have a regular day of school. This evening, security and law enforcement are strategically located around our schools to ensure the safety overnight. Tomorrow we will open school on time. We will do what we do best, and that's take care of the children of our community. Athletic events, at this point, we are looking at this. We do not want to make an irrational decision. There are a number of factors that go into making the kind of decision as far as curtailing evening events. So we will let our community know as we go through that. Our flags will be flown at half-mast at our schools in keeping with the mayor and the governor's request. So we intend to act responsible, follow the directions of our community, and take care of our children. I would encourage our parents to call us if they have questions. Most certainly, if a parent feels very uneasy about this, they most certainly have the right to keep their child at home. But it's our intent to take this time to grieve with our nation and at the same time take care of our children.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. If I might follow up briefly, a number of psychologists have expressed concern tonight about the way we explain this to our children. I don't know anybody better qualified on this panel tonight to discuss this with parents and children who might be watching. How do we explain the unexplainable?
We have counselors at our schools, and they're gearing up now to make those explanations and try to work our children through. And that's a great question, because those questions are different from kindergarten children, first and second grade children, as opposed to high school children. So our counselors, we have prepared for emergency events. When there's mourning, when there's grieving, we have a unit that activates automatically. So our counselors are ready to work with our children at school.
Thank you. If I might move back up the panel to Chief Phil Keith, who began our discussion here tonight. Chief, you said many of the calls the police department got today was from parents asking, what do I say? How do I explain this? What did you say?
Well, it's like Dr. Lindsay said. I mean, we want to get the parents to take a deep breath, relax to the degree they can, and it's different response to different age groups. Listening to them is terribly important. You know, adults talk about these incidents and interact very freely, but when we get to our children, sometimes we don't interact with them. And I think it's important to explain to them just how serious the tragedy is, and that there are evil-spirited people with twisted thoughts in our world. And it's more important to resolve conflict through peaceful processes than through violence that they've seen today, because they're going to remember this. I remember distinctly when President Kennedy was assassinated. I can recite the very minute I knew what happened, what I was doing. And every, I think, tragedy like that, you will recall that. And I think that's where it's important that parents, take that deep breath, stick to the facts, don't fan rumors, try to be reasonable, be a good listener to a child, and explain the facts. And I think staying with the notion that there are people that do not resolve conflict peacefully around the world, and regrettably the price that we have to pay in a free society makes it difficult.
Question now from WVLT's Ron Sproul.
Chief, I'll direct this question to you. Obviously, you can't put a price tag on keeping the city safe. For right now, the Knoxville Police Department is still on full alert. 12-hour shifts?
Well, we have about 200 officers that are employed now, or deployed now, either at some guarding facilities, and we're coordinating that through the Emergency Operations Center. And we have a logistics center set up in our headquarters that we're coordinating that, making sure our facility stays secure. And of course, we have to make sure that the fan
crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international Legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy.
Ashcroft. And this is Tommy Thompson,
Every single
Secretary of Health
American
and Human Services.
Lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City, and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens certainly share tonight in the grief that has been caused. And as the President and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
Well, it is important for the country. This is, let's just come away from the White House for just a moment, for a second now, and just inadvertently, we get from, it's so important at this point to hear from the representatives of government. Here are the leaders of the Senate and the House of Representatives together. The Speaker of the House in the middle, Dennis Hastert, Tom Daschle, the Senate leader, to his left.
At a time like this, no words that we should utter today or this evening can help the hearts and souls and feelings of the victims and the families that were a part of this great tragedy that happened in this country today. Our prayers and thoughts and words of consolation goes out to all those who have suffered. But one thing that happens here in this place is when American suffers and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together. Senators and House members, Democrats and Republicans will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight this evil that's been perpetrated on this nation. We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. We're not sure who this is yet. But we have our suspicions. And when that is justified and when those suspicions are justified, we will act. We will stand with the President, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
Applause on the politicians for one another, almost willing themselves to stand shoulder to shoulder in a nonpartisan way. This is Tom Daschle, the Democratic leader of the Senate.
Despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow. And we will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the President and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
We know as a nation, as we said, our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We'd ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
So, brief remarks from the political leadership, both Republican and Democrat, on the Hill today, and many members of Congress, both the House and the Senate, including Senator Lott just leaving the camera, I think hugging Barbara Mikulski, Democratic.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Well, I do not know whether that was a spontaneous gesture, but whether it was or was not, to see members of the House and the Senate, men and women, hugging each other in the face of this attack on the country, standing together on the steps of the Capitol on the evening of the 11th day of the month, 9th month of the year, singing God Bless America, surely reflects some heartfelt attempt by the members of the Congress to say to the world that this is a unified nation in the face of tragedy, as it has, for the most part, always been thus. A couple of very important numbers and website things have just been talked about by former Senator John Ashcroft, now the head of the Justice Department, the Attorney General of the United States. And I want to just read them out one more time slowly, because they're important. The first, as the Justice Department in general and all of the intelligence agencies, led by the FBI in this case, begin to troll for information as to who may have perpetrated these acts of terror and horror, the Attorney General offers a website. If you have a pencil or a pen, it's www.ifccfbi.gov. As I expected someone to make a graphic. Thank you very much. And this is a telephone number coming now, which I think many people in the country will have been desperate to hear. It's the first time we've heard it today. This is a victims of crime hotline, which the government has established, and it is 1-800-331-0075. 1-800 331-0075. And this is particularly for people who may have had family, primarily for family, relatives, who they fear for in either the attacks on the trade tower or at this point, as we know, in the Pentagon, because we haven't had a number from the Pentagon yet, and certainly on the aircraft, on which 266 lives, we estimate, were lost today, to call in, leave a contact number, and then somebody will get back to you. And that'll be one of those hellish waits that people have to go through when they know or suspect that they're relatives. And we've been getting messages here from people all over the world at the moment who believe they had a relative or contact, particularly a relative, involved in the violence of today. Getting dark in New York City, of course. It's about 7:30 Eastern Time. The days are getting shorter everywhere in the country. We want to try to give you a little bit of a sense of the country now in two reports that we have prepared for World News Tonight, and clearly didn't get on because so much was happening at the moment. The first is from Erin Hayes, who's our correspondent based in Atlanta, and this is what she finds today, if one could call it the mood of the South that she has discovered.
Read all about it.
There is, rippling across this country,
Suicide bombers, suicide bombers.
great fear tonight. This attack was on every American.
I can't believe it. And it's so sad that it's come to this.
The first thing I thought of this morning when I saw that was Hiroshima, Pearl Harbor, all over again. The horror of it. And thinking that we're headed for World War III.
I want to go home to my family right now. That's what I want to do, get close to my kids.
We were seeing things we have never seen before, not just on our TV sets, but signs all around that this is as serious as it gets. At the airports is where it was most obvious, the national confusion.
I'm really scared. I feel helpless.
Paralysis.
All the lines on the cell phones are all busy.
Planes making their way to the first airport in sight. Unloaded passengers stunned to find themselves in places they had no plans to be, unsure what to do.
I'm just totally shook up right now because we were in the air when it happened. We're not told anything about it.
They said good luck, sleep in the airport.
And in city after city, anxious officials evacuated one building after another.
Our boss just finally came and told us, just go ahead and leave.
Not because of actual threats, but because no one knew what might be next.
There is a war here now.
We are a nation now on high alert, not just militarily, but psychologically, shaken on every level.
Just waiting.
For what?
To see if anything else is going to happen. To see if we're going to be attacked here in Atlanta.
It's a very strange feeling to be so threatened.
The uncertainty set in motion a wave of shutting down across the nation, not just the obvious government buildings, but malls in Georgia and theme parks in Florida.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, the Magic Kingdom is now closing.
And schools everywhere.
Our military at home and around the world.
And in those classrooms still in session, you could hear the anxiety of the youngest generations, for whom this kind of attack had been limited to their history lessons until today.
They hit the Pentagon. It's a slap in the face. It's the nerve center of our military, and they hit the Pentagon? What is that?
I always thought America was like my superhero, like nothing could harm America. I mean, America is everyone's defender.
This is an attack on our generation. It is an attack on our culture, our system, our values, what we do.
There is a growing sense tonight that what we do now will truly define us as a nation.
I'd hate to see panic because then whoever did this will win, and we can't let them win.
We are Americans, and I'm glad I am an American. We need, we just need to come together, and I think we will.
It will take that and much more in the coming days to see the nation, the entire nation, through this.
Head that way.
Erin Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
One never thinks of a citizen as being an ordinary citizen, but from those citizens, three expressions at least which are worth holding. The young man who said it's a slap at the face of the Pentagon, he couldn't imagine it. The young person who said it's an attack on our culture and our country and our military. It's not really hard to say it's an attack on the American culture because there's so many cultures here at the moment, but I think you know what he means. and young people who just couldn't believe that they were seeing what they were going to witness today. But as everybody in the country has experienced today, this is a new reality for the United States. We saw it first in Oklahoma City. We've seen it in any number of threats and the growing security that has been involved with our public life in the last several years, but nothing like this. So now go to California, where a similar report for us today from ABC's David Wright.
In Minnesota, the Mall of America never opened today. In Chicago, Navy Pier and the Lincoln Park Zoo were closed. In Orlando, even the Magic Kingdom was shut down. Just about any place in America where large numbers of people were likely to gather locked the doors and sent people home.
Nothing's going to get done today. It's going to be a miserable day.
With all of the nation's airliners grounded, thousands of travelers were stranded.
I'd probably feel safer in Europe if I could actually get over there right now.
It's horrible, and as Americans, we're totally unprepared for that. We just don't think that terrorism is going to hit in our backyard.
In Los Angeles, grief counselors were brought in to meet with family members of the 3 Los Angeles-bound planes that were hijacked and used by the terrorists. In San Francisco, one of the few planes left in the skies, a flight from Thailand, was escorted in by fighter jets.
I'm really scared. I feel helpless.
The workday routine was disrupted the country over, and rush hour extended through most of the day as people struggled to get home or just someplace they perceived to be safer. In Denver, people did what they could for the victims thousands of miles away. The blood banks were full of people eager to give. Here in LA, the entertainment industry has shut down production. Madonna canceled one of the final concerts of her national tour. The Latin Grammy Awards, scheduled for tonight, and the Emmys, scheduled for Sunday, are postponed indefinitely. And across the country, Major League Baseball has canceled its entire schedule. The disruption is likely to continue for at least a few days. Financial markets will remain closed through tomorrow, and the post office says the U.S. mail will be slowed, but will keep coming.
From California on another part of the country, from Minnesota out to the west, there are no time zones in the country today. One thing that David Wright mentioned there about baseball canceling game, this is the first time since the D-Day invasion that Major League Baseball has canceled all of its game. The first time since D-Day in the Second World War that Major League Baseball has canceled all of its game. I was very struck earlier today by what David McCullough, the noted and popular and wise historian, said when he said it's warfare 21st century style, and reminding all of us in the country who listen and read him that we haven't seen such destruction as this on our home ground, as he put it, since the Civil War. And one girl in that report saying, of course, Americans in many cases are just simply not prepared for this. ABC's Dean Reynolds is in Chicago today. And Dean, I don't quite understand what it is you have, and we'll come back to the mood of Chicago in just a moment, but there was another incident involving a plane today.
That's right, Peter. They didn't know it at the time, but the pilot and all of the passengers aboard TWA flight number 3, bound from New York's John F. Kennedy Airport to St. Louis, came perilously close to one of those planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. So close that New York Air Control told a TWA jet to take evasive action to avoid a collision.
You dodged one of the aircraft that hit the tower?
Well, he was up there whenever we were coming from New York, so what we had to do was, they were not talking to him, and he was changing his heading and his altitude, so they just cleared us to deviate however we had to stay away from him.
It was right after they had taken off, and the passengers were horrified.
I thought we were going to crash. I thought the plane was going to crash, because when we took off, the plane kind of went down and came back up, it was kind of shaking, and it wasn't your normal taking off routine. And then you could just see like a plane that just kind of bypassed us really close, and I said maybe it was just a mere miss.
We had him in sight, so it was a nice day in New York. We were out of the clouds, which helped a lot, so we just, dodged him.
As the TWA jet ascended, others aboard said they could see a terrible sight below.
Then when we got really high up, our brother's a fireman, and so I said, doesn't it look like the Trade Center's on fire? And he says, yeah, it does. It looks like a big fire.
Now, the passengers told us, Peter, that after consulting with the pilot, the flight attendants pushed the food trays up against the cockpit door, apparently to guard against a possible hijacking. In any event, the plane continued on uneventfully until it was ordered to land at Dayton, Ohio, and it landed safely.
Stay with me for just 1 second, Dean, because if you weren't with this all day, there was a time this morning when the Federal Aviation Administration, first of all, didn't allow anybody to take off and then ordered all planes in the air over the United States to land immediately at the nearest airport, which was how a plane which begins in New York and is going west ends up in Dayton, Ohio. Dean, now can we just talk a little bit about Illinois and the central part of the country? One of the very first things that happened today was the Sears Tower in Chicago was closed. What else happened there, and what other sense of that part of the country do you now have?
Well, I got to O'Hare Airport shortly after the attack on the World Trade Center, and of course it was basically a ghost town, except for everybody standing outside the airport waiting to get cabs elsewhere because nothing was going out of the airport. When I got into town, again, there were very few pedestrians. It was almost all police walking along the sidewalks, checking all of the state, federal, county buildings to see if there were any bombs. The police were checking to see if there were any missing buses or trucks. It was very tense here. Now, as the day has progressed, it looks as though life is returning to normal here, at least in Chicago, in the Loop area.
Thanks very much, Dean Reynolds in Chicago. We'll come back to you just to give you again some sense of the magnitude of this. The Reuters news agency reporting out of Toronto tonight makes the point that the tarmacs of airports all across Canada, from Vancouver in the west to Goose Bay and Labrador, jumping off spot if you're going to Europe, are crowded with aircraft which are either moving back and forth across the United States or across Canada or going to or from Europe. We're just all told to land. And so in all of those airports tonight, there is a huge number of aircraft, and the FAA is simply going to keep them on the ground at least for the next 12 hours and maybe longer. There was a passenger on a Northwest Airlines flight which was bound for Detroit and which was ordered by the FAA or their company to divert to Vancouver. The captain on board told the people that there was a mechanical problem, it wasn't a great issue, but they're going to Vancouver. When they got on the ground, he apologized to them for lying to them under the circumstances. It seems like the obvious thing to do. But all domestic flights in Canada were canceled as airports were closed down because nobody had the vaguest idea whether or not there was something else going on up there. And earlier today, you may recall that we heard the British Prime Minister Tony Blair talking about this, and it wasn't long before I don't know of any other European city involved, but certainly he ordered that aircraft should not be allowed to fly in the airspace over London. And so this was repeated time and time and time again in a variety of places. But in just one place, St. John's International Airport in Newfoundland, which is a pretty small place, has taken in 27 aircraft today with 5,000 passengers. That may be St. John's, New Brunswick. I'm not altogether sure it's St. John's, Newfoundland, St. John's, New Brunswick. And it may be either in New Brunswick. You just get some sense of aircraft just being ordered to bail out from wherever they're going and to get on the ground. John Nance, our aviation analyst, is with us. And John, it's probably you should be talking much more about this than I am. But add some more to this general overall air crisis today.
The only time, Peter, that we have ever in our history, certainly in the jet age, ever had a situation in which jetliners were parked all over the place was in the air traffic control strike of 1981, when we had basically a cessation of services by most of the air traffic controllers, but not all of them. Even then, there were still flights flying. This is unprecedented except for that time in history, and even going back into the latter days after World War II, I'm not aware of any time that we put all the air traffic on the ground.
John, I'm just looking at how widespread this is. It says here 34 flights were diverted to Vancouver, 25 were diverted to Toronto, one was diverted to Whitehorse, which is in the Canadian Yukon, in the Yukon, and after the plane reported communications and fuel difficulty. This must have just been the most, we know what we're dealing with in terms of tragedy and casualty and chaos, but it must have just been an unbelievable day for the aviation authorities.
Well, totally chaotic in every possible way. One thing that we can be very thankful for is that a number of years ago, the FAA established a central control system, which is now housed in Herndon, Virginia. It's like a mission control. We've actually, we had cameras there on New Year's Eve back there on the Millennium. But this gives us the capability of coordinating all the air traffic control centers, all the control towers throughout North America, and being able to shut the system down. But imagine the air crews on those flight decks trying to get an idea of why in the world they're being told to land someplace other than their destination. The confusion factor there alone has got to be horrendous, especially the fact that when you're told to land at any suitable airport, not every airliner can land everywhere, and there are a lot of decisions that have to be made very rapidly.
John, when
the air traffic...
My apologies, I'm terribly sorry, go on.
No, all I was saying was that the radio traffic that has to occur between the pilots and their company to find out where in the world the dispatcher wants you to go, that alone was a monstrous problem, certainly for American and Delta and United and all the big airlines.
Now, you're a pilot, a commercial pilot as well, flown for major airlines, Alaska Airways, as I recall.
That's right.
You're a commercial pilot in an aircraft today. Does your company tell you from the ground that not one but 2 and perhaps 3 aircraft in the country have been hijacked? And what do you do then?
I really am going to be interested to know whether or not that information was passed that way. Usually you're just given a command and not told the reason why, because there's too much concern that broadcasting that out over radio frequencies may somehow exacerbate the problem. You know, you're in unknown territory, but I would imagine that there were enough out there who were told that the level of tension was very high.
John,
certainly you're going to be looking at your door.
When we heard that one case of the drinks trolley being brought up and pushed against the cabin door by the members of the crew of one particular aircraft because they clearly had some sense of what was going on. John, what have you managed to learn throughout the day in terms of the aircraft which ultimately were crashed with that enormous loss of life? Anything to add there?
Well, only this, Peter. We touched on it briefly before, and that is the tantalizing clue, if you will, that we have 2 Boeing 757s and 2 Boeing 767s, and those are subject to what we call a common type rating. In other words, if you're trained in one, you can fly the other. Boeing built them that way to minimize training differentials in the airline business. Perhaps that's simply coincidental, and perhaps it's very pointed here in terms of how this was planned. These aircraft, too, when you consider the amount of fuel that was on board transatlantic or transcontinental flights, and we have to consider that there's a high probability that these flights were selected because they would have a lot of fuel, you wouldn't have to put extra explosives on, and you could create a flying bomb that not only involves 300 to 400,000 pounds with a kinetic energy of 200 to 250 knots or greater, but also the, not explosive, but the burning power, incendiary power of all that fuel, which we saw do these horrible things in the Trade Center case.
So as you look at these events today, these 2 events, which are really 3 events, which are really 4 events if you consider the 4th crash.
Yes, indeed, 4.
And the amount of fuel and the explosive power, as we certainly saw at the Pentagon and at the trade towers, do you think anybody would have needed to take additional explosives on board? There was enough explosion potential in the gasoline itself.
I think I wouldn't be surprised when we finally get this unraveled, Peter, if there was a structural engineer on the other side of the world that had been very much involved in planning this. Because those decisions would have involved what does it take to bring down that structure in each particular case. I think that this was probably something not left to chance, but it also is a very wise thing if you're going to do a hellacious act like this to figure, well, we don't have to put additional explosives in. We make the airplane a flying bomb simply by which one we select.
Thank you very much, John Nance, and we shall come back to you. What we're looking at here, of course, is a videotape from a variety of different angles today. All of it just repeatedly bringing home the horror of the attack on the trade towers. We did not see the aircraft. We've seen no evidence of any video of the aircraft actually hitting the Pentagon. It came from the south. We do know that the people on board were aware they'd been hijacked because the wife of the Solicitor General of the United States, the administration's lawyer basically, argues cases before the Supreme Court, was on board one of them and died, of course, along with all of the other people, and describes a pretty horrifying circumstances of being aware that they had been made hostages, no longer passengers. And we also had an eyewitness report from the vicinity of the Pentagon earlier today, which said the aircraft came in very low, and it had to come in very low because the Pentagon's only a 6-story building, John McWethy told us at the Pentagon, and was knocking off lampposts, or sorry, power posts, telephone posts, as it came up from the south to attack that. In the middle, I want to talk to our medical editor, Dr. Tim Johnson, about how great the need may really be for this disaster tonight in medical terms. The Attorney General has been talking about it. First, I want to go to Midtown at ABC, Midtown New York City, that is, and ABC's Diane Sawyer. Diane?
Peter, I don't know how much you can see down here, but we have heavy mobilization. We have cranes coming in. We have bulldozers, generators, lights coming in because, of course, city power is out. I'm told they're coming in part to uncover the rubble from a subway station that partially collapsed. Also, they're going to take a look at the rubble closer up. If you can move the camera in, you can see the gray haze, which is the smoke from what is still burning. Not only the rubble of the 2 tall towers this morning that were blasted, but also that 3rd building, the 47-story Tishman building, which had been evacuated. And then we're told that the Marriott Hotel is still on fire, but firefighters have given up on that right now. So right now, building's still on fire. Everybody evacuated out there. I'm going to bring in Don Baylor once more for a couple of footnotes into this scene, Peter, because he's been walking the streets all day.
Ask him to
Don,
speak
you saw a jet engine. You saw a turbine engine.
Yeah, it was obviously an engine from a large jet that is over on the left-hand side about 2 blocks down this way. It landed on what I think was a phone booth, but it was charred. Obviously, the insides, it did not have the outer shell anymore, but it looked like the inner workings of a jet engine.
And again, we're talking blocks and blocks away, Peter, so imagine the trajectory of that engine's flight. Another thing you told me, which has such a poignancy to it, you said when you walked the scene up at the Trade Center devastation, that you were knee-deep in a carpet of financial documents.
Right. Well, we were talking about the implications of this on world markets, this being probably the center of the world of finance, and that was nowhere was that more dramatically demonstrated than what were millions and millions of documents. I looked at financial documents, stock certificates, employment records, just lying around. Many of them were charred. It's obvious. And when you saw the explosion, you saw a cascade of paper come off these buildings, and that's what it was.
We're told it's as far away as 3 miles, Peter. And I should just say that every time you stop here, someone comes up from the EMS or from the firefighters and the police just to tell you the names of people they know who went in before them and they're not sure came out.
Thanks very much, Diane Sawyer. I must tell you, for the future, it's very hard to hear you down there because of the emergency equipment that's working in Midtown. I'm sure your engineers will tell you if we could move you just a little bit away from that, we'd like very much to hear clearly as we can, obviously, under the circumstances, what you are saying. Just thinking for a second there about the thousands of people who are outside the country. When you think that one airport in eastern Canada had 27 aircraft and 5,000 people, it is happening all the way across the continent. People stranded tonight. And one assumes, though, the cell phone network in the United States, at least today, certainly in the eastern United States, was jammed with people trying to make calls related to this incident, the press, government officials, emergency officials. One assumes, because we haven't got any phone numbers for you, I'm afraid, of people in other places tonight who are expected to be somewhere else, and they all appear, as far as we can tell by the reporting that we're getting from a variety of places, are okay. They're just spending a night in some place they did not intend to be. We've had a couple of chances today to talk to Jerry Hauer, who is the man who set up New York City's emergency medical.
Inches thick along the ground, on top of cars, on windows. It was truly just a surreal item to witness, the extent to which the air and the ground were both littered.
And Sue, we should mention as well that 7 World Trade Center has also collapsed later in the day.
That's right, David. That's a good point, because that happened, I think, at about 5 p.m.
5:20 Eastern, I think
5:20 Eastern
And
time.
that was about a 50-story building, and of course housed a lot of the SEC staff here in New York. They were all evacuated.
Thanks, David.
Sure.
It's a totally different skyline tonight. It certainly is. All right, well, it will be, as we said, many days, perhaps months, some even say years before what happened today will be written into history. But for now, it certainly is a jumble of some very terrible superlatives, a catastrophic loss of life, destruction that almost defies belief, I think, and absolutely a massive challenge to our hope and confidence as a nation.
We at CNBC continue to bring you the developing economic and financial pictures as the American markets struggle to regain their footing and the global markets continue to react.
CNBC is going to provide you with special reports throughout the night and throughout the day tomorrow. We will leave you now, but we turn you over to NBC News and their continuing coverage of the disaster in New York. Tom Brokaw, of course, will be anchoring that, and we will see you periodically through the evening. George Bush begins his address to the nation at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see that on NBC and CNBC and MSNBC. We leave you with a live picture now of the Manhattan skyline.
For Ron and Sana, Sue Herrera, and all of us here at CNBC, thanks for watching.
Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yes. There had been a general heightening of concern about the potential of terrorism over this summer, but no operational information that would have allowed us to have taken interdictive action against this specific event.
Does that suggest to you, Senator Graham, that there was an enormous intelligence fail?
Is an afterthought. We fully appreciate that. We know that you do as well. Still, there is news to report tonight. In a day defined by pictures of devastation and death, the sports counterpoint is the image of ageless and graceful Wrigley Field, the Cubs and the Reds. They were scheduled to play tonight, but instead, tonight, Wrigley will stand empty. And that, in a word and in a picture, is where sports finds itself tonight, watching, waiting, and praying. All Major League Baseball games have been postponed tonight. It is the first time in 56 years since the death of President Franklin Roosevelt that baseball has postponed all Major League games for a reason other than a work stoppage. Thursday night's college football game involving Penn State and Virginia has been postponed. The Ohio State-North Carolina State game has been postponed to November 24th. The Texas Tech-UTEP game has also been postponed. The National Football League is deliberating what to do with Week 2 games scheduled for Sunday and Monday. We will have more on that in a moment. And NASCAR has yet to announce a decision on this weekend's racing in Loudon, New Hampshire. The decision to postpone Major League Baseball was made by Commissioner Bud Selig. Ann Werner is in Milwaukee, where the Major League owners were supposed to be meeting today. Ann?
Well, Bob, when White Sox owner Jerry Reinsdorf heard the breaking news of the terrorist attack in New York, he didn't know where his team was. He didn't know if the Sox were able to leave Cleveland Monday night because of a weather delay. But when he learned that, in fact, they were in New York in their Midtown Manhattan hotel, they were scheduled to begin a series with the Yankees. He tried to get them bussed out of Manhattan today, but could not. At that point, the island had already been sealed. So the White Sox remained safely in their hotel in Manhattan. As you mentioned, Commissioner Bud Selig canceled the baseball meetings that were supposed to take place here at this hotel in Milwaukee. More importantly, he postponed all of Tuesday's scheduled baseball games and has yet to determine when play will resume.
Baseball, I can assure you, will only do what's helpful to this country in any way, shape, form, or manner. And we want to be helpful, and we want to be sensitive, and so that I generally move very cautiously, and I can assure you I will move with a great deal of caution.
Unfortunately, the sports world has been hit and affected by national crises before, be it Oklahoma City or the tragedy at Columbine. Is there anything from those experiences that are called to mind today as you go through another national tragedy?
Well, they all, hurt a great deal.
National Guard, and likewise in many cities across America, the National Guard has been deployed as security measures. The phone lines have been jammed for much of the day. The motorways up and down the East Coast here have also been jammed. Obviously, this is a country that is trying to come to terms with astonishing events, an attack really quite unparalleled in its history. There have been talks about a similarity to Pearl Harbor, but this is really different because there is no obvious enemy here. They are invisible, apparent terrorists who are prepared to take their own lives for the sake of their cause. We've been having some greater detail of information coming out about what happened. We understand that the plane from Boston to Los Angeles, which crashed into the World Trade Center, John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, told us that the crew were overwhelmed by a group of hijackers carrying knives. That appears to have also happened on the United plane that went also from Boston to Los Angeles, which also crashed into the World Trade Center a few moments later. The plane that took off from Dulles outside Washington here was the one, again, heading for the West Coast. All these planes were destined for the West Coast, the theory being that they had a full tank and a large amount of fuel to maximize the fireball that they then had caused. The plane from Dulles crashed into the Pentagon. Again, the
generosity. People all over the country have headed to their local.
Well, I'd say about 10 people jumping from the top of the building out.
And of course, they were killed instantly because there was really nowhere for them to jump to except for concrete.
They were jumping from levels that were so high, there's no way they would.
Right, and there's just no way authorities could have gotten them, but it was either that or, I guess, another form of death. That's what stayed with me, Dan. We're seeing it now on the screen, these poor, poor people. Now, when you spoke, did any of them feel anger? Did any of them feel, you see, I'm trying to get to the emotion of people that you worked on.
It was more just why people just kept saying, why, oh my God, and more of fear for those who didn't get out. I think the anger probably came a little later when they had time to calm down, but people were just confused, shocked, and really worried about everyone else who hadn't made it out.
Right, and their own families too, allowing people to know that they're alive. Mm-hmm. People think when something like this happens that it's very orderly, but it isn't. It's just a whole bunch of rescuers there trying to do whatever they can on the spur of the moment, correct?
It was, when I first got there, it was actually quite orderly. I was very impressed. They instantly set up command posts. Like I said, they put me on what they called a fast team with 2 other EMTs from New York City Fire Department. We were going to go in fast, grab as many people as we can, get them out fast. What happened was, as the first and second towers
today by the city, causing people to have to find their way home on foot. Mayor Giuliani now has declared the lower part of Manhattan off limits to civilians at least until Thursday. All New York City public and parochial schools are closed tomorrow. All businesses below 14th Street in New York City will be closed tomorrow. Both the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones will be closed tomorrow. Airports throughout the country will be closed at least through noon, although there are some conflicting accounts of that. And Jeff, as I stand here on this balcony night and look back at the smoke continuing to billow from the wreckage of the towers, it is,
the smoke is billowing.
It makes you sick.
The only sound of church bells ringing. There's not a single sound of a commercial airline in the skies, which usually fill the night sky, and the Empire State Building, which is usually lit up at night, is dark in morning. It's a scene as a lifelong New Yorker, I could not have imagined in my worst nightmare.
I think one of the more poignant images this evening was watching our Congress sing God Bless America.
It actually was one of the more affecting things. You got a sense that the political community, which so often offers prepared statements and goes in a partisan battle, this time they are simply overwhelmed by what happened, and that was a kind of small effort at affirmation.
What happens tomorrow?
I think the numbness is really going to start hitting, and so will the casualty lists.
We have to confirm now that the New York Police Department is saying that at least 78 members of its department are missing tonight. A union representing firefighters here in New York City is saying of the 400 firefighters who were initially called to the scene, 200, Jeff, are presumed dead tonight.
And that's only the people that have been counted by an official city agency. If 200 firefighters perished in the collapse of one of those towers. This is why I think tomorrow's going to be, as I said, a tougher day than today.
We had earlier a gentleman on who was working on the 65th floor of the North Tower, the World Trade Center, and he said this is just becoming real to him for the first time. But I can imagine across the country, this sense of shock really will turn to outrage.
And I think in terms of the impact of this, when people wake up tomorrow, when we begin getting the casualty lists, people are going to want to strike as hard as they can, and the question will be when and at whom.
We're going to go back to Washington now, where Wolf Blitzer is standing by for another update. Wolf?
We've heard so far, Paula, from the congressional leadership, from members of President Bush's cabinet, from the Defense Department, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. On this horrific day throughout the United States, we're looking at these pictures earlier today at the Pentagon when an American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 en route from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, was commandeered and was forced to slam into the Pentagon. We do not know the number of killed and injured, although the number is expected to be very, very high. I want to show our viewers the extraordinary newspaper editions of both the Washington Post and the Washington Times are now coming out with special editions. Here is the headline, "Horror," in a special edition of the Washington Times. Similar edition of the Washington Post was put out today as well. On this day, we're standing by. In about less than 20 minutes, President Bush will be in the Oval Office to address the American public. Bill Hemmer is in Atlanta. He now has more. Bill?
Well, thank you. So much of our concentration for our coverage today has been focused on Washington and New York City, but there's another element to the story. In Somerset County, that's in western Pennsylvania, southeast of Pittsburgh, United Airlines Flight 93, bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, went down in a field. CNN's David Mattingly, one of the first on the scene earlier today, now joins us with a live update from what's happening from that perspective. David, what do you have for us this evening as night has fallen there in western Pennsylvania?
Well, Bill, we are standing right in the heart of farm country in western Pennsylvania. I'm surrounded by cornfields, green pastures, and rolling hills. But tonight, this normally peaceful setting is teeming with emergency personnel, hundreds of emergency personnel and state troopers. Their mission tonight to lock down the crash site of the United 757 right here in this area. The plane went down in an old strip mining area. Views of the crash site indicate an impact crater about 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep and 15 feet wide. Officials report only small pieces of debris at the site, excuse me, giving you an indication of what kind of force was behind this crash. Now, residents say they were watching news coverage, and you can imagine their horror watching the news coverage in New York and Washington, D.C., and suddenly hearing a tremendous explosion here. And the plane crashed with such a powerful force that people miles away say their houses were shaken. The school a couple of miles away, windows were shaken. Students and teachers who were watching also on television at the time were reportedly very upset. Now, this evening, Governor Tom Ridge surveyed the crash site, and he called on Pennsylvanians for their prayers, their blood donations, and to volunteer their skills in this time of emergency.
We'd like to provide Pennsylvania's support if called upon to do so. And my plea to all Pennsylvanians is to, first of all, for your prayers. Secondly, for your blood. I think that the Red Cross would appreciate volunteers.
There is a great deal of speculation here at the crash site regarding the reporting of a 911 call that reportedly originated from the hijacked plane and was taken by a 911 operator in a neighboring county. Well, at this time, there's no confirmation here at the scene of the accuracy of that report. The FBI has reportedly, again, taken control of that tape, but tonight will not confirm or deny anything regarding that tape. So obviously, possibly a key piece of evidence also being looked at in regards to this crash site. Bill.
All right, David. David Mattingly on the scene there in Somerset County, western Pennsylvania. Again, 38 passengers on board, 5 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. And the indication David was given earlier by eyewitnesses who saw that plane go down, it appears that plane went directly into the earth again earlier today, 10:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll continue to canvass the country, and it should be pointed out that a number of Americans in many major cities across the country, and even in the small towns, still somewhat disturbed and in a state of shock over what we're seeing throughout the country today. Here in the city of Atlanta, it is quite unusual to see a heavy commuter city like Atlanta to have so few cars traveling on its downtown streets right around rush hour. But that was the scene we saw in this southern city today, and a number of malls indeed closed as well, as people again continue to react to what we have seen throughout the day here. The president will speak in 15 minutes time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time from the White House, and certainly CNN will have live coverage when that happens. Back to Wolf now in Washington. Wolf.
Thank you, Bill. And this statement just released from the Office of Personnel Management.
into the World Trade Center here in New York City.
1 second after the sound started, there was gray smoke and what looked to be like confetti flying all over the place.
Fire and death above, confusion below, as some 10,000 people streamed out of the building.
There was a lady had a big gash on her head, so it was people stampeding one over top of another.
Witnesses reported a horrifying scene. Desperate people jumping from the burning skyscraper. Bloody clothing and body parts scattered on the streets below. As emergency crews rushed to the southern tip of Manhattan, the immediate thought, could it really be happening again?
Step back, okay?
In 1993, the same building was hit by a truck bomb, Islamic militants hoping to topple the one tower into the other. 6 people died in that attack, and 1,500 were injured. But within the first minutes today, it was clear that the toll this time would be much higher. Then, at 9:03, less than 20 minutes after the first strike, with police and rescue personnel still scrambling to respond,
Do you know
this.
if there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on this shot.
Live cameras trained on the first stricken tower captured another huge explosion, this one on the South Tower. Only this time, the attack was documented. This indelible image to be replayed again and again, seared into the American memory.
And here it comes right there.
An American Airlines 767 with 92 people on board hijacked on its flight from Boston to Los Angeles, becoming the implement of mass murder. The impact was devastating, the airliner punching through the skin of the huge tower, another rain of glass, concrete, and terror.
It's like this unbelievable ball of fire, and the whole street, which is now awakened, everyone's like, whoa. People start crying, people start running.
It was now clear that this was no accident. The first tower had also been hit by a hijacked passenger jet, a United flight that had also taken off from Boston, bound for LA. The attacks left New York virtually paralyzed. Tunnels and bridges linking the city shut down, subways closed, telephone lines jammed, cell phones overloaded as frantic callers tried to contact loved ones. At 9:30, President Bush, in Florida to talk about education, addressed a nation reeling and in need of reassurance.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
But even as the president pledged to hunt down and punish those responsible, another attack, this one even more audacious. The target, the Pentagon. Another American Airlines jet bound for Los Angeles had been hijacked, this one taking off from Washington's Dulles Airport. It was another direct hit. NBC's Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklashevsky suddenly found himself on the front lines of a war that had come home.
I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
9:43 a.m. With concern that the White House could be a target, President Bush boarded Air Force One bound for a special secure command post at a military base. At 9:49, the Federal Aviation Administration announced it was shutting down the nation's air traffic. In a world turned upside down, hundreds of passenger planes crisscrossing the country were now potential terrorist weapons.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport.
This morning, on a scale beyond belief, Americans experienced what it's like to feel truly vulnerable, to realize when someone is willing to die for a cause, we are all potential targets. The number one suspect, this man, Osama bin Laden, a radical Islamic terrorist linked to past attacks on American interests. A London-based Arab journalist said today that 3 weeks ago, followers of bin Laden warned of a huge and unprecedented attack on the U.S. Was this it?
Somebody provided the logistical support for this operation, and clearly the only person, or one of the only people, that has built up such a network in the world today is Osama bin Laden.
There was no word from bin Laden, But the Taliban-ruled government of Afghanistan, where bin Laden is based, issued a statement this morning condemning the attacks and saying bin Laden did not have the capability to carry out such acts. And there were plenty of other suspects, ranging from radical Palestinian groups to rogue governments.
President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks.
While the nation's intelligence community ran down possible suspects and tried to assess whether more attacks were imminent, rescue workers in New York and Washington confronted a disaster of immense proportions. In New York, local hospitals began filling up, urgent calls going out to every available surgeon and nurse, long lines of people outside waiting to donate blood.
It was a war zone. It was unbelievable.
And still, there was worse to come. At 9:59 a.m., the Trade Center's South Tower, the building that took the second hit, began to crumble. It was almost incomprehensible. In a matter of seconds, the skyscraper collapsed and was gone.
Suddenly, we hear, the security say, everyone get out now, everyone run for your lives.
NBC producer Shahar Baran was there with a home video camera.
A bunch of women just standing there, shocked. By then, the whole building sort of implodes. It just goes like this. And you see like a side of the building, and then it goes, and there's this ball, this silver yellow ball sort of heading towards you, kind of in slow motion. You can't figure out what to do. People are starting to run like crazy.
If you take a look behind
Then at 10 a.m., news of another passenger plane in trouble. Someone on United Airlines Flight 93, traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, called 911 and reported a hijacking. Then an explosion and silence. The plane crashed here, some 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. There were 45 people on board. So far, 3 passenger jets used kamikaze style, and a 4th that might have been. 266 people on board killed. The death toll on the ground still unclear. Then, at 10:30, another sickening sight. The tower still standing, following its twin, collapsing, vanishing in a cloud of smoke. By 11 o'clock, the sense of alarm had spread across the country. Troops standing guard as national landmarks were shut down. Fighter jets actually patrolling the skies as the last airborne passenger planes rushed to safety. 11:14, officials trying to manage the disaster, struggling to describe it all.
First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day, and we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
And New Yorkers were struggling too.
And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
At 11:42, another plane from Boston declared an emergency. Fearing a bomb on board, it landed in Cleveland. Soon, all planes in Canada as well as the U.S. were grounded. The borders with Mexico and Canada were sealed, and Major League Baseball announced the cancellation of all games scheduled for today. At 1:12, President Bush, at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, again spoke to the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Moments after his speech, the president reboarded Air Force One for a then undisclosed location. Meanwhile, in New York, an army of rescue workers and volunteers from the city's building trades and other unions made their way to the wreckage of Lower Manhattan, seeking the injured and dead.
You guys going back?
Yes. It's our job.
You worried about that other tower?
Personally, I am. I got fellow officers that might be trapped. I'm not trying to be a hero, but I think if you were in this position, you'd do the same thing.
Those civilians who could made their way by foot across the Brooklyn Bridge, as New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani called for calm in a city that was more shell-shocked than terrified.
And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal.
The mayor's news conference gave the first hint of just how high the casualty count could be.
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon.
Just before 3 p.m., President Bush landed at Offutt Air Force Base outside of Omaha. From an underground bunker at the Strategic Air Command base, he convened a National Security Council briefing. As 4 o'clock approached, the president's spokesperson, Karen Hughes, briefed reporters back in Washington.
The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington.
5:21 p.m., even as people around the country struggled with the enormity of today's events. A third building at the World Trade Center, damaged by this morning's attacks, collapsed.
They advised us to leave because we have...
Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
Fortunately, the building with more than 40 floors had been evacuated. But once again, the concrete canyons of Lower Manhattan were filled with the sounds of sirens and the sight of people fleeing for their lives.
That's Stone Phillips with a riveting account of all that happened today. And what you see behind me is the scene in Lower Manhattan tonight, live as the rescue efforts do continue. So does the fire and the smoke. 3 buildings now have been collapsed as a result of this terrorist attack today. Let's go to NBC's Pat Dawson, who's been on duty there all day long as we await the President of the United States. Pat, very quickly, bring us up to date on recovery efforts.
The recovery efforts at this point, Tom, still pretty much the bottom line is this is a rather chaotic situation here. New York City Fire Department Lieutenant was just giving us some information a few minutes ago and said that there are still fires burning down there, still some underground fires. He told us that there was a rather significant fire in that building that Stone was just describing, number 7 World Trade Center, that collapsed late in the afternoon. As he said, there are still fires burning there. They are trying at this point to get to those fires and to extinguish them, as well as the task, obviously, of looking for anyone who might possibly have survived, although at this point that is a very, very difficult thing to do in the darkness and the smoke and rubble that this fire lieutenant said runs several stories high in there. Just making a point, or coming on about a point that you mentioned before, as the New York City Firefighters Union saying that fully half of the firefighters originally responding to the events early this morning were killed. That would fit with information that we had gotten from one of the chiefs who was in charge of that operation, saying that he knew he had lost at least 50 to 60 men and probably far fewer that he was not able to evacuate. Tom?
All right, thank you, Pat Dawson, bringing us up to date on the rescue efforts that continue underway as we look at the scenes that have been described all day long by so many people who were there either as a war zone or reminiscent of a nuclear winter. The President of the United States will address the nation, presumably from the Oval Office tonight, after certainly the most hectic day of his presidency, one of the most difficult days of any modern president. He began in Florida earlier, went to Shreveport, addressed the nation from there at Barksdale Air Force Base, then to the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska, to the very secure bunker with all the most sophisticated communications equipment in the world at his disposal for a meeting of the National Security Council. And then he felt strongly that he wanted to come back to the nation's capital, to Washington, D.C. It was symbolically and politically important for him to address the nation from there tonight, that symbol of freedom and power, the Oval Office of the President of the United States in the West Wing of the White House. We'll be sharing with you after we hear from the President also the appearance tonight on the steps of the Capitol of the House and Senate members who were still in town, Republican and Democrat alike, the leaders. There they are. And after their statement by their leaders, they broke into this spontaneous rendition of God Bless America. NBC's Tim Russert is standing by with me as well. Tim, this is going to be a great test, not just for the president, but for his entire staff and, of course, for the political leadership on both sides on Capitol Hill. Let's go now, Tim. I'm sorry, we'll get to that later. Here now is the President of the United States in the Oval Office. We expect to hear from him momentarily.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush, in his second address to the nation, and certainly the most grave speech that he has made in his very young presidency, as he talked tonight about the terrorists attempting to shatter steel in buildings but not being successful in shattering the steel of resolve in this country, saying the bright light of freedom will continue to burn. He was a sorrowful and sober president, but also one filled with resolve, as he said, we will find the people who are responsible for this and bring them to justice. This has been a long and difficult day for the president, and it's just the beginning because there are many complex decisions that remain ahead of him now. NBC's Tim Russert joins me now from the Washington Bureau, where he is our Washington Bureau chief and moderator of Meet the Press. Tim, the president tomorrow will obviously be sending out a lot of directives to his military, to his law enforcement officers, and also to the people who are responsible for this nation's security at airports and in other places.
Tom, the president cast this tonight as a battle between good and evil, using the word evil several times. Law enforcement officials and intelligence officials hope that with the cockpit recorders, airport records, and perhaps even some celebrations or proclamations by those who did this, they can quickly determine just who must be retaliated against. The president also said something very important, Tom. Whoever harbors these terrorists will be dealt with in the same way as those who committed the terrorism. That is a very important signal and message to people all across the world. Tom, there's a steely resolve in Washington, a passionate determination to bring these people to justice, but there's also a sober realization that our way of life will change forever.
All right, NBC's Tim Russert, who's our Washington Bureau Chief. Tim, we're going to ask you to stand by there tonight. I want to go to Richard Holbrooke now, who has been one of our most skilled negotiators and veteran diplomats. He was obviously deeply involved in the Dayton Peace Accords. He was the man who made that happen and tried to bring some sense of peace to the Balkans. Around the world, Mr. Holbrooke, there seems to be this dividing line between Islamic fundamentalists and the United States, not just in the Middle East, but of course in the central part of Europe and in the southeast part of Asia as well.
First of all, I think it's very important to make clear that when you say Islamic fundamentalists, you're not talking about all people who follow Islam as a religion, and I know you and I share that, Tom. But I agree with what Tim Russert just said. The most important sentence in the president's fine speech, which we've all just listened to and which I think the world should understand the president has spoken for the entire nation, regardless of party. The most important sentence in the president's speech was the phrase, "We make no distinction between those who committed the act and those who harbor the people who committed it." And it is absolutely critical now that the United States rally an international coalition so that we don't go it alone in seeking out these people. If, as you have been reporting, it comes from Osama bin Laden, and if the Taliban have left him in their country, they must suffer the consequences. And we're going to need the support.
Trip. Then, somewhere near New York State, the planes abruptly changed direction, now flying southeast to Ground Zero, the tip of Manhattan. American Flight 11 finds its target first, Tower number 1. 21 minutes later, American Flight 175, in red, flies south of Manhattan, then makes a sharp turn to the north, where its final chilling moments aloft were captured on videotape. Meanwhile, United Airlines Flight 93 leaves Newark Airport in New Jersey for San Francisco. The radar shows that somewhere near Cleveland, the plane makes a sudden U-turn, then disappears. It crashed in this field near Pittsburgh. Its final destination unknown, but experts suspect that it was likely headed to a target in Washington, D.C.
Since the airplane crashed in a rural area, that there might have been a struggle on board that aircraft between the crew and the hijackers, and that the crew somehow managed to thwart the hijackers' intent of crashing that airplane into something else.
If that's true, the crew probably saved hundreds, maybe thousands of lives on the ground. Unfortunately, even their heroics will not be enough to save the aviation system upon which America relies so heavily.
A linchpin of our economy is our air transportation system. We can't do without it. It's not an accessory. As of today, that linchpin has been shut down. In the coming months, what we're going to find is an air transportation system that's totally different than we've known. It's going to be one where airports are going to be basically armed camps.
Providing safe and secure passage for the 640 million passengers passing through 1,000 screening checkpoints, traveling with more than 2.5 billion pieces of carry-on and checked luggage, flying on 97 air carriers is a monumental task that will likely take years to manage.
That's Dateline's Lee Thompson tonight on the state of airport security in this country and airline security. Some very sharp critics in there. It will get much tougher in the days immediately following this terrorist attack and for months and probably for years.
On the terrorist attack with CBS' Drew Levinson. He is going to join us live in Jersey City, New Jersey. Drew.
We are here in Jersey City, New Jersey, across the Hudson River from Lower Manhattan. Behind me, smoke continues to rise from the rubble of what used to be the World Trade Center. This is part of the worst act of terrorism ever on U.S. soil. The horror unimaginable.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low.
The pictures unbelievable.
Oh, my God!
And in just a matter of minutes, a giant symbol of American financial power came crumbling down. Two hijacked airliners loaded with scores of passengers slammed into New York's World Trade Center. The twin 110-story towers set ablaze. The well-coordinated terrorist attack began before 9 o'clock in the morning. The first plane striking the northern tower. Just 15 minutes later, another giant aircraft loaded with fuel slammed into the southern building.
Another one, another plane just hit. Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit.
With New York in shock, the towers then came tumbling down. First, Tower 1.
Top floors collapsed down.
Then, Tower 2. But the devastation didn't end there. Shortly after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Building 7, home to many Wall Street firms, crashed to the ground. Officials say it will take days to count the number of dead and injured, but with 50,000 workers in the Trade Center alone, New York's mayor says the numbers may be too much to bear. A third plane bound for San Francisco from Newark crashed about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh. 45 people died in that accident. And also a fourth plane went down at the Pentagon in Washington. That's where my colleague Aline Sergani is. Aline?
Drew, American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles slammed into the Pentagon at 9:38 this morning. At this hour, the Pentagon is still on fire. Dozens of emergency search and rescue teams, some from all over the country, are on the site at this hour, but they still can't get to ground zero. 40 minutes after the World Trade Center attacks, the Pentagon met a similar fate. A hijacked American Airlines plane bound for Los Angeles slammed into the Pentagon, causing one wing of the building to collapse. President Bush says he'll use the full resources of the United States to track down those responsible.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
It happened mid-morning. Witnesses say it looked like a huge orange fireball hit the building.
I couldn't believe that I saw an American Airlines jet just gliding right in to the side of the Pentagon. A huge black billow of smoke came up.
Washington is now under the highest level of security, but officials say even that isn't enough to make any guarantees.
A terrorist can attack at any time, at any place, using any technique. It is physically impossible to defend at every time, in every place, against every technique.
Partly for that reason, much of Washington was shut down. from federal buildings to offices to schools.
God bless America.
The Capitol building was also closed, but members of Congress, hundreds strong, returned to Capitol Hill tonight to say life in Washington will go on.
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed.
And coming out live now, as you can see, the Pentagon is still on fire. Firefighters say they will spend the whole evening trying to put out the flames you see behind me. They say the building itself is not stable enough to go inside to search for victims. But the Arlington County Fire Chief says his fear is that the death toll could reach as high as 800. In Washington, Aline Sergani, back to you.
All right, thanks. We're learning about the cries for help tonight. They went out just minutes before the plane crashes. We have reports of 2 passengers and a flight attendant who called to the ground for help. Barbara Olson is wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. She was on board the flight that left Washington Dulles International and crashed into the Pentagon. She apparently called her husband from the sky to tell him the plane had been hijacked. Separately, a businessman who boarded a flight in Boston called his father twice from the air before the plane crashed into the Trade Center. He reported a stewardess had been stabbed. Then a flight attendant aboard the second jetliner that crashed into the World Trade Center called an emergency number from the back of the plane. She said her fellow attendants had been stabbed and the cabin had been taken over. Well, reaction is still pouring in after the entire day at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
Reporter Deborah Cox gets more eyewitness accounts from people close to that scene in Alexandria, Virginia.
Saddened, horrified, and outraged are some of the words Americans have used to describe the events in New York and D.C. Just outside the Pentagon, traffic jammed in both directions. For Michael Scott, one image is burned in his memory forever.
Land and take off, but to see a plane like actually just come from the side and come over the baseball field and just fly over this little channel of water and go over the trees, and once it goes over the trees, you just hear the boom and you see the big ball of black smoke. It was weird. It was just, it's like something you maybe want to see in a movie.
Scott was working 2 miles outside the Pentagon when he saw a plane take a nosedive.
Freaks you out. You know, you like, hey, I'm here, and you just pray for the other people that lost their lives in this tragedy.
Many merchants working at a shopping center close by shut down for the day. He, Lee, and his family were the last business to close.
Potential danger of this shopping center because we are only a couple miles away from Pentagon, and if the airplane crashes, I mean, there's a possibility we can get also. And a lot of people were threatened and frightened and scared.
For Volunteer TV News, I'm Deborah Cox in Alexandria, Virginia.
And a few moments ago, we spoke on the phone with well-known Knoxville Humane Society leader Vicki Crossetti, who was just leaving a hotel near the Pentagon when the plane slammed into that building.
When we went outside, there were just huge clouds of smoke billowing from the Pentagon, and shortly thereafter, you could see water arcing, apparently from fire trucks or possibly water being drawn from the river to try to put out the fire, and you can still see the smoke. And earlier today when it was light out, it was billowing light, and that would billow very dark. And then just about 5 minutes ago, the flames came up orange again. I'm on the 17th floor of a hotel, and from here you can see the emergency vehicle lights flashing and reflecting off the high buildings from between the Pentagon and where our hotel is.
So this situation is far from under control.
Right now, there is no traffic moving on the streets that I can see at all, except the occasional car. This morning, the streets were absolutely at a standstill. Everything was just jammed. The smell of burning wood downstairs this afternoon was overwhelming, and it made your eyes burn. You could actually smell. It smelled like old barnwood burning.
Vicki, it must be quite a shock tonight. We thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
And at a time when Americans feel helpless, many flock to prayer vigils around their towns.
WVLT Volunteer TV's Lee Doolittle was at a vigil and joins us now with more. Lee, obviously a lot of prayers tonight for the victims.
To say the least, Liz. The West Knox Baptist Church was a packed house tonight. People turned to a higher power when they didn't know what else to do. Meanwhile, others followed through with their plans for the evening. But one thing remained constant. Today's attack was on the minds of many.
Lord God, we don't really know what all this means.
Hundreds at the Tennessee Valley Fair tonight took a moment to look back at the day's horrific events.
A tragic day in our country, an unimaginable day. I never thought I would see the events that happened today.
We don't want anything but just to say thank you, Lord.
At the same time, on the other side of town, a small church gathered to try to make sense of a senseless act.
It just seemed like the right place to be. We just felt very strongly to come together as a church tonight.
Father, I thank you right now that the doors were open, that we could come in this place and worship you without fear of retaliation.
Some prayed silently, while others prayed aloud. They prayed for leaders to make the right decisions, and they prayed for the will to forgive.
I've seen a lot of people, really, that I didn't know that was willing to get up and stand up and say prayers in front of others, and they're committed to do all they can to make others feel good, and hopefully their prayers will pull somebody through.
We need to check ourselves before we wreck ourselves.
One member says her thoughts have changed after attending tonight's vigil.
Well, before I had the same feeling, let's find out who did it, let's go after them. I still think that we need to find out who did it. I still think they need punishment, but I'm now praying for their souls, for who was behind this. Father, forgive them too.
Normally, churches don't offer service on Tuesday nights, but in light of today's events, churches around the city are open to anyone in need. And now we toss it over to Bob Yarbrough, who is in Oak Ridge, with an update of what's happening there. Bob?
Lee, we're talking about the Department of Energy workers who many were sent home this afternoon about lunchtime due to the events taking place in New York City. This afternoon, authorities with DOE issued a statement saying those workers will resume a normal work schedule tomorrow. Getting to work for many of the employees, though, will be anything but normal, mainly due to altered traffic routes and increased security checks. Authorities say those employees can expect delays returning to work tomorrow. We do have some phone numbers coming up in just a few moments the DOE employees can check with tomorrow morning and get more details about their return to work. Those numbers are in just a few moments. Tonight, skeleton crews remain on the grounds doing the work of the DOE, as well as a heightened level of security. It is not the highest level of security, according to authorities. One step below that, we are told. Just a few miles away at the Y-12 complex, armed security guards continue monitoring the gates there, refusing to let traffic go into the facility. Only an outflow of traffic is allowed there. Those armed security guards have been there most of the afternoon and all of tonight as well. Increased security measures, as we mentioned, will be in place for employees returning to work tomorrow. Authorities say those measures will remain in place for as long as it takes.
Work tomorrow?
Well, our goal is always to have a safe operation in our facilities. Protecting environment, safety, and health of our facilities is the #1 job we have. We want it to be safe for not only our workers, but also the people that live in and around our facilities.
Here are some phone numbers for DOE employees to check with tomorrow. If you work in the federal office building or the Office of Scientific and Technical Information, you can call 576-9398. Y-12 National Security Complex, 241-1212. Oak Ridge National Laboratory, 574-9836. East Tennessee Technology Park, 241-4636, and the Oak Ridge Associated Universities at 241-2001. Lori Paranjape has been out in the community talking with some family members of DOE employees.
Absolutely, Bob. This community very unique, possibly from others across the nation, where everyone who lives and works here very well of the dangers of the possible threat of national security concerns here in Oak Ridge. Much of Oak Ridge is business as usual. Many restaurants are open, store clerks greet customers, and traffic moves steadily along busy streets. This is a city once built around a nuclear weapons facility, and the threat of danger always looms large.
I didn't know what was going on, so I wanted to rush home to get to them to find out if my family members at the plant was okay.
Terror that began in the early morning hours remained as darkness fell, and the talk of terrorism coming to Oak Ridge resounds.
And the fact that they mentioned it on the news today, you know, all over CBS, ABC, all of them, that Oak Ridge had been locked down.
Others say Oak Ridgers know this place, once called the Secret City, and don't believe it's high on many lists for terrorism.
that Oak Ridge is probably not as much of a target as it has been in the past. The facilities that we have that would be potential targets are smaller, they are more concentrated, and it would have less effect nationally than if it had occurred sometime earlier.
However, security remains tight here in Oak Ridge as they prepare to return to more normal business come morning light hours, and more workers continue to return to work as of the morning. Live in Oak Ridge, Lori Paranjape with Barb Yarbrough, WVLT Volunteer TV News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. All day we've been hearing from weary travelers at McGee-Tyson Airport who had to put their travel plans on hold.
And Volunteer TV's Rudy Cooks joins us from the airport Hilton. Rudy, where is everybody now? Are they all right there?
Well, most of the people have found a way home on whether it be on tour buses or they're in hotel rooms somewhere. They're not here. They've kind of given up on the airport for this evening. Difficult day for passengers and airline employees, airport employees. Everybody's pretty happy that things have quieted down. A big relief for many.
There was a lot of static on the intercom, and I could catch terrorist attack, and I thought I heard him say Knoxville, Tennessee, but I thought I must be hearing things. But then we started to descend, and I knew we weren't in Chicago.
Doreen Ostrovich describes her surprise landing today in Knoxville. Her flight was headed to Chicago when the tragic news came about New York City.
It's very eerie. And watching the people coming off planes that were in the air, none of them knew. I mean, they came off and all they saw was crowds around the TV.
And perhaps for many, the news made even more horrific. Stranded in an airport, some passengers still stuck on planes. One flight reportedly sat on the runway for an hour and a half.
That was the worst, I think. After landing, sitting there knowing that there's been terrorist attacks on planes at airports, and they won't let us off.
Other passengers knowing right away another flight would simply not be an option. This man heads back to Cleveland first thing in the morning by car with the disaster on his mind.
You know, I can't help but look at that and think 50,000 people. I probably know some people there. It might be a distant relative or something, but you probably, you know, everybody in America is going to be looking at that thinking, who did I know that was involved in this?
With so many people stranded at McGee-Tyson after all flights grounded, airlines made special accommodations. Numerous people took buses. Some went home with relatives. Others truly stranded here at this hotel, waiting and wondering.
We don't know if this is all they intended or not. You know, for all we know, they could have additional attacks scheduled or, you know, it's just too soon after to know for sure.
And flights are scheduled to resume here tomorrow at noon, but do yourself a favor. Don't come out here until you at least call first. That number is 865-342-3333, 342-3333. Give the airport a call before you come out here because it might not happen, and there's a lot going on here with barriers, and this place is a real mess this evening.
Okay, thanks, Rudy.
All right, thanks, Rudy. An update tonight on the status of a lot of businesses around East Tennessee and the world.
Again, as Rudy said, the FAA ordered all flights grounded following the disaster today. The FAA says the ban will not be lifted until at least noontime tomorrow.
If you need the information, as Rudy just told,
conducted against the people of the USA. Islam, like all other religions, does not and will never condone any attack against innocent civilians. This from Tariq al-Masidi, president of the Muslim Student Association. Our coverage of American tragedy continues.
When we come back, a Knoxville man sitting in a dark hotel room just blocks from the World Trade Center will join us by phone.
We'll be back.
My condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President, President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, completely shocked.
Meanwhile, American forces around the world have been placed on the highest alert, and warships have been deployed along the U.S. East Coast. Suspicion has fallen on Islamic militant groups, including those associated with the Saudi exile Osama bin Laden, already wanted by the Americans. The Taliban authorities in Afghanistan, where Mr. bin Laden is based, say he didn't have the capability for such a huge operation. Many world governments have also ordered defense alerts and called emergency security meetings.
Right across the United States, people have been watching in horror the events unfolding in New York, Washington and Pennsylvania. Joining us now live from Portland, Oregon, is our correspondent Nick Bryant. Nick, you're on entirely the other side of the country from the scene of these ghastly events. What are people saying there?
Bill, people are looking at these pictures and they still can't believe what they're seeing. People are making the comparison, as you say, with Pearl Harbor, the attack in 1941, which killed about 2,600 people. But this is much, much worse, it seems. And the thing is that people didn't watch Pearl Harbor unfold before their eyes on national television, and that's what happened today. From very early in the morning here on the West Coast, people were gathering around televisions and watching in utter disbelief at the scenes that they were seeing, first of all in New York and then in Washington, D.C. This country has so many divisions, racial, religious, geographic, but at times like this it has a remarkable capacity to come together, and that's what's happening right now on the West Coast in the heartland of America. People feeling a great deal of sympathy with the people of New York and the people of Washington, D.C., and are in a state of complete shock. Never has America seen a day like this.
Nick, we're just going to take a look at the moment at some pictures that we've just got in from the scene in New York, just to bring us up to date with what's happening there. And people in your part of the country will be looking at these as well. The smoke
response we've got to organize in the weeks and months and years ahead if we're going to ultimately defeat terrorism. And I hope the President will do that.
Secretary Christopher, very briefly, you've been around. Before we go to Secretary Christopher, our Bill Hemmer is in Atlanta. He has some additional news he wants to report. Bill, share that information with us.
Yeah, Wolf, thank you, and I apologize for the interruption, but CNN's Deborah Favorick by telephone now on the George Washington Bridge. New Yorkers know it as the GW Bridge, with a breaking story there about a vehicle or possibly a truck that may have been loaded with explosives inside. Deborah, what are you finding out? Deborah Favorick, Bill Hemmer, CNN Center, Atlanta. Can you hear me? All right, clearly in the interest of live television, we're having a difficult time establishing our connection with Deborah, but we will try and hang on at this point. Deborah, can you hear me? Bill Hemmer in Atlanta. All right, 3 times does not work. Apparently difficulties with the cell phone there, but what we're getting right now through the Associated Press and through Deborah Favorick at this time right now that, I'm sorry, Steve, give it to me again. Okay, we're getting a report through the Associated Press that there are cell phone calls being made from those possibly trapped inside the World Trade Center. Again, we're getting that report through CNN's Deborah Favorick, also through sources of the Associated Press. We're going to try and establish that telephone line. We don't mean to frustrate our viewers, but clearly at this time, we're trying to getting it just as much as you are at this time. Let's go back to Washington and let Wolf continue.
Perspective on this day in American history. There's been a lot of comparisons to Pearl Harbor, which you, of course, lived through. What is your sense of this day?
This is a tough day for America, Wolf. I think we need to be calm and focused and relentless. We've responded before, as we did after Pearl Harbor. I remember how that brought the nation together. We've been through a number of difficult days in the United States. One event that I remember, and that was the assassination of Martin Luther King and riots in 26 cities around the country. Quite different in nature than this, but nevertheless, our nation has pulled through these things, and we will pull through this with great strength. But we must, as I say, be relentless in the pursuit of finding out, getting to the bottom of this and finding out who did it, and then taking very, very strong action.
Jim Steinberg, based on your career in studying terrorism and counterterrorism, can the American public assume that this operation, the one that happened today, is over with, that they can go back to work tomorrow and relax?
I think we have to have a balance here. We need to take prudent precautions. I think we've seen the military and other officials today take measures to make sure that we understand the scope of these things. I think people do need to take precautions.
Indignation against Japan and talk about treachery and infamy, and more importantly, he could mobilize the entire country. So that comparison is tough for Bush. Wilson, when the Lusitania was attacked in 1915, interestingly, people wanted him to immediately, at least part of the country did, go to war against Germany. But he held back and restrained at that time.
America, and this is a place one would think should be far beyond the reach of madmen. But tonight, this small, quiet piece of country here in southern Pennsylvania is indeed one of the places in which our nation has been deeply, deeply wounded. There were 45 people on board the hijacked United Airlines 757 when it nosedived into the ground at the edge of this old strip mine. Paula Pluta saw it all from her front yard and ran to the place the plane crashed.
Little pieces of metal. There wasn't anything there but little pieces of metal. I unfortunately did not see bodies because I don't think I could have handled that, but just the impact of what's going on in the nation. And here it's just very disheartening because you don't realize how close it can get.
No piece of wreckage was larger than a telephone book. No identifiable bodies were found. Just moments before Flight 93 crashed here, a passenger managed a cell phone call to the local 911 dispatcher. "We're being hijacked," he screamed. "We're going down." And then he died.
And I immediately said a prayer too because I knew that there was no life left on that plane.
Just what happened on that plane is now up to the FBI and other federal agencies who are in charge of the investigation. They've set up a command post behind me, and there's construction work going on here so that communications and what becomes now a recovery project can go on. Witnesses have said that they saw the plane actually flying upside down with the tail down, and that it plunged into the earth at least a 60-degree angle, possibly straight down, which would account for the small crater about 20 feet around and at least 10 or 20 feet deep. The bulk of the remains of that plane and all the 45 people who are on board may be buried deep in that crater just in the field beyond these trees here.
Dick, of course, you know that many people believe the plane, where it crashed wasn't the intended place for that plane to go down, that it was, in fact, Camp David, the presidential retreat.
Yes, the plane originated in Newark, New Jersey, 38 passengers, 7 crew. It was bound for San Francisco. It crashed here about 80 or so miles southeast of Pittsburgh, but the plane may have been headed back around to the Washington area. That's one theory and one of the intended targets, and it's still a matter of great speculation, and it is really one of the foremost theories here in Pennsylvania is that the plane was headed for Camp David, but fell far short. Why it fell here into this rural area, no one knows yet, and that will be the focus of the investigation here throughout the night and into many days to come.
Dick Russ, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dick.
All over the country, people are gathering to pray following this disastrous day. At one church in Prince George's County, the congregation has special reason to pray. 9 Eyewitness News reporter Stacy Cohan has that story.
But as I was praying, and I do go off to prayer, during my couple of weeks of vacation, I spent a lot of time in prayer, and God impressed upon me that the question of Israel and the Palestinians, the West Bank, was heating up dramatically. The Israelis were going to have to move more forcefully against the Palestinians to stop terror against their country. And I knew when that happened that the United States was going to become a target because we're identified with Israel. In this recent conference against racism in Durban, we walked out with the Israelis in protest against a resolution that would have branded Israel as a perpetrator of genocide against the Palestinians, which is just absurd. But that was the type of language that was being urged by the radical Arab states, and they had virtually hijacked that conference. Well, we have identified ourselves, and rightly so, with the democratic state of Israel. And as a result, we have incurred the wrath of the radical groups in the Middle East. And the Hezbollah, for example, we've seen their wrath at our TV station in Lebanon. I was over there and learned without question that Hezbollah was being funded by Iran, and much of the money being funneled through Syria. So the Iranians were backing the Hezbollah radicals in southern Lebanon. We do know that money has been funneled from Hamas groups in Texas and Hezbollah groups, of course, in Michigan and other parts of the United States. There was a rally against Israel and against America in Chicago. Tens of millions of dollars, some has been laundered from Middle East countries into America and back into the PLO and the other radical organizations in the Middle East. So they are well funded. Osama bin Laden is reported to have at least $100 million, maybe more. So they have the resources to bring about acts of terror. But I predicted on the Labor Day prayer meeting of the CBN staff, as we met to fast and pray, I just want to show you a quick clip of what was said at that meeting. America.
Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Something I'll never forget, ever.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Fourth hijacked aircraft today, possibly in the process of being diverted to the Washington area, aimed for some target unknown, eventually crashed in southwestern Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. Between 250 and 285 people are believed to have been killed on the hijacked planes alone. The figures bounce around during the night. We feel comfortable saying it's more than 250 people killed on the hijacked planes, in the hijacked planes alone, maybe as many as 285. There were stabbings on at least two of the planes, stabbings of flight attendants, while the hijackers went about their ghastly work. The FAA has ordered a first-ever shutdown of air traffic nationwide at least through noon tomorrow. Here's the New York City mayor live with, we hope, additional information.
It's 212-560-2730. And then as we have information about people either who have been recovered or
that crashed outside Pittsburgh. We've heard a story that the pilot refused to hurl his plane on Washington and crashed in a field instead. Hospitals filled with wounded, strangers volunteering to give blood. In the ashes, rededication by a nation whose symbol is the eagle, because it is the bird least afraid of a storm, the bird strong enough to soar through and above it.
As we said, we want to try to get you close to this. And one of the difficulties at the Pentagon has been that ABC's John McWethy, who has an office for ABC News in the Pentagon, was on the other side of the Pentagon complex from where this attack took place this morning. You know, there were 4 aircraft involved. One of them crashed in rural Pennsylvania. But an American Airlines plane, American Flight 11, on which 81 passengers and 11 crew died. This was a flight hijacked by the terrorists as it was originally scheduled to go from Boston to Los Angeles. Then the United Airlines flight 767 with 56 passengers and a crew of 9 on board, which took off from Boston on its way to Los Angeles, was crashed into the other World Trade Center. And then at 9:38, another American 757 crashed into the Pentagon, where 58 passengers and 6 crew on that aircraft died. And one of the important things in terms of looking at the explosions throughout the day we've been made aware of by people paying close attention is that whatever the terrorists used on the particular aircraft to subdue the crew, get into the cockpit, and it is widely believed by people who've analyzed this, but that's all it is at the moment, themselves went to the controls. It's been a conventional piece of wisdom from the very beginning that no American airline captain could or would accept the notion of flying his own aircraft into one of these targets. And while we have no idea at this point, and may never have any idea what happened in the cockpits of those particular aircraft, there has been some suggestion today that there are terrorists out there throughout the world and terrorist organizations who are able to enlist people who have some flying capacity, some flying ability. And John Nance, who is our aviation analyst, and others have pointed out that there were pilots who flew in the Afghan Air Force or who flew with the Afghans during the struggle between Afghanistan and the Soviet Union. So there's a lot of talent out there in terms of international terrorism in general. But now, as we make our way through the day, we go back to the Pentagon. John McWethy, like everybody else, was obliged to evacuate from the Pentagon. He's on the side of the Pentagon which was attacked and has had a difficult day, but a tough day, John, trying to report this story from this location. So just review for us, would you?
Peter, I was sitting at my desk in the Pentagon when there was a jolt, and it was clear that the Pentagon had been hit just as the two towers of the World Trade Center had been hit. Horrible clouds of black smoke were billowing out of the Defense Department. A sense of disbelief as people were being forced to evacuate the building. In the part where the greatest damage was, there were many terribly injured people who were being helped by their colleagues out to the pavement outside. Hundreds and hundreds of rescue workers were on the scene within hours. Ambulances were lined up. Bodies were also lined up. There was a tremendous sense of the medical people trying to come to aid of those who were injured. But it took more than 5 hours for rescue workers to really get inside the damaged part of the Pentagon. And tonight, Peter, they are continuing the work. They have heavy equipment. They are working under lights. There are special dogs that are trained to look for dead bodies and to look for survivors both, who are working in the rubble tonight to see if they can pull anyone out of the rubble. We know tonight, Peter, that various jurisdictions, New York, for example, has called up more than 2,000 National Guard. By morning, there will be an additional 1,000. This is to help with control of intersections in the streets. In Virginia, more than 300 have been called up, and about the same number in the District of Columbia. For a while, the intersections in the District of Columbia in Northern Virginia and in much of New York appeared to be a very tightly controlled area by the military, by the police. There was very little movement of traffic in any of these jurisdictions. The government is going to great lengths. The president tonight saying that the government is going to be open for business tomorrow. But of course, much of the country today was utterly paralyzed from one coast to the other. Because of the airline cancellations, because of the cell phone
motivations might be, and we are collecting a substantially greater volume of information than we are able to adequately analyze and therefore use for intelligence purposes. We need to shore up all those areas of weakness in our intelligence system.
Finally, Senator, this is a terrible wake-up call for this country. Will there be a redistribution of resources, in your judgment, to beef up the war against terrorists around the world in terms of military personnel and political efforts that will be made?
Yes. For some time, people who have made these assessments have almost universally established that our two major threats to national security were the 7,000 nuclear warheads still in the possession of the Russians and terrorism. I don't think we've been applying adequate priority to that terrorism threat. this will be a wake-up call. It's a terrible thing that it took such a loss of life and a shock to the American people to do so. But I think as we look back from some perspective of history, September the 11th, 2001 will be the turning of a page in the history of America, and in this new chapters that we're about to write, we'll be putting the kind of importance and resources behind the challenge of terrorism that the threat deserves.
Thank you very much, Senator Bob Graham, who is chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Democrat from the state of Florida. We're joined now by one of the most highly regarded terrorism experts in America, Brian Jenkins, a veteran of Vietnam. We heard earlier today one of the firefighters in New York saying, "I was in combat for a year. I've never seen anything like this." As you look at these scenes, is there any doubt in your mind that we are in a state of war with terrorism? Mr. Jenkins?
No, I don't think there's any question about it. The scale of the incident is unprecedented in the annals of terrorism. And indeed, we have to go back. I think I'm not even sure the metaphor of Pearl Harbor, which has been used frequently today, is adequate. At Pearl Harbor, there were approximately 2,400 casualties. It's entirely possible that we will see, I hope not, but it's possible that we will see those figures surpassed today. This brings to mind the images that one saw of the Blitz in London, of the cities in Europe during World War II.
But in those cases, both Pearl Harbor and the Blitz, we knew who the enemy was. And in this case, they hijacked civilian airliners, used innocent civilians as weapons against other innocent civilians, and we don't know who they are. So it is a whole new form of warfare for a new century.
It is completely different, and we're not going to have in this type of warfare the satisfaction of landings at Normandy Beach or anybody coming out on the decks of a battleship to ultimately.
Jean Meserve is watching things in Washington for us tonight. Let's go to her for the very latest. Jean?
Colleen, President Bush started his day in Florida, but returned to the White House just as the sun was setting. The arrival designed to show that the United States leadership will not be cowed. A short while later, Mr. Bush addressed the American people and the world from the Oval Office. Let's listen to his full address.
Good evening.
Today, it made a hard left turn over upstate New York. There were violent changes in airspeed. The plane turned and headed toward Manhattan. It slowed and aimed right for the World Trade Tower. At the same time, this United 767, Flight 175, 65 people on board, also going from Boston to Los Angeles, is flying over Massachusetts. It turns toward New Jersey. The jet then makes a U-turn over the state, comes toward Manhattan from the south over Staten Island. It slams into the second World Trade Tower. Both planes were in the air about 45 minutes. Even before the towers are hit, this American Airlines 757, Flight 77, has left Washington's Dulles Airport bound for Los Angeles. It's believed the plane was in the air for over an hour before it destroyed a section of the Pentagon. This is all that's left of United Airlines Flight 93. It left Newark bound for San Francisco. It appears hijackers took control somewhere over Cleveland. The plane took a hard turn to the south. Then someone in the cockpit radioed that the plane wanted to change flight plans and head to Washington, D.C. It never made it, disappearing from radar, crashing south of Pittsburgh. As the hijackings unfolded, passengers on at least two of the jets made cell phone calls, warning of hijackers armed with knives. And a flight attendant on the American Airlines plane that hit one of the Twin Towers called the airline's operations center to report two flight attendants had been stabbed. Hijackers had broken into the flight deck. The flight attendant also identified the seat number of one of the hijackers. ABC's aviation analyst believes at the end the hijackers not the pilots, were flying the planes.
There were pilots on board those airplanes of some sort, people who were sufficiently trained to be able to handle those controls and do what was done here.
Just before 9:30 in the morning, the Federal Aviation Administration took an unprecedented step, ordering a nationwide halt to all air travel. All planes on the ground stayed there. Planes already in the air continued on. They were all on the ground by mid-afternoon. One critical question: how did the hijackers and their weapons get on board the planes? 2 of the jets departed from Boston. The director of the Port Authority there defended the security system.
We have a very high security standard here. We consider ourselves as secure, if not more secure, than any other airport in the United States.
But numerous government reports over the last decade have found significant security lapses at many of the nation's major airports.
U.S. airports have a terrible security problem, and just asking Grandma if she's packed her own bag isn't going to fix that problem. It's more than just the passenger checkpoint. It's the whole perimeter of the airport and all the people that go on and off. And the FAA, no matter what they tell you, has done a terrible job at that.
Aviation experts say it is likely the air transportation system in America will be changed forever by today's tragedies.
Now, of course, what security lapses there were, we do not know at this point. That will be a question that is being asked and will hopefully be answered in the days ahead. Peter, we do know that the Federal Aviation Administration is planning at this time to resume flights again at noon on Wednesday, noon Eastern time on Wednesday. No doubt it will be a gradual buildup. We know already from the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, that there will be no curbside check-in allowed of baggage. You will see a lot more officers in the airports. People will be stopped at random and asked to show their identification. No doubt there will be additional security measures that we will never see. And as I had reported earlier, there is also some talk about ramping up the Sky Marshal program. That program does exist, but they could expand it and have Sky Marshals fly on additional airplanes. That has also been under discussion in Washington today. So the folks I have talked with say, at least in the short term, don't expect any of the usual ease, really, at which we get into the airports and get on the airplanes. And I think probably passengers would be more relieved than frustrated by that at this point.
Lisa, thank you very much, A, for that report, and B, for your reporting all day. And what happened, we've seen this happen before. There is an instant reaction to disaster, and security gets very much tougher in the short run, and then it just gets lax. In part, do I understand correctly, there's a huge turnover in security staffs at the airport? I saw one quote today, up to 400% a year. It pays less to be a security.
You may return to your offices repeatedly, and everybody just stood in sort of disbelief.
Tom didn't go back. It was far from secure. Just minutes later, the second crash right into his office.
If I went back up, I would have been dead. And if I didn't leave the minute that I left, I would be dead. And God bless the people who were on the 110th floor, because if I was down at the 50th, they were down at the 80th.
It took 15 minutes to get out. But once there,
people had left their shoes to get away. I mean, there were piles of blood in the street of people who had gotten hit by shrapnel from the buildings.
Your wife, you know, she said to me that she thought she was a widow.
I bet.
Kim White was stuck on the 74th floor of Tower 1.
The doors were locked.
Why?
I have no clue. We sat around for about 5, almost 10 minutes trying to find a door or get somebody with a key to come open the doors so we can get downstairs. If we had those precious 5 or 10 minutes, would have made that much of a difference.
A difference because she barely managed to escape as the building was collapsing.
Glass just flying all over the place, and we're not knowing which way to go because we didn't know which way the building fell. Once it hit ground, all you saw was blackness. I'm sitting here saying to myself, breathe properly, Kim, breathe properly, because you don't want to take in too much because you're going to collapse and no one's going to be able to find you because there's nothing but blackness.
And breathing wasn't easy, not just because of the debris. To make things worse, Kim suffers from asthma and suffered an attack.
Was there a time today when you thought you were going to die?
Oh, definitely. On at least 3 or 4 occasions. The initial explosion, going out to the reception area, seeing that ceiling collapsed. Being stuck in a stairwell and not being able to get in. We couldn't go back up, we couldn't go down. My life didn't flash before my eyes. I was just trying to get down far enough where, I would be safe.
And to the safest place and person.
I just want to see my mother, that's all. I'll probably be 32 years old, sleep with my mom tonight.
Someone else's mother, Maggie Cusack, was also battling her way down from the 82nd floor of Tower 1.
The building just shook, and you could see the stuff kind of flying down. It was big. I mean, you could tell it was a large event. I believe all of my coworkers got at least out into the stairwells. I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. And I just felt that they were very brave, and we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
Are you thinking of the firemen because you fear that they were perhaps trapped in the building when it collapsed?
I think they probably were. I think there were a lot of them that did get trapped in there, and I think that's very sad. They were all nice, young, healthy, good-looking guys, and I'm just really grateful that I got out before the buildings collapsed.
Wait, maybe it was this one. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Yeah, Mike! Mike! Mike, come over here! Yeah!
Anybody need a doctor?
Where are you?
Oxygen. Don't have oxygen. Hey, that guy needs some oxygen if someone can share it with him. 10-4. Thanks. They told me just to wait here at this semi-staging area. See if I can help, so that's what I'm doing. They won't let me go any closer. No one can go in to get the people out. There's small explosions still going on.
1984, below 10,000. The topics, the broader market index, 6% lower. And in Hong Kong, the market's still open, down 9.5%. Just looking at some of the other markets across the region today, in Sydney, the S&P ASX 200, 4% down. The Straits Times in Singapore down over 8%. And the Philippines Composite 4% down at 1,241. The Nikkei, as I said, plunging below the 10,000 level for the first time since August 1984.
Into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The gaping hole in the building got the attention, obviously, immediately of the whole city. The top floors were in flames. Then, 9:08 a.m. Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 175 en route Washington to Los Angeles with 65 on board crashes into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. It was seen live in some cases, recorded by television crews, capturing the whole thing on videotape, replayed to a stunned nation over and over again. Then 9:30 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77 carrying 64 people from Washington to L.A. crashes at the Pentagon outside Washington. One of the building's 5 sides collapses. Tonight, the death toll upwards of 800, it's believed. Then between 9:50 and 10:30 a.m., both towers of the World Trade Center collapse. It is estimated up to 50,000 people work there on a given average workday. Thousands more can be visiting at any given time. Then, 10 a.m., United Airlines Flight 93 carrying 45 people from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, California, crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Amid all this, emergency measures are being taken from coast to coast, including evacuations at the Capitol and the White House, all the while the
evacuated. One security expert declared, "This isn't an act of terrorism, this is an act of war." Noting there was no direct evidence, several experts pointed out that few terrorist organizations around the world were capable of mounting such an audacious attack. They mentioned only one man by name, a name repeated by U.S. officials for years.
There is not the slightest doubt that Osama bin Laden, his worldwide allies, and his sympathizers are planning further attacks against us. Despite progress against his networks, bin Laden's organization has contacts virtually worldwide, including in the United States, and he has stated unequivocally that all Americans are targets.
For almost a decade, Osama bin Laden has been accused or suspected of coordinating attacks on the United States, on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia, on U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in the suicide mission against the USS Cole, at the World Trade Center in 1993, and the list goes on. Terrorism experts paint a picture of bin Laden as a Saudi-born revolutionary determined to end U.S. involvement in Saudi Arabia. In interviews, bin Laden has renewed his vow to bring jihad or holy war against the United States. Specifically, he said Washington had failed to get the message from bombings aimed at U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia.
We declared a jihad, a holy war, against the United States government because it is unjust, criminal, and tyrannical.
Terrorism analysts warned earlier this year Osama bin Laden was turning his attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, hoping to win armed converts and gain global political momentum out of the chaos of the collapsed peace process. Bin Laden's wealth, estimated by some at around $200 million, is seen as key to not only recruiting militant followers, but funding carefully planned and coordinated attacks. U.S. officials blame Osama bin Laden in the attacks on the U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, which they say were carefully timed to increase the dramatic effects of a simultaneous onslaught against U.S. interests.
Get the cameras out of here. Let's go. Get off now.
It is precisely the same strategy that appears to be at work in the financial and political centers of America in the latest attacks. U.S. officials assert that bin Laden initiated his terrorist network during the war in Afghanistan, later moved to training bases in Sudan, and is currently being sheltered by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban. The Taliban say they have been warned the U.S. will hold Afghanistan responsible for any attack on U.S. interests linked to bin Laden.
There are governments like Afghanistan which are engaged in the smuggling of heroin and the harboring of terrorists. Governments such as Afghanistan, I think, have to be considered criminal organizations.
Sanctions against Afghanistan are already in place. U.S. missile strikes hit bin Laden's training facilities there in 1998, but missed the 44-year-old leader of an organization he simply calls the base. Earlier this year, reporters who visited bin Laden in Afghanistan said he appeared to be in a race against time, a race to see who could strike first, the United States or Osama bin Laden. It may be weeks or months before those behind what is apparently the worst terrorist strikes in the history of the U.S. are known. What is certain is that Osama bin Laden is already high on the list of suspects. One Arab journalist says Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack against the United States. He's joining us now. Abdul Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Quds newspaper, joining us from London. Tell us a little bit more about this warning. There have been many others, haven't there?
Well, actually, I believe this could be a work of consortium of many organizations, Islamic organizations, which they declared war against the United States. You know, the anti-American feeling is very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them. So groups like Bin Laden and other Islamic fundamentalists, actually, they would like to come out and say, look, you know, we are targeting United States. United States is supporting the Muslim and Arab enemies, which is the Israeli, and we are taking revenge of what's happening. So we learned from sources that, you know, they are really at work to hit American target. But nobody expected that this target will be in New York itself or in the Pentagon. So the place of the attacks was surprising to everybody.
Abdul Bari, Osama bin Laden has been said to be really trying to turn Afghanistan not only into what he would term a pure Islamic state, but into a base where there are people who would support exporting, if you will, his brand of Islamic revolution.
Well, actually, you know, I interviewed Osama bin Laden on Afghanistan in November 1996, and I did see his camps and his followers there. You know, the man is ruthless, and, you know, he believes that he should declare war against the United States. And this kind of appeal, this kind of call actually appealed to many young Muslims all over the world. And he recently managed to recruit a lot of those highly educated Arabs who were even educated in the United States itself and some Western countries. So I'm not surprised if he is surrounded with experts in different fields. And we noticed that the attack against the American destroyer Cole in the seaport of Aden was highly sophisticated attack, highly sophisticated on the bombing, the information gathering, and the monitoring of the movement of the American warships. So I'm not surprised if those highly intelligent people, highly educated people actually were behind the planning of the attacks against the World Trade Center.
You know, when people look at this and they see it in the narrow confines of one day, people saw Palestinians standing up and cheering these attacks in Nablus, in refugee camps in South Lebanon, where they've languished for half a century. When they look at that, on one hand, it creates a sense of anger. And there has to be a sense as well from some among the Arab world that this is not going to lead to an improvement in the situation, and certainly not a change in the U.S. position.
Jim, you are absolutely right, but we have to put into our consideration there are 300 million Arabs, and those people are very few who actually were dancing in the streets, whether in Nablus or in refugee camps in Lebanon. The Palestinians definitely will suffer because of these attacks, because they want the American involvement in the peace process to be revived, and they want the American to be the sponsor of the peace process and to intervene and put an end to the Israeli aggression against their people there. So we cannot say those people representing the Arabs, but you know, we have to ask our questions. You know, why America is targeted? Why the American people are targeted? Definitely, there is something wrong in the American foreign policies. So these wrongs has to be readdressed, has to be rectified, and we want more involvement from the United States on the Arab-Israeli conflict to revive the peace process, to put an end to the Israeli atrocities. Also, there are Palestinians killed in the West Bank and Gaza Strip every day by the Israeli tanks, by the Israeli missiles. So we
that are going on there. This is the rubble around the World Trade Center, and actually maybe I need to be corrected. That doesn't look like nighttime. Perhaps that's from earlier in the day. John, maybe you can just let me know for sure. Regardless, that is the rubble around the area of the World Trade Center. You can clearly see parts of building, all that dust that rained down, all the debris. In that debris, we saw earlier sheets of paper from the offices in there. Only a few floors of that building remaining standing. Still a fair bit of dust there. We saw in pictures from nighttime just a few minutes ago that a lot of that dust has settled. Rescue workers on the scene. And there you see them there. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani saying 300 or more firefighters believed are missing, believed dead, and dozens of police officers as well.
Can't see.
All right, those pictures obviously from earlier of the rubble around the World Trade Center. Jim?
Devastation this day also in the nation's capital. Let's go now to the Pentagon and Bob Franken live for an update on the situation there. Bob.
Well, it's been about 16 hours, Jim, since the explosion here, since the plane collided with this west side of the Pentagon, and you can see it's still smoldering a little bit. They're still waiting for the embers to stop going so they can actually go into the building. We saw just a moment ago some of the supervisors. They were lowered in what looked like a bucket. They were actually being lowered into the bombed out building where the plane had hit so they could take a look and just see what the status of the fire was. The plan is at daybreak to literally peel away the wall a little bit and then go in. Of course, about 15 hours ago, we had some video that was shot shortly after the plane had collided with this side of the building. You can see that there was quite a bit of firefighting effort going on. There were literally hundreds of firefighters going. They were trying to put out a blaze that's still going till now. They fought all day with this, and of course there was also an evacuation of the injured. We don't have any sense of the casualties yet. We've been told that they could number in the hundreds. There could be more than 100 dead. There are wide estimates. The Pentagon is not giving any estimate. Perhaps we'll know more tomorrow when officials are actually able to go inside the building. A plane, of course, collided shortly after 9:30 this morning. A plane that was flying from Dulles, and of course it was taken by hijackers. That is the report, of course, and was then moved into the Pentagon, causing the damage that it did. Now, people talk about retaliation, and the Pentagon is already thinking about that, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says that he will have the forces necessary.
I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face.
And he was not shy about calculating the price in American lives if those demands were not met.
You will leave when the bodies of American soldiers and civilians are sent in the wooden boxes and coffins. That is when you will leave.
The FBI says bin Laden made good on his threats with truck bomb attacks at the U.S. embassies in Kenya and in Tanzania. 258 people were killed in the bombings, hundreds were injured. More than a dozen men with ties to bin Laden have been charged with carrying out those bombings.
Today, I ordered our armed forces to strike at terrorist-related facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan because of the threat they present to our national security.
The United States launched a counterattack on bin Laden's bases in Afghanistan. But before the missiles hit, bin Laden and his inner circle were already in hiding. Recently, bin Laden denied to ABC News that he ordered the embassy attacks, but he commended the work of the bombers.
These are true men whom we respect and hold in the highest esteem.
Clearly, he is a role model for a lot of Islamic militants in the world today. I mean, his personal story is so compelling to them.
Bin Laden left his home in Saudi Arabia at the age of 19 to join the Muslims fighting the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Like many of the young fighters, he was religious and committed.
Passenger on United Airlines Flight 93 that was en route from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. He called his mother just minutes before the plane crashed near Pittsburgh.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Giving me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there, as if someone was speaking to him. And he said it's something to the effect of it's true, and then the phone went dead.
An emergency dispatcher in Pennsylvania where United Flight 93 crashed said that he received a call from a passenger on board the plane as well, and that man repeatedly said, "We are being hijacked, we are being hijacked." Jim?
Millions of people all around the world remained riveted to their television screens for hours once they heard about the attacks. Ann McDermott has more on the U.S. public's reactions to what they were watching.
The pictures were just so insane that all these University of Southern California students could do was stare. But the younger ones had questions, lots of questions.
But when I first saw on the news, I sort of wondered how protected we really are in America. Think they'll be able to catch all the people involved?
Their teacher, for once, had no answers.
How? Why? These are the questions.
And here's one more.
Do you think anything like this would ever happen again?
Will it happen again? Psychologists say that's what can make people so crazy at first.
It's not that we're afraid of the unknown. In the face of the unknown, we fill it in. We think there are monsters out there, and we actually end up frightening ourselves more.
Many of these people in an LA area gym admitted they were frightened and came here only for something to do.
I'm looking at the streets and it looks like Beirut, and I can't believe it's my backyard.
The smoke continues to billow out of the Trade Center building 6 hours.
I think we're definitely going to go to war.
This Korean War vet sure hopes not, but he knows the feeling.
I see what it says right there. America under attack. People didn't have to die.
But they did die, and America's in mourning. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
All right, we are actually coming to the end of this hour of coverage of America under attack. It has been about 16 hours since all of this horror began. The attacks on New York and Washington Tuesday, September 11th, will never be forgotten by those who experienced them firsthand or by the millions of people around the world who actually saw them unfold.
I heard the sound of a jet. I assumed it was like a Navy jet or something like that, just flying by.
And we heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere.
Then I heard a large explosion. I thought it was a sonic boom. And when I heard the explosion, I looked up, and what I saw red, and I saw debris start to fall down.
As soon as you got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire, debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up. And I just stood there in absolute disbelief.
There was a lot of people hurt. They were lying on the floors, coming down the stairs. A lot of people had asthma attacks while they were coming down. It was bad.
Everybody was screaming. Everybody was running. The cops were trying to maintain the calm. And in that haste, people were stampeding. People started screaming that there was another plane coming. I didn't see the plane, but I turned around and the second building just exploded.
And we see a second commercial jet flying extremely low actually collide into the south tower of the building. At that point, we decided just to get out of there. People were just going crazy at that point, evacuating.
I saw people jumping off the building. Many people just jumping.
And people were just climbing, they were just falling down. I saw about 6 people falling down from the building from the binoculars. I saw a lady with a black suit, she fell down, and a boy with a white shirt, he fell down, and it was horrible.
If you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God.
Everybody was on top of each other trying to come down, and then somebody finally calmed the crowd down to get them to come down the stairs in an orderly fashion and get them out of the building.
We saw the South Tower.
Cameras bear witness as one symbol of America's financial might burns, only to watch in horror as hijackers send a second deadly message to the United States.
And then, only half an hour later, another target, another city, this time the Pentagon. the military seat of the world's only remaining superpower.
And there was more to come. Plane number 4 goes down in rural Pennsylvania. Dozens of people killed. A nation, an entire world is stunned.
Hello, I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards at CNN Center. First, we want to bring you the latest right now on Tuesday's terrorist attacks in the United States. In New York City, it is 2 a.m. right now. Many lie dead where the World Trade Center lies in ruins. Some people trapped alive have been placing cell phone calls, we are told, quite possibly from the basement of that World Trade Center building. The combined death toll for New York, Washington, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania will be very high, we're told. President Bush saying earlier, thousands of people have been killed. In New York, search and rescue efforts have continued right through the night. Thus far, at least 2,000 victims treated for injuries. It was little more than 17 hours ago now that terrorists hijacked 4 commercial jets, crashing one of the airliners into the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center, a financial mecca there for decades. Then, only minutes later, slamming a second plane into the Trade Center South Tower. Obviously an extremely well-coordinated attack. Another jet into a section of Washington's Pentagon building, the military nerve center of the United States, causing a terrible fire there. And finally, the 4th aircraft into Pennsylvania's rural Somerset County. Those 3 attacks leaving behind a nightmare of horrendous proportion here.
The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
And in addition to the carnage, the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington effectively shut down both cities, suspended domestic flights at all U.S. airports. Those flights to be suspended, we're told, until tomorrow, at least around noontime. Jim?
Well, between 100 and 800 people are believed to have lost their lives when another suicide jetliner, if you want